I could. Say it again. And I'm going to do even better than this. Yes? Say it. Give a tap to yourself and say, I'm going to do even better than this. All right. Now the gentleman sitting here said, I need a massage. Well, I'm going to give you more taps on the shoulder. You might just get half a massage by that. And later we can arrange that for you in the hotel. All right, guys. Well, I cannot contain my excitement for today because this is a very, very special day for all of us. I am super duper excited to begin as it's going to be a day full of knowledgeable discussions. So if you are equally excited, we are all going to begin as we are gathered here for broadening our horizons with a very happy mind, an open heart, and of course, we're all here to learn and educate ourselves, to owning our skills, and to, of course, do better than before. Conferences can be excellent opportunities for learning, networking, and gaining new insights. They provide a platform for professionals and experts to share their knowledge and experiences, fostering intellectual growth and stimulating discussions. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of MMA India, with immense pleasure, I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to each one of you to the launch of MMA IMPACT India Delhi edition that is happening for the first time ever in Delhi. So this is even more special for us. Thank you so much for your appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ushma Tyagi, and it's an absolute honor for me to be hosting Impact here in Delhi. I, along with MMA India, would like to thank you all once again for being a part of this event, for joining us this morning. And it's going to be a milestone event because of all your presence as we are going to create a beautiful memory today. We're all thrilled to have each one of you here today with us. MMA Impact India is part of a global series which MMA hosts across marketing, bringing the ecosystem of publishers, agencies, marketers, and tech enablers under one roof to accelerate modern marketing practices, discuss and learn upcoming trends and challenges in modern marketing. This year, the theme of the event is Winning Marketing Organizations 2.0, Rethink, Relearn, and Rebuild. MMA Impact India brings together the brightest marketing minds as we explore how marketers can navigate the evolving digital landscape, drive innovation and enduring business value, and more robust consumer engagement in an increasingly dynamic and connected world. Overall, rethink, relearn, and rebuild is a call to embrace change along with personal and professional growth. It encourages conscious self reflection, a thirst for knowledge, and the courage to take action to transform oneself and one's circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, today we stand here with the immense gratitude and appreciation from our support and collaborations we have received from our very much valued program partners. Without their unwavering support and commitment, dedication, our vision and mission would not have come to fruition. So, we would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude and give a shout out to our amazing partners. Presenting partner Flipkart Ads, program partners in Movie Glance, Google and Paytm Ads, Masterclass partner Double Verify, media partner HD1 Audience, gifting partner MyGlam, community partner D2C Insider, and associated partners WARC, an essential company, Indian television as well. So can we have a huge shout out for all the partners? We're also very happy and excited to announce that MMA India has launched its own LinkedIn account. Earlier, we used to post from our APAC account. Now we have our own LinkedIn account. So we request you all to quickly scan the QR code that is displayed on the screen, as well as they are there on the tent card of your tables. So that you can get the updates on modern marketing, latest insights, and more. Now, before I begin the first session, I want you all to quickly do this with me. Just scan, follow our LinkedIn page, that is MMA Global India. That's our LinkedIn handle. I want you all to quickly follow MMA Global India. Take a selfie along with the people you're sitting on the table. Take a selfie with the people that you are sitting on the table, or just take your selfie and post it on that page by tagging us at MMA Global India. I'm giving you 30 seconds to do that. Quickly follow MMA Global India on LinkedIn. Also, do not forget to add hashtags shape the future, hashtag MMA Impact India, and hashtag MMA Global India. How many of you done that? Raise your hand. Have you followed the account yet? How many of you followed? Okay, some of you. Rest of you are in the process of doing so. The internet is just fine here. How many of you have actually taken the photograph and selfies with the people sitting around you? All right. Monica has done that. There are other people on the front tables, people at the back tables as well. Please do it. You all look beautiful. You've done that? Awesome. Awesome. So throughout the event, you can take photographs of the sessions of the speakers who are coming on stage. And there's a beautiful board outside where you can take photographs. Whatever you want to post about this event, you can write your takes about the insights that you learn. But please put it on our MMA Global India page along with the hashtag Shape the Future, MMA Impact India as well. Okay, now that we are done with this, let's move forward and make the most of this conference, creating memories, seizing opportunities, and leaving with a renewed sense of purpose and inspiration. So, are you guys ready for the first session to begin? Yes? All right, let's go. So, for our first session, that is going to be the welcome address about neither half full nor half empty. That's a full stack marketer for you. Our welcoming address session, we have an exciting lineup of engaging sessions, keynote speeches, networking opportunities. So without further ado, I would like to officially kickstart the conference, and it's my honor and privilege to invite on stage Monica Khurana, country head and board member, MMA Global India, a dynamic leader known to evangelize and shape narratives of the future. With 23 plus years of experience in digital marketing and a deep passion to bring best in class practices and frameworks to help future proof marketing, she continues to be committed to making impact bigger and better every year and has brought it to New Delhi this time. So let's put our hands together for Monica Khurana.
Thank you, Ushma. So the room is also half full and half empty as I see it, just like our full stack marketer, but nice and cheerful faces out here. And I'm absolutely excited to do this in Delhi. We put so much heart into this edition because it means so much. It's our launch edition. And with all of you being here, it's super special. So thank you again. And thank you very, very much. All right. So I have a very, very interesting welcome for you guys to really reflect hard and gear up to a mindset which I wanted to have through the day, right? Okay. So having said that, whilst you are familiar with the theme of the day, I do want to spend some time sharing with you the importance and context of why this theme, right? To be able to do that, I want to spend the next couple of minutes bringing alive the full stack marketer for you. Have we heard that term before? Yes? Show of hands. Have we heard the term full stack marketer before? Maybe. Okay. Maybe not. And that's fair. We didn't need to. We just didn't need to. But now we sure do need to. We need to understand what a full stack marketer is all about. And why is that so? Because they are the pioneers of integrated marketing in the man and machine world. And yes, it is a man slash woman and machine world, not an either or world, right? Okay, I do have some interesting slides which you'll keep seeing as I talk you through it. So keep looking into it as well. Okay, so just to deepen our understanding of a full stack marketer and to understand more about them, they are empowered marketers serving empowered customers in an empowered world. And they're well versed with both traditional and digital marketing strategies to drive performance, leverage data and technology, whilst building brand and reputation with storytelling, design, and cultural relevance. So now that we have context to who is a full stack marketer, let's understand why do organizations need them. And I'm going to take Tanya's help to run you through a little meme, which will make it interesting. And then I'll actually tell you why do we need them. Okay, so let's go, Tanya. This is a marketing department, just visualize it. So what do CEOs think we do?
Burn money.
This is marketer we're talking about. What do other departments think we do?
Try to put pieces of a puzzle together.
All right. What we think of outside marketing suggestions?
Creatively challenged.
All right. What society doesn't realize we do?
Build better brands.
Absolutely. What we think we do?
Come up with ideas as genius as Einstein.
You heard that. And what we actually do to revenue?
Growth, growth, growth.
Totally. That's what we actually do, right? That's what a marketer actually does. Okay. So, just so that now we get into why do we need one? So, as per an MMA study, 59% of marketers believe that cross functional collaboration is the most important factor in driving growth. And believably so. As per our recently released Modern Marketing Reckoner, 63% of marketing budgets will be spent on digital marketing, whilst the use of emerging technology such as artificial intelligence and machine learning will enable close to 15% higher productivity. Hence, the lines automatically are blurring of a traditional and a digital marketer. And the only way forward to be empowered, to take decisions across functions, to take risks and be vulnerable while staying close to the consumer is by being a completed for me. Thank you so much. Yes, that's what it is. So, now that we know who is a full stack marketer, why do we need them? What do they really need to do in the organization? Let's understand that. And more so, let's understand how do we transform into a full stack marketer. That's where MMA comes into the picture, right? You know now why do we need one, what's the context, how important it is, but how do you get there? So that's where MMA can be your ally to enable just that. There are a bunch of things MMA does and has been doing so to fuel this journey. It started to pivot even before the chat GPT era. Let me share some of the ways in which you can leverage MMA and, like what we call, our stock moving initiatives to be able to transform into a full stack marketer. So, there are a couple of things you should be looking out for. MMA has set up a marketing organizational structural think tank called MOST, which helps build structures that combine right processes, people, and technology to drive business growth, with the foresight that change has to be inside out and top down, right? So, MMA has built robust frameworks and tools which are carefully curated by industry experts and can be leveraged to map and bridge gaps that can improve marketing capabilities. What next? We've carefully curated modules to drive skilling that can enable the transformation of the role we're forced to play today. to serve today's customers, right? And like we said, that we all need to learn from each other. So MMA brings several networking and learning opportunities to enable it. This event being one such initiative, right? Where we have Impact, which is our annual event to enable learning, networking. We have Smarties, our annual awards program to draw inspiration for cutting edge work. We have Data Unplugged, which helps you gear up to think data first. And we have recently launched MMA Digital Commerce Dialogues, which is an ongoing series to drive commerce led growth. So, those are some of the ways to network and learn. So, we've understood how MMA can enable skilling, how you can network, how you can use our frameworks. But beyond that, you really need to stay updated. And how are you going to do that? The only way to remain relevant is by continuously learning and being updated. MMA globally has taken the lead to bring cutting edge resources in the form of white papers, reports, ecosystem studies to bring just that to you. India itself, please note, has launched 15 plus reports and white papers in the last 18 months, right? So every alternate month, we've actually been able to produce very high quality content, which, by the way, was effort probably which took 12 to 15 months of work before it reached you, right? And alongside, what we do is we have our task forces who are continuously working on the key narratives with us to drive areas like data, e-commerce, new media, and emerging tech. All of these, which we just spoke about, are ways which in turn help create a marketing flywheel that accelerates business growth and sets new standards for marketing excellence. Given that MMA is the only body which brings the ecosystem together to enable and empower the marketing community and seek the best to grow at scale, we ourselves walk the talk by being agile and keep the narrative refreshed in collaboration with the best minds in the industry. The latest cohort to join the MMA bandwagon is the insurgent community. Given that the new age thinking and benchmarks they are setting with rapid adoption of emerging tech, we got to learn from them. Several of our new age marketers are amongst us as well and are going to be instrumental in enabling a whole lot of reverse mentoring in the day. Having said that, MMA is now a melting pot for large and established organizations to learn from emerging ones and, of course, vice versa. So, before we kick off the day, I do want to do a quick set of thank yous and offer my gratitude to all the key people who I should be calling out, right? So, I'd like to wholeheartedly thank our partners who made the Impact Delhi edition possible, some of whom also supported the Mumbai edition, and we absolutely are thankful to you for being a part of it and for making Impact a two-city annual edition effective this year. Next, a huge shout out to our MMA India board, without whom we wouldn't have been able to shape the narrative as sharply as we've been able to. And of course, our MMA members who are a part of our task forces and who are extremely engaged in various initiatives with MMA. So, today we do have a bespoke lineup of speakers for you and a very thought through agenda. And I genuinely mean it. We've curated it extremely finely and richly. It is going to comprise of a series of sessions to relearn, rebuild, and rethink, whether it's new media or even a mindset change to think like an insurgent. And not only that, you should really remain glued through the day. You know why? Because we are going to launch our GTM guide for ONDC, which is being unveiled by a very special guest who will be joining us in the day, followed by a fireside chat, which I'm super excited to do with Varun to help decode sniper and bazooka choices in business. And you'll learn more about it. It's really a very rich conversation to look forward to. Having said that, I'm really hoping I can rub shoulders with all of you in due course of the day. And I truly hope, you leave this room enriched to win in the dynamic environment as you begin your journey to transform into full stack marketers right here, because the glass is neither half full nor half empty. And that's your full stack marketer waiting to relearn, rethink, and rebuild. Rebuild. So thank you very much, everybody, and have a lovely day ahead.
Let's have a huge round of applause for Monica Kurana. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful welcome address and for setting up the context of the day. Before we start the next session, let me tell all the speakers and all the panelists that there is a specified time limit that you will be able to see right in front of the screen. And when that time limit is over, there's going to be a buzzer as well. This is how it's going to sound. So we don't like the buzzers. So we would like you all to please stick to the time limit so that we can run on as per the agenda. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, which is about marketing excellence, embracing the strengths of insurgents, we have a very eminent speaker with us, Amit Jain from MMA India Board Chair and Chairman L'Oreal India, with a career spanning over 3 decades in 5 continents in sectors like FMCG, retail, entertainment, media, and beauty. Amit joined L'Oreal India in August 2018 and as a managing director. As the board chair of MMA India, Amit Jain plays a pivotal role in driving the growth and evolution of marketing practices. Under his leadership, MMA India has become a prominent platform for fostering collaboration and innovation within the marketing community. With his visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to excellence, Amit continues to shape the marketing landscape in India. And for the next session, let's have a huge round of applause for Amit Jain.
Good morning and welcome, everyone. This is quite a gathering, and I'm being told that this is going to build up during the day. But what really strikes me is the sheer diversity of people I've met outside while having a cup of coffee. So we got people from the brands, the publishers, the agencies, technology, exciting people from the world of AI. This is a truly diverse community, and I think most importantly, it's not just the speakers and the sessions here, but the time we'll be spending outside learning from each other. But yeah, a few reflections. I was just listening to Monica over here, and I think, Monica, you've been far too modest about MMA. In my experience with MMA over the last couple of years, MMA has really emerged to be a very credible industry platform. So I'd like to, congratulate the entire team over here, Monica, Tanya, Rudra, Pooja, Priyanka, and of course the redoubtable head of our Asia MMA, Rohit, who's flown down from Singapore to be with us. Yeah. So all of you, big congratulations to you. Because for most of you, MMA is relatively new, but over the last 2 years, MMA has almost doubled its footprint within the country. It exists globally, and Rohit will talk more about it. But in India, now, as Monica mentioned, more than 15 marketing toolkits over the last couple of years, and they've been handholding the industry as we grapple with the immense change which has been happening around us. So today, MMA is a truly diverse body, as I just mentioned in the morning, and the presence of this audience over here is a very good testimony to what's happening. Very importantly, I think MMA has won the right to talk about a really big topic, which is building winning marketing organizations. And this has been driven by the fact that there have been really comprehensive toolkits, research papers, not just put up by MMA, but all its members. You saw that on the board. We've got, the best in class brands in the country, both multinational as well as our Indian brands, the agencies, the tech enablers, the big media platforms, all of them have put together something which is really meaningful. Yeah. And what's very nice is, since this is a non-profit for industry body, all this is available to everyone over here. So you've got the placards on your table with a QR code. You can actually get into it, browse what's the content there. Don't do it now. Yeah. I just want 5 minutes of your attention. But this content is available to all of yourselves. So we are democratizing content over here. And over the day, you will realize there's lots of good, exciting stuff which is going to be coming your way. And very importantly, talking from my perspective as a business guy, MMA is not about flashy charts. It's not about sexy presentations. This is really about creating a culture within your organizations on building marketing excellence. Yeah. And some of our board members will be talking later in the day about the fact that they have actually piloted this. I can see Sunita right here, who had put up her hand, uh, taking whatever are the marketing playbooks and converting them into reality in a thriving business. It's a big challenge to take theory and take it into practice, but that's what MMA and some of our members are beginning to do. Yeah. So coming to the theme today, yeah, winning marketing organizations 2.0, rethink, relearn, rebuild. And this theme has been inspired by a global study which MMA has done, and Rohit is going to talk about more about the global credentials of MMA. But the study, very simply, the bottom line is organizations which lead on revenue and on customer acquisitions can be distinguished by the kind of investments which they make on marketing capability and the footprint. Yeah. And there is data which backs it, and you'll be able to access it as you get into some of the work which MMA has done. And now coming on to the team today, it's winning marketing organizations 2.0. So this is now the time to raise the bar. And today's focus is going to be around data, emerging technology, specifically AI. We have a really significant function section now, immediately after this, led by Rohit and Rahul. And I know I'm standing in the way of what you guys have really come for, but let me just set it up for you. And of course, digitizing commerce. We'll have ONDC over here. We've got some excellent stuff from media. And what you're going to have is a really rewarding day. So put away your mobile phones and focus, because today you're truly going to get challenged in some of the stuff which you've been thinking about. So, speaking for L'Oreal, the winning marketing organization is a journey which we embarked about 4 or 5 years back. Well, precisely 4 years back, just before the pandemic. And no surprises, with a lot of inspiration from what we were learning from MMA, and on a fundamental belief around our mission, which is beauty that moves the world. We believe in building deeper connections with our consumers and our brands through beauty tech and some of the great tools which we've been picking up thanks to our association with the Modern Marketing Association. And the two pillars which we've really been focusing on, which is stellar online plus offline consumer experience and providing data-backed digital and media services. Very importantly, what we have learned over the last few years as we go about the winning marketing organization is the way we thought about marketing organizations has been stood on its head now. Yeah. So the standard marketing, the organograms, etc., they just don't work. And to give you an example, we now build tribes around customers. So as opposed to the classical brand activation kind of setup, now we've got tribes which are multifunction. So you've got the brand activation, the pure brand guys, insights, supply chain, finance, and of course, a big chunk of technology and data. All of them come together seamlessly around customers for creating value for the customers and the consumers they choose. And then they break up again and go and mold themselves around the next opportunity. So the sheer flexibility of marketing organizations has been a huge learning for us at L'Oreal. And the other piece of it is, not everybody is born doing this great stuff. So building centers of excellence around future capabilities, which are driven by the changes which we are seeing over around ourselves. So building COEs around data-led media, uh, around using data for consumer activation, influencers. Once we had the COEs in place, we had the confidence of moving now almost 80% of our media online and big chunks of it onto influencers, because the kind of returns which we are seeing over there has exceeded many of our internal expectations as well. But this is not an advertisement for L'Oreal. I think this is just to underline the fact that we deeply believe in investing in winning marketing organizations. And now, of course, all of the stuff, the good stuff which we thought we had done over the last 4 years, has been challenged. 2 weeks back, I was attending a talk by Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT, to make it very simple. And pretty much over there, through the use of clear use cases, he brought out the fact that marketing as we know it might stand on its head over the next year. And that's exactly going to be the section immediately after me. So this really calls for completely rethinking on the paradigm of marketing. And which is why today's theme, we've got a big part of the emergence of the insurgents, the disruptive players. What can we learn from there? So this is not about marketing theory. We are trying to make today's session as real time as possible. And it has been proven time and again over the last couple of years. I was at an awards jury yesterday in Mumbai, and the kind of brilliant work which we are seeing on the use of digital artificial intelligence, yeah, you don't read about it. We were seeing now entries from a variety of organizations, and most of them insurgent organizations. So let me talk about what insurgents are. Bain and Company, through a study, has found that companies which keep a founder's mindset, that mentality, and are deeply driven by customer experience, innovation, digital transformation, hmm, are 2.6 times as likely than their peers to be in the top quartile for revenue growth. Yeah. Now, a lot of numbers. Fundamentally, the insurgent mindset drives growth. There's no two ways about it. And that is why we've got a galaxy of speakers and participants in the panels later in the afternoon, which are people who will really talk about the insurgent mindset. We've got the founder of Sirona, which is a female hygiene company. Deep, he'll be coming this afternoon. He'll be talking about how they built Peabody, a woman hygiene brand, with very little resources, with the use of social media, to build a brand which is now growing faster than all its peers in the category. He'll be talking about the response to sanitary pads, which are driven by the big multinational brands, and how instead of doing a Me Too, they started upgrading consumers with better products and moving them into cups. And now I'm given to understand there are more than 2 million women who are actually using the product in the last couple of years. So there's some outstanding insurgent marketing which is happening there. We've got a very exciting speaker, Astha, who's the founder of New Shop. And this is just to tell you that all great marketing is not just online. So this is an offline first model, which has created in the last 3 years the largest C-store enterprise, convenience store enterprise in the country, which is predicated on, surprise, surprise, because I can see some retailers over here, zero discounts, zero cost of acquisition of consumers. And despite that, they are right now the fastest growing and the biggest. Around simple ethos of flexibility, they have the ability to build stores in a week flat. Everything which goes into building a C store goes into a 14-foot container. And they have now the ability to build 200 new stores every month. Yeah, this is a 3-year-old startup. So that's the kind of stuff we'll be seeing, and that's the kind of challenge which some of the incumbent brands, which I represent, are going to be following. So now the incumbents, and I'm looking at some of you whom I recognize very well, we can either adapt, rethink, relearn, as is the theme of the conference, or lose a lot of market share. So we have, and I'm saying we because clearly we are the people who are challenged. We got the advantage of large marketing budgets, big resources, global learnings, but under serious challenge from the insurgents. And this is our opportunity today and in the future, given the great material which MMA is generating, to learn from the insurgents and figure out what we can do. There's a famous analyst called Joe Root who rightly put the question for the big incumbents who are competing against the disruption is how to combine their own scale and advantages with the speed and agility of the insurgents. So, not just be big, but be very, very fast and agile. And very few firms are doing it today. So, while I'm making no tall claims, but of course, my personal experience over the last couple of years is focused in L'Oreal. And, you know, we were confronted by, we're a challenger brand, believe it or not, huh? Because our main competitor is more than 3x our scale. What do you do in something like this? So we stood the marketing handbook on its head and we decided to build a coalition. Over a period of 2 years, specifically during the pandemic, we trained almost 20,000 of our salon partners, 20,000. We are talking about 100,000 people on social marketing, on geo-targeting, with the help of our colleagues from Google, Meta, and such like. And thank you very much for building this coalition for us. So we actually created a bunch of 20,000 marketing touch points who started drilling into the cohorts for premium brands on a highly localized, relevant, meaningful manner, and created a marketing machine today, which has become an extension of our L'Oreal professional brands. That's just one example. We've been deeply diving into technology, and yeah, another 2 minutes, using virtual try-on. If you go online onto a Nika or an Amazon or any of our websites, you will see the advantages of now trying out our brands virtually, which obviously drives amazing consumer experience and much higher conversions. Yeah, so, you know, focusing on what is really important today is the fact that there is an immense learning opportunity, which is driven by technology, which is driven by the insurgents who are right now sprinkled liberally around you, and there'll be a lot more of them coming here, because MMA is a true melting pot. Given the fact that it is a not-for-profit for industry body which democratizes all learnings, we have the unique position of getting the best which is out there and making it available to all of us so that we can learn, build connections, not just over here in the sessions, but outside when we're having a cup of coffee, and creating a better, more innovative and a collaborative marketing approach there. So with this now, I'd like to formally open the forum to some of the most amazing speakers over here. And I'm really excited about meeting a lot of you and learning your stories and your thoughts on what it takes to create a winning marketing organization. Thank you very much.
Let's have a round of applause for Amit Jain. So I would request you to please stay back on stage for a moment. Please be here. I would also request Sudarshan Sharma, Senior Director, Monetization, Flipkart, to kindly come up on stage, as we would like to present a token of appreciation to Amit Jain. That's okay, sir. You have come here, given us your time. It means a lot to us. We also have these goodie bags specially curated for our speakers. Well, I'm sure you won't be able to carry them all the way, so you can collect these goodie bags from outside. They will be given to you. All right, we are all ready for our next session about unveil of a global MMA study, State of AI in Marketing. And for the same, we have with us Rohit Dadwal, MMA board member and managing director, MMA APAC, a highly visible industry advocate with over 22 plus years of experience in the internet, digital, and mobile spheres, with experience spanning different roles and across different industry verticals. May I please invite to dais Rohit Dadwal.
Thank you, Ushma. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Now that's more like it. How many of you actually know what AI means? Raise your hands. Be honest to yourself. What AI means for you? Raise. How many have actually used AI? Okay. Let me ask you. What have you used in AI? ChatGPT? That's AI for you, right? ChatGPT. Okay. How many know that AI is being used and has been used by all of you in the last 10 years? Few of us, right? How many know that you will only be using majority of your work on AI going forward? That's the reality. That's the reality check. That's exactly what Amit was alluding to when he mentioned his discussion with Salt Orban, that AI is going to change. It's not just going to change the world. Within the world sphere, it's going to change what AI means for advertising and marketing. Or, in other words, what advertising and marketing is as we know it is going to change. Is going to change very quickly. And I think we all need to be aware of it. I'm not sure how much we can be ready to adapt to it right away, but at least we need to be aware and be ready, as Amit again alluded, adaptability, agility. We all need to be there. As an industry, that is an impetus on us because we will not be able to do what the consumer needs. And consumer is always right. They are the first ones who adopt new technologies, but they adopt it for their consumption, for their preferences. What I'm going to share with you today is a report, a research that we undertook at MMA globally on the state of AI in marketing. And this actually started about 6 months back. AI is new, right? Everybody knows. But it was 6 months back when a few of the marketeers on our board, global board, at a regional board, and other, started asking, what are we doing on AI? What is AI going to be? How will it impact us? And we needed to walk the talk. If the automation industry, if the advertising industry, the marketing industry is going to do this, and this is something which is coming our way, how do we understand what that will mean for us? So what I'm going to share with you is a very brief insight. It's a very detailed report. I'm not going to take the whole day to give you that insight, but a very high level insights of what we have figured out doing this research with the top 200 brands around the world, with the leading marketing agencies, with the publishers, our partners, our member ecosystem, of what they believe and what they know of AI, and how this will help transcend what advertising and marketing will be as we move forward. I'd like this to be interactive. If you have any points, any point of view on a particular data point, please do please do raise your hand. I'll like it to be so that we all understand where we are. It's something that we all are struggling with, to be honest, and we need to know that. But it's also very good that we know that it's coming and we are getting ready for it. So what I'm going to share with you is a very high level data of what the benchmark study was about and what we were looking at. So you need to see this in context of three things: growth agenda and use cases. Is there a growth agenda behind AI? And are they active use cases which marketeers are using today? What that really means is there a framework for AI in marketing? AI, if you look at it, if I were to stand here in this particular room, I would say AI for us is broadly categorized today as Gen AI, generative AI. You all know what generative AI is, right? Mid Journey, DALI, that's what we feel generative AI is. Chat GPT at one end, somebody wanting to write a communication letter or an email or whatever. The report focuses on senior marketers to also understand and present what the risk and governance of this is. It's very good to know. Sorry. It's very good to know that this is coming, this is going to change the world and all. But please understand, it has huge impact on governance. It is very risky. Some of you may already know, Samsung has officially banned the use of generative AI. Income, which is one of the biggest insurance and financial service providers, has actually officially announced that AI can only be used for exploration purposes and not for the consumption of the consumer. Because if I were to put an AI based ad, a creative, there are many challenges. Who's the owner? Where did that image originate from? Who has the copyright for that? Anybody can sue you today. Big organizations don't want to take that risk. This is a multi-billion-dollar risk. I'm not trying to scare you, but that's reality, and we need to be aware of it. And that all boils down to the winning marketing organization. How do organizations adapt? How do we understand what the capabilities are and how we take those capabilities and make them part of our growth agenda? So that's really the key highlights. This presentation will be shared with all of you, and you can see the detailed 40, 50 slides or more than that. But before I deep dive into this, what I want to call out is I'm not trying to state the obvious, but this is it. We are at an inflection point. There is and is continuing to be built the business cases, use cases around it. The organizations are being challenged. The data challenges, the leadership challenges also hinder the growth. It's not just one way, it also hinders growth. So you need to be ready for that. And leadership doesn't only start at the top, leadership starts at every level. Because if you were to look at AI, it's not about the CEO making a decision that we want to, or the CMO making a decision that we want to adapt to AI. It has various aspects to it. The marketing department, within the marketing department, there are departments. IT has to support it. The procurement has to support it. We don't talk about finance, but they have to support it. They have to understand what they are even trying to procure in the market. So all that is going to happen. And it's really time to think about what AI related risks are right now. I'm not going to spend too much time on the risks, but I'm going to give you a quick overview of AI. So we asked the question, what is AI in the CX, consumer experience environment? And this is the result that you have on the screen. Everybody talks about, 50% of the audience is talking about scaling being done in the last 12 months. 50% of the big organization have started to scale. The numbers can be small. They can be scaling from 1%, but they are scaling. They are realizing the potential. And 53% of marketeers have done at least some amount of AI testing in the last 1-2 years. And it's going to just get amplified as we go forward. But if you look at it from a funnel perspective, what does the activation and personalization um, mean for that? It is the number one use case today because it's the easiest use case. We've been doing this for the years. Chat bots, etc., have been doing. Personalization has been done. CRM has been done. We used to call it machine learning. Some people called it AI, but it was happening, and that continues to drive the agenda for us. Activation and personalization is 47% of what marketeers are looking at using AI for in the immediate future, or have already started adopting because it's an easy path forward. Production, not so much. With all the hype around generative AI, it's not happening because the frameworks are not there. So if you guys are looking at using this, the framework is very important, and every organization needs to have that. MMA, based on this, is going to come out with the toolkit, the framework, the RFI, etc. So how marketers can look at it. Measurement is another key element. Is going to help change that. And I'm sure when Rahul comes on stage after me, and he's the expert, I am not, he's going to talk about how it is actually going to impact the industry and some specific use cases of how the new, the insurgents, as you say, will upset the big players in the market. And these are the small startups whom you don't even know of today. They are going to come in 6 months' time and take your bread away. And we need to be aware of that. We need to be ready for that. And customer service, as I said, marketers are using that. So despite the excitement, the industry is still in a very early phase, as I said, um, from organizational understanding to vision to knowledge sharing process, investments, etc. And when we say AI is important, it's also the backbone of the customer service industry. But please don't forget, the backbone of that industry is also IT within your organization. So that relationship, which 10 years back started with the CDO in a marketing organization, then CTO getting involved in this organization, those functions, those organizations are going to change because you will not be able to do it. AdTech and MarTech to a certain extent was able to be driven insular of the rest of the organization. This will not. This will require the entire organization to come together. So overall, there's a good understanding and motivation within the organization. But again, as I said, it needs a very robust business plan, business thinking. And that can only be done if the results are being validated. If there is any significant use case, if you guys have, any one of you has a use case on AI? No, not even a single hand. If you do, please share it with MMA. We would like the rest of the industry to know about it. We will share some of the use cases that we are working on so that it gives you an idea of what needs to be done. If there are any use cases, please feel free to reach out to Monica, to me, because we would like to share, even if they are not 100% success, but that's a starting point. And partial ownership and accountability. And this is what I was talking about. It is very important to figure that out, that it is not going to be a significantly insular or a single point accountability. It is going to be a shared accountability across the entire organization. And this one, for a change, if I may, will not only be driven by the C level. It has to be done at every level. Even a small copywriter has to understand how he's going to use and learn prompts if he wants to use it. How many of you know how to write prompts? 2, 3. Are you experts in writing prompts? I just came across, I've just bookmarked a page on my browser of 750 prompts that a marketing organization should know. 750 prompts. It's actually, I can share that link with you guys. And that's just the beginning. If you even want to get into chat gpt to get something in marketing, there's 750 prompts, and there's a way and a structure to write those prompts. Otherwise you are not going to get anywhere. You can write, when I started first, I used Dali and Midjourney to get one creative. I spent 25 credits, one creative. Now I'm down to 12, but it's still nowhere close to, and each credit comes at a cost, and it's not cheap. Anyways, moving on, pre-existing issues with data are coming to surface, and data quality, data depth, system integration, these are all going to surface as we move forward. So organizations need to introduce these new set of challenges. These are being introduced to them, the lack of precision, the lack of availability, etc. But what is most important is they have to understand that measurement, which is an ongoing challenge in the digital world. And my buzzer is going to ring in 20 seconds, and I will take 1 minute more than that. Is is an ongoing challenge since 1994 when internet really started. It's not going to get resolved today. Nor will this be that silver bullet, but it will enhance the capabilities for every part of the marketing organization to be able to establish the return of investment, the measurement and data around that. And the last slide that I want to leave you with is, it's all very nice, it's all very hunky-dory. This is the future. But please be mindful. It comes at certain risks. It comes with certain challenges. Governance being the biggest one of them. Understanding skills is the second biggest. You need to be aware of that precision of using the data, using AI. You need to be aware of the creation of quality of data that comes out, the content, the marketing efforts that are going to be delivered through it. It's all need to be understood very properly and then become a part of the strategy as we move forward. 15% of organizations have a proper strategy to explain the impact of AI. I would love to know if there's anybody in the room who has a strategy in AI here. I am also wondering, when I saw this data, who are these 15% marketeers who actually understand and have a strategy on AI? And we are going to go to them and ask them for that data so that we can share it with you. But I'm skeptical. What they think they know and what they actually know may not be the same. So we need to be very aware of that. And very few organizations are concerned with, 13% are concerned with employees. I think that's a myth. We did a small series of statements, and we asked some of our regional board members and some marketeers saying, what does AI mean for everybody? And we posted it on social media and all. And while I was asked by my marketing team, and I had to think a lot about it. And to me, it was one statement: AI will not take your job, nobody's job. AI will not take your job. The person who knows how to operate AI will take your job. That's the difference. So this myth about somebody taking your job is the person who knows how to effectively write the prompt, use AI, etc. Maybe that may be the person to do that. And governance, as I said, governance is key to do that. Companies in the leadership position have to understand that the prioritization and generalization of this has to go through the entire organization and not at one level only, because this is not singular. It's not singular to any one part of the organization. Therefore, the initiation also has to be done from ground level or top level, but the deployment also at the other end has to reflect both of those points. So, recap, we are at an inflection point. It is something we all should be very excited with. I am personally, even to get those mid-journey images for my presentations or writing chat GPT prompts. But for advertising and marketing on the whole, the business cases are looking, they are starting to come. Maybe Rahul can share one or two of them as we move forward. But do look forward to them. Use them as your study material. That is where you are going to build. Strategy is going to be done across the organization, and it's really time to think about what those risks are. We like it, but we need to be aware of at what cost it comes. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you like the presentation, the insights, and you can get the detailed presentation by mailing us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rohit. Please stay back on the stage for a moment. May I invite on stage Devika Sharma from InMobi Glance to kindly come up and present a token of appreciation to Rohit Dadwal, who has given a beautiful insights about AI and the risks involved.
Thank you.
Come on, can we all please have our hands together for this wonderful session? Thank you very much once again. Thank you, Devika, for doing the honors. Thank you, Rohit, for giving us a wonderful session. Well, we all are in the age where we're all wondering what all AI can do. AI could be leading us to a next generation of tech. But let me tell you quickly about a small incident that I had a couple of days ago. I wrote smile in chat GPT and it said, I am an artificial intelligence tool. I don't know about human emotions. Then I wrote excitement. Again, the same answer. I don't know about human emotions. So I was like content. My job is not going anywhere because connecting with an audience involves human emotions. We all need that to connect with each other. So AI could be doing a lot of things, but not my job. So my paycheck is safe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, post lunch, we are going to have an interesting master class about rethinking everything you know about media quality, delving into the criticality of media quality and safety in today's super dynamic and evolving ecosystem. Let's learn more about how one can tread cautiously but surely and also optimize one's media investments. In this masterclass, we have with us Nachiket Deol, who is Head of Sales India at Double Verify, elaborating on how best marketers can leverage and maximize their advertising spends. This masterclass will be conducted at 2:45 p.m. in the Glass House. So if anyone here is interested in participating in the masterclass, please go to the registration desk and register yourself. All right. Now, do we have the MMA India board members here? Yes? Can I invite all the MMA India board members on stage? We would like to take this opportunity to have a group photograph with all of you. So I invite you all to please come up. First up, to all the board members, thank you all for joining us today, and thank you so much for organizing this platform for all of us. Can we all have a round of applause for all the MMA India board members? Thank you so much. Not all of them are here. Some of them will be joining us later. So we'll probably have one more picture later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time to now move on to the next keynote session that is on the topic from data to dollars, marketing insights from AI first investments. We are going to have a Q&A session at the end of the session. And for the same, we have with us Rahul Agarwala, managing partner, Sense AI Ventures. Rahul has built and exited ventures in digital media, knowledge management, and big data analytics. As an investor, he focuses on early stage ventures in artificial intelligence and enterprise SaaS. He also enjoys solving early stage challenges of product, team, and go to market. Can we all please put our hands together for Mr. Rahul Agarwala?
Thank you. So good afternoon. No, we are still at good morning. So I hope you all are awake. I think that last session, Rohit did a great job of sharing, actually your views on AI, right? I'd love to hear more about it. But so let's get started with this simple question. I'm hoping everybody knows the answer to this. Which application got to 100 million users the fastest ever? ChatGPT? How many people knew that? Great. So while that is interesting, let's look at what that means from a business perspective. Sorry, we seem to have gone one ahead. Yeah. So Chegg, if you know what Chegg is a education company, right? Question and answer. They lost most of their value, 70% of their value gone within 2 months. So ChatGPT launches, their value is gone. Nvidia, which makes the chips on which ChatGPT is trained, value is up 135%. Means that's close to $1 trillion of value created, and this has happened now. So AI is now. I think that is the key point you must take back. I'm hoping you'll take back from today's session is that that's not something you can ignore. Rohit's session talked about all the different aspects, where organizations are, what's happening, some of the priorities. But it's actually up to each one of you, right? If you guys don't take up the cudgels now, you all will be left behind. That's my simple point to you. Uh, I think these statements, the key point I wanted to make out of these statements is all the big guys are heavily investing into AI, right? Googles of the world are spending billions of dollars, buying companies, setting up R&D, hiring people. Salaries in AI have gone through the roof. And because of all this, the growth in AI is exponential. So, as Rohit rightly said in the survey, ChatGPT is an inflection point, but that's not the only inflection point. There are multiple J curves which have driven us to ChatGPT, right? Whether you look at research, look at the number of papers, classic J curve, right? And this is just going to keep going up. Same with model sizes, bigger is better, right? And this is just the public's interest in AI. All this basically tells you that it's not just about where we are today. Chat GPT is a point in time. It was the starting gun for the kind of the AI race for all of us to realize that AI is real. But it's the starting gun. It's a long race. Please think of this, if you look at it from internet years perspective, this is the Netscape IPO in 1996. The game just started. Right? And it's like a tsunami, right? You see the first ripples in the middle of the sea, few inches. By the time it reaches the coast, 100 feet, right? So that's what's going to happen. Why? Because adoption is wide. It affects every industry. It literally affects every job. And your industry is going to be impacted the most. And I'll come to that. The innovation, because it's so rapid, the growth is exponential, both from adoption perspective and capability perspective. That means more and more things are going to become possible. All the issues you hear about or read about around chat GPT, generative AI, from hallucination to whether it's bias, all the risks associated with AI, of course they're there. And we'll talk about that. But the point is, this is that baby which has just walked out of the, crawled out of the crib. What is going to happen in 5 years? It's a J curve, remember. So how's the growth going to go? And machine learning's already always been there, right? I mean, if we can call them insurgents, though none of these guys are insurgents anymore. They've all been using ML and AI for a long time. Various use cases. And from ad targeting, pricing, recommendations, personalization, all of this has been happening. None of this is new. But what is new is now we are finally attacking all the human things we thought was the domain of us humans, to see things, to read things, to hear things. Now we can, all those senses AI has got, right? AI can write from stories to poems to getting you recipes. We've all tried some of this in ChatGPT. You can now replicate sounds. It takes 3 seconds of a human voice to be able to replicate it using AI. Right? 3 seconds of your voice, and AI can replicate it with about 97% accuracy. It's crazy. This is a massive change in capability. It still has a lot of kinks in it, but all that will go. And as marketers, these are the senses you really care about, right? This is your communication. This is how people perceive the world, and that AI can affect today. And which is why this is a report from McKinsey, $500 billion of impact. is what they're talking about in marketing and sales. Highest, amongst the highest across every function, marketing and sales will have the highest impact from generative AI. Why is that so? Because marketing is fundamentally a mix of creative work and analytical work around data, right? So you take that, and those are the strengths of generative AI. Does really well with lots of data and creates new stuff, right? So marketing is going to get impacted. I won't go through each this list, but different functions will get impacted faster, slower, all that will happen. Fact remains, your jobs are not going to stay the same. So moving on, this is a lovely example. The reason I love it, this is a incumbent brand, right? Heinz. So somebody at Heinz, a marketer at Heinz, tried out these kind of prompts: ketchup, scuba diving, ketchup in outer space, and all they got back were Heinz bottles. Yeah. So then they up to consumers, ask consumers for prompts, and the best prompts all got ads were made and put on social media. So here was an incumbent brand simply because the brand is so strongly associated with the ketchup. All generative AI saw was Heinz when you typed in ketchup. And that became a great viral thing for them to use. So the point I'm making is, for incumbents there, you have certain advantages. Generative AI uses the data as it exists today. Your data dominates. Your content dominates. Use that advantage. But that's not all there is going to be, right? There's going to be lots of new stuff. There's going to be the whole creator economy. That's changing stuff. I'm now going to talk to you about a tool which, this is one of my portfolio companies. So little plug here. So what this does, this is a product called Emo. Emo basically uses emotion AI, and it detects emotion from your facial expressions. So the way you used to run marketing panels in days ago, which is call people to a room, show them a video, ask them whether they liked it or not, ask them a bunch of questions, get their reaction. That consumer panel studies, these guys just make it completely digital. The whatever you want to show your audience arrives on your phone. You open up your camera, you see the thing, and it happens. And they even democratize it further, right? Which is, imagine a creator can send the same video to 5 of his friends before putting it up online and get them to react. Just get them to see it. And Emo will actually detect the emotions. It will detect the emotions through the video, right? When were they attentive? When were they excited? When were they angry? And it will tell you prompts on where you can change it. Was your hook good? Because on social media, the hook matters. On TikTok, the hook matters. So it goes ahead and tells you all of that. The point I'm making is, content creation is no longer just something which is done by experts. Everybody does it. It's going to get easier with generative AI. And that completely changes your perspective, your jobs as marketers. Moving on. Okay, so now I'll come to that portion which I really want to spend more time on, and would love to make this interactive. I'll say a bunch of stuff, but then I would love to hear from all of you, right? I'm trying to help think through what is the, so AI you'll adopt. I'm sure after what you heard from Rohit, what you've been reading, you'll all been thinking about AI. How many of you been thinking about adopting AI or want to know more about it? Yeah, great. See, everybody's raising the hand. So that's great. So how do you do it, right? So what I'm trying to do is help build some sort of a roadmap by talking about the key challenges, and then we'll make it interactive, do the Q&A, right? So leadership buy-in, very obvious, right? Unless top management buys it, things are not going to go down. It needs that approval. But as Rohit nicely pointed out, it is not just about top management. It's not just the CMO saying, hey, let's do this. See, there's fear in the organization. And that's where the cultural alignment comes in, because a lot of people think their jobs will go away, right? There is fear, there's resistance to change, and this especially impacts incumbents. Larger organizations have a lot more people who feel their jobs at risk, which makes it much harder for the movement forward. Even if top management buys it, the project dies. The point I'm making to you is, you if you let that happen, what you're going to have is only the insurgents winning, because these technologies fundamentally change the cost structure completely. Just to give you one example, one of my other company called skid.ai, they automate call centers, right? So today, many of you will be having call centers where customers are calling in and complaining about their products, and that's a lot of people, especially if you're a large company, you're ICICI Bank. They just removed a whole bunch of people from ICICI Bank because they moved to skid.ai. So if a computer does that entire job, it's going to change. So some low-level jobs will go away, actually go away. But I don't think the marketing jobs are going away. I think the way Rohit put it, which is the guy who knows how to use AI will take your job away, I would think is 100% true. So my suggestion to you is buy into it today. Upskill. Skills need to change. You need to know what this can do and what it can't. There's a lot of stuff it can't do, right? But a lot of stuff is already happening. And many of its problems will get solved much like we learn, AI will learn. And I just want to talk about that little bit is we have something called reinforcement learning based on human feedback. The human feedback is critical there, but it's much like your coach, right? You make a mistake, your coach tells you made a mistake, it gets better. So that's that. We have a technique now in AI called reflection. You ask AI to say, why did you say this? Much like we ask other people when we don't understand something or don't agree with it, why do you think so? And it gets better at its answers. The point I'm making is this world will keep on evolving. Please evolve with it. Right? Now, coming to the other key pieces on adoption, right? What kind of projects should we take up? So my sincere advice and thought process at least is, and I'd love to get feedback as to what you think are real projects in your organizations. What are the challenges you all are facing? But to me, start with the customer journey, right? The customer journey, how do you use AI to make it better, make it more ideal, right? And I'll just give you one simple example to make you see the difference between the real world and the digital world. In the real world, if you go to a restaurant, when you walk in, the person who's going to seat you asks you, table for two for lunch? Yeah. And then they take you to the table. You have your lunch, you leave the restaurant, you come back after 5 minutes. The person there asks you, did you forget something? They don't ask you the same question, how many for lunch, right? In the real world, it's always personalized. Fundamentally, our lives are personalized. Our experiences are personalized. Digital seems to be promising this personalization, which already existed in real life, right? So, but obviously it is possible to do, right? We do it physically. It will happen digitally as well. So that's why start with customer journey is my simple advice. The other key piece on this, quick wins versus complex projects, right? When you look at a project, depending on how complex it is, how much data is required, all of those questions will factor into when you will achieve an outcome out of it, right? If you're senior management, I would usually say, go build some quick wins, because then you get the organization behind you. Else the change is much harder to drive unless you have quick wins. But you can't leave the complex projects. You can't leave the data plumbing problem till later. It won't work. You need to work on that parallelly. This is not something which you can just say, I'll do. It's not all linear, right? So think about this scheduling problem better. And because of that, This build versus buy is the other key piece which will determine the speed at which you adopt AI, right? And my suggestion is if you don't have the skills, go buy it. Don't wait. There's no time. Time is your enemy. Once you make that statement, you know what you have to do, right? Of course, build muscle. Of course, try to hire. But it's like one engineer told me. When I was in IIT, I did not dream of leaving IIT and becoming a developer in a bank. That's not their dreams. You want to hire those guys, you've got to find ways which is beyond, the obvious today. It's not just about money either. There's just so much stuff happening. There's so much creation going on. So find that talent whichever way you can, right? Whether you can insource it from a partner, you can outsource the entire project, does not matter. What matters is you get started on this journey. And this journey is long. But so there mistakes will happen. That's the other piece on the cultural alignment I'll say is failure is a part of it, right? AI is not perfect, which means results will not always be what you expected them or wanted them to be. They're not as predictable as doing advertising on the Times of India front page. It's not the same, right? But that's the reason you got to learn. The people who learn will be ahead. The people who don't will fall behind. So two challenges I just want to bring out because you hear a lot about them and they are deeper than you think about them. So bias, right? I mean, whether it's racial bias, it's gender bias, it's all kinds of bias, religious bias, which exists in today's data, right? Most large language models or chat GPT equivalents are being trained on the entire internet. The entire internet, as we know it, is a wild, wild place, right? Nobody sits there and says this is good content, this is bad content. It's all content. And as far as ChatGPT goes, it's going to consume all of that. And that's what it will learn, right? It learns from data. That's your AI. It learns only from data, which means if you give it good data, it learns good things. And I'm somehow remembering my mother when I'm saying that, have the right kind of friends, that thought process. And if you don't, then obviously the results are going to be biased. So how do you do that at scale? And especially when you have lots of data, then it becomes a larger problem. But without large amounts of data, it doesn't work any which way. So data is good. Good data is better, right? But even with bad data, you should be able to figure out some of these pieces. You can put guardrails around your AI. What goes into the system should have guardrails. What comes out of the system should have guardrails. That's how you can protect. Other bigger piece and has more regulatory impact is privacy and security. Fundamentally, even today, and I'm sure some of you might have read about these things, ChatGPT is designed not to answer questions like which are the best sites for pirated content, pirated movies. It won't answer that. But if you ask it, which are the sites to avoid so that I don't see pirated movies, it will give you the exact list, the first question. I'll answer the first question. So please understand, and this is just a simple example. If you're a large company, if you put out something, you're a small company and you put out something that is doing really well, you will be attacked. You're a large company, you will be attacked. And attacking AI is still relatively easy. The problem is that it learns from data. The data, all your prompts. I mean, you would have heard that ChatGPT, when you ask it a question, it learns from your prompt. It learns from any content you put into it. That's also its weakness. So once you open up an AI system and people start putting all kinds of stuff, they can mess up your system. Adversarial attacks will happen. So as I said, guardrails to check input data and output data and do better testing. See, these are some of the pieces of cost and preparation that have to go into making external facing AI systems. Some of this is less important when you're doing it only for your employees, right? Keep that in mind. So use cases determine the seriousness of everything. Like if I'm diagnosing cancer, errors there are very, very critical, right? But if I am saying that is this review original or not original, even if you make a mistake on that decision, it's not typically critical. So different use cases demand different sorts of accuracy on correctness, all these issues of bias, security, privacy. Every data is not private, yeah, as simple as that. So think through this in a manner for your use case. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Some of the use cases you're struggling with. That's fundamentally it from me, actually, right? I'll just leave you with some of the use cases we've seen are happening and will happen. Happy to chat about this more, but thank you so much. And thank you, MMA. Sure. So I would love to make it interactive. I'm open for questions. Love to hear your thoughts. Any questions, use cases, anything? Yes, ma'am, please. Can do we have mics?
Thank you. I'm Vaishali
Hi, Vaishali.
from Newsx Digital. And I would like to ask we have talked about many AI driven solutions in the field of marketing, and that we've been briefed about by Rohit sir and you also. So, what are the AI based solutions, marketing solutions that you are most excited about that have piqued your interest?
Okay, so see, fundamentally, those three, four use cases that I had put up earlier, like I think today Gen AI allows you to imagine the world you want to imagine and put your audience into it, right? Completely changes. I mean, Avatar, think Avatar. It's CGI suddenly coming available to every marketer and your ability to create experiences for your things. Um, little more mundane on the opposite end of the spectrum would be analytics and thus all the predictive and prescriptive stuff that comes out of it. Like people talk about A/B testing. I'm sure all of you have heard of A/B testing. A/B testing, yeah. A/B testing is just two variables, right? With AI today, you can do it with hundreds, and you can do multivariate analysis really, really well, and you can change all of that in real time. You have, if you have thousands of users at least coming to your site, you can do thousands of different versions and test all of them simultaneously, right? So the game has changed. Of course, personalization I already spoke about, very excited about that, seeing great stuff happening on that, but also don't think it is so powerful as, because it already exists, is the point I'm making, right? It doesn't change the world really, it changes the digital experience. And of course, the boring stuff actually has great dollar impacts, right? Bottom line and top line impacts come from some of the most boring stuff, analytics being one of them, optimizing your spends, all of those pieces. Very excited about. We look at startups in these areas.
Yes.
So,
Hi,
sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
Shilpa here. So we've been just hearing about AI, and it started 10 years ago, and we were not really aware, and it's evolving also. I would like to understand that what's your point of view, or what are the challenges that organize?
See, as marketers, you've always been responsible, right? I mean, with your brands, with the messaging you do, all of those pieces. That remains true whether you use AI or you don't use AI. Your brand doesn't suddenly go ahead and disappear because you're now using AI. So you need to be consistent as you've been. That I think is absolutely necessary. And because of that, you need governance from data, looking at the outcomes, looking at the inputs you're putting in, all of that. But I'm just going to react to your Sam Altman's plea piece, right? Um, Sometimes people make those kind of pleas because they have different agendas than protecting you. So do not just take it at face value, is my suggestion. I'm not making aspersions here. All I'm saying is if Sam Altman is saying regulate, he may have his own reasons for saying it.
So, Rahul, that's an offstage presentation. You'll continue with the audience. It's very, very juicy to understand that. Thank you.
Hi, Rahul. Uh,
So-
this is Hi, this is Anjul. I just wanted to understand in the world of large models where there's a lot of data being used to train. Uh, what are your thoughts on taking the user's consent over which these data is being used to train and create an output?
It's a great question. I mean, I'd love to say take his consent, be nice, be the nice guy. Your data you've already given away. Most users have already given away their data. What do you do in that world? I mean, the point I'm making is not about what's right and wrong. No, let's be real. Let's dhanda karna na apne ko sab. We are all running businesses. We are not here doing just being right, right? So what the point I'm making to you is there's certain amounts of data which has already gone out, and you can't get it back. You can't get back the control. The genie is out of the bottle. All I'm saying is if you look at data which hasn't gone out, so for example, medical data, absolutely must take consent. So depending on the data, the consent importance changes. Consumers today are putting out all kinds of information about themselves. It's scary. I mean, I had an AI company walk in and give me a demo where the guy starts the demo like this, right? He doesn't even introduce himself. He just walks into the room. I'm sitting there. He says, "Sir, can I have your phone number?" I'm like, okay. I give him my phone number. He types it into his computer and then he turns it around. And there's a whole host of shit about me, all put together. And I mean, he can tell me things which I didn't know about myself. So it is scary amount of data which has already gone out. So let's not, I mean, can't bolt the stable after the horse is left, right? At the same time, data which hasn't is not like that. Be careful. Be exceedingly careful with that. Somebody was raising the hand.
Rahul, since you're an investor and it's all about ROI, the best ROI this audience can get is if you can point us to a couple of your portfolio companies who you believe can help our marketing efforts. What
Sure.
is your advice to us?
Sure. I'll send that out any which way. But some of them I put up. One of them, Emo, the skit which is doing uh, call centers for a lot of large ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, Tata Sky. Then we have, and so of course for anybody else who's looking for call centers. Then I have Flowworks, which is into the CRM space, where think of it as you today salespeople have on their resumes the software they know. JDs have, do you know Salesforce? Doesn't make any sense. You hire a sales guy because he can sell. Then you ask him, do you know Salesforce? And if you don't, please don't come here. You might be the best sales guy. Makes no sense in that world, right? So we've basically turned around the tail is wagging the dog, seems to me, right? And actually, one other question: how many of us know how to type? Everybody does, right? Phone, computer, you're typing all the time. It's us adapting to the computers, right? We have learned to type to talk to computers. The company I'm talking about is the one which helps computers adapt to us. You basically just tell. I went to this event. I met Rahul Agarwala, who runs Sensei Ventures, and I would like to send him an email asking him for that introduction to the founder of Skid.ai, and it will do all of this for you. You don't need to know how to enter into CRM a new entry where first you don't have boxes like first name, second name, company name. Why do you need that? When I told you that, you got it, right? What was first name, second name? Why can't a computer? So fundamentally, you'll see all that also change. Lots of operational changes happening.
Well, I'm really sorry we're pressed for time. Rahul, we're going to take the questions offline. I'm sure you guys are very, very curious about your questions with Rahul. We'll take them offline. I'm so sorry to cut this short like
No,
this. Thank you so much. Rahul, please stay back on the stage for a moment. Can we have a round of applause? And the enthusiasm from the audience shows that this was a very, very insightful session. May I request Aditya Swaminathan, Vice President of Paytm Ads, to please come up on stage. We would love to present a token of appreciation to Rahul Agarwala.
Thank you.
This was really, really amazing
Thank you so
session.
much. Okay.
Can we all show a little more excitement in giving us cheers and loud claps to the speakers here? Wonderful sessions going on. Thank you very much. Thank you so much once again. Thank you for that wonderful session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to our next exciting keynote session, which is in partnership with Flipkart Ads. The session is about unlocking the power of commerce ads, transforming brand consumer connections. And to present this session, I would like to invite on stage Sudarshan Sharma, Senior Director, Monetization, Flipkart. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Well, I'm sure this is going to be a very insightful session on the transformative role of e-commerce in advertising through contextualization and innovation. Over to you.
Thank you. Can you all hear me in the back? Okay, I just realized I really need a new photograph. So anyway, perfect. Hey, so you know what? We've got 20 minutes, and what I'm trying to do is probably finish it a little before so we can take a couple of questions. In case I don't, which tends to be the problem with a lot of presentations that I give, we have the Flipkart team in the back. Can you all hands up? Oh, there you go. Yeah, right at the back. So any follow-up questions that you may have, we look forward to those questions coming to us during the breaks. Right, perfect, cool. So just before we get into this, a quick one. How many people here, and a show of hands, are practitioners in the marketing domain? Like, you make decisions, you make plans, you decide where money should be deployed. Excellent. And how many are mid-management, coveting for that C-level title? How many people here? Okay, and how many from agencies? Perfect. Okay. So I don't know what the rest of the people are doing, but okay, you clearly don't fall into that bucket, but perfect. So, hey, you know what? Before we get there, right, a couple of things really resonated with me from the last, speakers. I'm sure my team is judging me thinking these are cheat notes. They're not. The first thing is adapt or lose market share, right? It's been something that's been true for decades. You don't need AI, you need just I to understand that this is critical, right? Number one. Number two, Byron Sharp, right? Many of you all have read that. I'm sure it's part of the uniform for marketeers. Turn it on its head, right? Because things are changing very fast. We've seen the last 2 or 3 sessions that have highlighted that, right? Last but not least, and I'm going to put this down, is the shared accountability with which all organizations need to work, right? And we've been doing some pretty disruptive work in the field of media. Sorry, we're not as sexy as the AI conversations we just had before this. But for Flipkart, what we've been trying to really unlock over the last year and a half to 2 years is relationships with media agencies, relationships with boutique agencies. We've even started talking about creative, right? And what we've noticed is a lot of this actually has to do with a top-down push from the C-level and people who report into that C-suite to be flexible enough to try new things. Right. One last thing. So when I spent around 4 years at Facebook, and we had a saying in Facebook which is plastered on the walls. Right. I'm sure many of you have been to their offices. What would you do if you were not afraid? Right. I think that's something that's a guiding principle for me most of the time. Right, unless it's my mom calling asking me what's going on, right? But I think it's very important that we use that philosophy to make decisions not only about how AI is going to play a role, but how do I kind of look at differentiated platforms for my advertising? How do I look at differentiated platforms for my for reaching out to my customers? Right? Perfect. So let me. I don't think there's a clicker, so I think you guys can. Oh, it's here. Oh, thank you. Okay. Perfect. Cool. So quick one. Yeah. Perfect. So at the end of the session, right, I want to leave everybody here with 3 broad things, right? What is the Indian e-retail market, right? When you look at any sort of journal that talks about media, I think retail media is something that's slowly coming up as one of those things that's just not going away from that stack rank. right? You of course got, I've got friends from Google in the audience, so I'm going to just say, you see Google, you see Meta, you see us, you see Amazon, you see Big Basket. It's becoming kind of a part of the uniform from the third serial number onwards, right? You will see somebody who's a retail company, and we'll dive into why that is, right? Second bit is, what is Flipkart doing here, right, in this space, right? And last but not least, how can you as a brand benefit from these associations? So let's quickly jump into it. So believe it or not, India already has the third largest shopper base when it comes to online shopping, right? I'm sure everybody in this room, did anybody buy anything in the last 3 or 4 days online? Show of hands, right? There you go. Hopefully it was on Flipkart, right? But I think the main thing here is, if you look at the fundamentals that have driven this growth, right? The beauty is that during the pandemic, we all saw an acceleration of business, particularly on online e-tail, right? Guess what? The people who came for the first time actually have stayed back, right? Many of the brands we speak to, when they saw that peak happening, they said, hey, you know what, this is something that will go away the moment things actually start opening up in the physical realm. Yes, things have opened up, their business is going up as well, but we've seen those users come and stick, right? And as a result of which, not only have our NCs or new customers gone up, stickiness has gone up. And hence, to keep that stickiness and to capitalize on that stickiness, we've built a whole bunch of experiences on the app, right? And we'll get into that, right? Now, if you look at, what's all the fuss about, why is India got so much promise and growth that's going to come up? Sorry, it's a bit low here, so I'm just going to read it out. But when you look at penetration in India of commerce, e-commerce transactions to offline, we're just 4.5% in 21, and we expect to be at around 9 to 10% by 2027, right? This is part of a study that we do every year with Bain. Just look at China, right? We all love comparing ourselves with China. 26% already in 2021, 28 to 30% in 22, and I believe that right now they're probably north of 35%, right? So this is huge, right? Trillions and trillions of dollars are being pumped by people like you and me in China, right, in just buying things. And guess what? Their physical retail is thriving, and so is online retail. So it doesn't have to be one at the expense of the other. The previous speaker said, listen, don't worry, AI is not going to take your jobs away. I just think we need to reskill, right? I have the most to worry about because I'm a sales guy, right? So I need to figure out how AI is going to take care of that, right? So the numbers absolutely make sense, but just look at the delta, right? 700 million plus internet users. By the way, this number is 700 million to a trillion, depending on which report you read. We've obviously kind of watered it down basis the data we have. We only have a 190 million approximate number of people actually shopping online. The others are actually probably doing WhatsApp, a little bit of social media, video, OTT, so on and so forth. All right. So definitely blue sky. We have a lot to do, right? And hopefully Flipkart will be part of that. Right? Excellent. Now that we looked at how the ecosystem is growing, right? Commerce media, quick show of hands, how many of you all actually invest in what is called commerce advertising, retail media? Right, clearly this is for the team, we have a lot of work to do, so yeah, right? But it's very interesting, right? So if you look at the total digital ADEX as a percentage, right, of total ADEX, 46.6% of total digital ad spends, in 2023 was actually retail media, right? And we'll get into what that is. I have some examples. In the US, it was 14.6. It's been growing 16% in China, 22% in the US. We're growing almost 40 to 50% in India, right? And if you actually look at the numbers, it's fairly mind-boggling, right? China's at a 72 billion, right? India total digital ADEX, according to Flipkart estimates, is around 50 to 55 billion. Right? Interestingly, we as a ecosystem did $1 to $1.2 billion of media last year, right? So still, if you actually look at it, I remember, we used to do a lot of competition benchmarking in my previous companies. I don't think Amazon and Flipkart or Big Basket or anybody even featured in that list that we would look at as a bucket to, where we could go and get money out from to enhance our share of wallet, right? But if it's already done 1.2 billion, we're looking at a 1.8 kind of a number this year, right? And we are growing 45 to 50%, right? And the best part is there are audiences on these platforms right? Flipkart is 200 million monthly active, 450 million who ever signed up, right? We know exactly how they're transacting, what they're doing, how much time they're spending. Cash on delivery, right? Male, female, through inferred means on the basis of what they order. Sorry, it's a little cliche, but I think, yeah, AI should take care of that, right? But the point is, there is a huge amount of audiences there, and there's a huge amount of intelligence, right? And the question is, even if I important ROAS, right? I think the time has now come to a point where in the previous slide, you looked at a 700 million number of internet users. For me as a brand to do an awareness campaign that taps into 400, 500, 600 million people who can't actually transact or result in a sale, I think is basically losing the battle a little bit. Focus on a targeted awareness, right? That's what we've been working with a lot of customers on, right? Perfect. So moving on. Now, very interesting, right? 2011, I was part of the first team that joined Google, and when Google India said, "Listen, we want to be more than just a back office. We want to be a team that actually changes the landscape of advertising." We did to some extent. Prateek's in the audience here. I'm just calling him out. Yeah, we were colleagues there. What is very interesting is the first meetings that we had to go to a Unilever, we had to go to a L'Oreal and tell them, "Hey, you know what? If you search for something, this is how a paid search ad looks," right? When it came to even Flipkart, for that matter, we had to tell people that, "Hey, you know what? आप इतने पैसे डालेंगे तो आपका ad ऐसा दिखेगा," right? The interesting bit now is, if you look at the audience, 40% of shoppers are first-time e-retail shoppers now in the country. 3 out of 5 of these new people are actually Gen Z. The beauty about Gen Z, right, is effectively they have started consuming content on a mobile device. So there is no learning curve with regard to just downloading an app and using it, right? And just as fast as they expect us as brands to communicate with them, right? We need to make sure that we are ready there with that content, with that offering, and what they're actually looking at, right? Another very interesting piece. E-commerce is a metro phenomenon. I don't think I can reach people in Bhatinda or rural areas outside of Jabalpur, etc. No, 1 in 3 new shoppers who are coming in are from tier 3. I'm not even talking about tier 2. Right? Metros are nailed. Those are happening. That's constantly growing. Awesome. Obviously growing at a lower rate than the overall piece, but there is a lot happening even in tier 3 towns, right? Just to give you a quick mention of what Flipkart is doing, we deliver to almost 99.6% of PIN codes in the country, right? And what I'm told is, with India Post shutting down post offices because no one's really sending post anymore, we've outstripped their reach, right? So the point is, there is demand, right? It's just the way people order, the ticket sizes, etc. That obviously varies a bit, right? I think the rest is obviously, right, BAU, right? So there's surge in time spent online. A lot of people are browsing, right? A very interesting piece of data is we get 3 times the amount of traffic on our mobile category on Flipkart, right, than the number of mobiles sold, both online and offline. Right. So what's also happening is, when you look at, and when you're a marketer and you're looking at putting up something on Flipkart, right, and selling on Flipkart, do understand that to some extent there is an impact on offline as well. Because people are, by the way, I'm looking to buy a new iPhone, and finally now I've decided to wait for the 15. Until news came out, it's going to be $200 more. So we'll see. But I have gone and seen that iPhone 14 red like 5 times, but I know I'm going to buy it in the next couple of months. Right. So what that means is, it's not only just to go there, add to cart, or buy now, it's also research, right? It's also going back again and again to reinforce the belief that you're making the right decision, right? Or walk into a shop and say, "You know what? I've done all the research here on a Flipkart, right? I need to buy the iPhone 14 red, give it to me. What's the best deal? This is what it is online, negotiate, buy, and go," right? So we're actually enabling all of that as well, right? Now, when it comes to Flipkart particularly, right, we've done a lot, right? I think we need to talk about this a little more. That's feedback that we've been getting as well. But if you look at it across 4 pillars, right, broadly: acquisition, engagement, innovation, and ads. Everybody knows that we have something called Shopsy, right? It's what we call a hyper value platform, where you buy things which are of very, very low average sale price, right? We've done a lot on the fintech side. right? So if you look at Flipkart, what we want to really do is we want to go end to end in terms of anything that you might want as a user. As you know, we have ClearTrip, we have Shopsy, we have Flipkart, we have Myntra, right? PhonePe was with us. It's now obviously taken over by Walmart entirely. But how do I enable people to buy and transact? A lot of fintech, initiatives that we do obviously enable that, right? Uh, we're doing a ton of things for the next 200 million shoppers online, right? I'll get into that in a bit. When it comes to engagement, you come to Flipkart, how do I keep you there? Mall mode, you must try it. Gives you a very, very uncluttered, branded experience, right? You don't get white label products or anything. You get brands. You get a very different interface, something that's very immersive, something that's very clean, and it helps you make decisions really quickly. We keep tweaking our app experience, obviously. I think on the innovation side, bunch of things that we've done, which is absolutely path breaking, right? AR, VR for try-ons, right? You guys really should try it. Right? I know some of you probably don't use Flipkart, but there have been a ton of people who actually do virtual try-ons and buy, right? And that's actually the real awesome use case of AR. Right? And we're actually helping brands. Marketplace, video commerce, another very interesting bit. Extremely successful in China from an ROI perspective. India, we managed to get the users, right? But I still think that right? Coming to ads, right, which is where I work, and all the flipsters sitting in the back. Interesting data point: 30 to 33% of all searches that happen online have moved to commerce marketplaces. Right? They were the preserve of search engines earlier. They've all moved to commerce marketplaces now because people know that if I have to search for a mobile phone, I have to search for apparel. There are specialists in these verticals who I would rather search on rather than get cluttered results, right? And search forms that epitome. So we have a bunch of ad products around that, right? We've also managed to actually port our audience learning and intelligence outside of Flipkart. So we've got tie-ups with a Criteo and a Meta, right, where you already run campaigns with them. You can actually use that 200 million or a subset of that in any way you want to slice and dice the data, right, and use that. And just serve ads on Instagram, Facebook, Audience Network, or your favorite OTTs through Criteo. Right, so we're giving you that opportunity to utilize not only those audiences on the Flipkart platform, but off as well. Going back to the point where I said it's got to be targeted awareness, targeted consideration, and building targeted purchase intent, right? Which is your typical funnel. Right? I'll just skip this in interest of time. That counter is freaking me out. So I'm just, yeah, perfect. We'll quickly get into, what, as I mentioned, what else we're doing. So when it comes to looking future forward, right? AI obviously powers everything that we do as well in the back end, and we'll keep doing that. I mean, it's very important. I think one speaker mentioned that it's been 10 years since everyone here has been using AI. You just don't know it. Machine learning and AI has been around for the last decade almost, right? It's just been getting better and better, which is why your browsing experience online is always a much more, how shall I put it? Personalized approach, right? You open any app and there is stuff there that you want to read, and that's the stickiness piece. What we're really doing is, when it comes to video commerce, right? We have, I think, in the country, been one of the first to actually get people to come and shop using video as that critical entry point, right? You consume ads, you consume content, you do all of that. But I think the main thing here is that we need to make sure that video is something that's extremely immersive. And think of this, right? I think video commerce helps you collapse the funnel. The best way you build top funnel is through video, right? The best way you keep people engaged is through video. What we've tried to do is we've tried to keep them engaged, we've tried to build that awareness, and we've tried to get them to transact all within one, right? And I think that's brilliant, and it's worked very well in certain categories. Certain categories, we have some way to go, right? AR, VR, I think this example, very interesting. We recently moved houses in Bangalore, right? And we actually saw that if I wanted to see how a particular tabletop item looked on the table, there was enough and more available for me online across various different marketplaces to actually come and see how that looked, right? And that actually sealed it for us, right? Sitting at home, I don't have to go there. I can just do this, and I can do it on my table in my living room environment, right? That's the real power of how what this unleashes, right? Uh, I think a lot of stuff around Web 2, right? We've all cracked Web 2. Web 3 is where I think the entire blockchain piece comes in, right? And I think when it comes particularly to NFTs that ride the blockchain layer, we've done a lot on this. It's not something we obviously continue to flog, but it's something that we did because we wanted to obviously test and see whether this will resonate with Gen Z coming in, and a lot of them actually jumping onto this bandwagon. How exactly can we leverage this on the platform, right? So that's something that we really wanted to bring in as well, right? Now, coming to those aspects I mentioned, right? What is that audience intelligence that we have, right? And if you actually look at what people do on Flipkart, whether it's the category you're browsing, the products you're searching for, the ratings and reviews you leave behind, the affordability angle, right? How are you paying? Are you going in for buy now, pay later, etc., right? Are you young parents? I can actually derive that from the purchases that you make, right? Are you a gadget geek? Are you constantly browsing products that are absolutely new? Are you an innovator, right? Or an early adopter, right? What kind of a household you are and the price preferences. When I mesh all this together, I'm able to do the following, right? As I said, Flipkart has got 4 key pieces that happen on the platform. So you open a Flipkart app, you will see a whole bunch of content. A bunch of content is basically, if you actually look at the flow, you'll find a whole bunch of content there is actually sponsored. That's, by the way, tailored also, right? The point is, there's display, there's video, no-brainers, but it's basically what I do with the search queries that you make and understand what that query actually means and what the intent of the person searching is. I'm able to give you a lot of depth, right? So product contextual ads, product listing ads, right? Sorry, little tactical, but important to understand, because a search query is not just a search query independently. We actually dive into what has actually prompted that, and hence, what do I need to serve you, right? Now, the interesting bit I mentioned also is, I think if you look at the overall journey of a person using a mobile phone during the day, right? You spend, and I'm being very, very generous to myself, 5 minutes a day on Flipkart, 25 minutes a day on Instagram, right? 1 hour on YouTube, right? And a lot more time on OTTs. And then you read the news and you spend another 15, 20 minutes on a Times of India and NDTV, etc. If I am a brand that's selling a mobile phone on Flipkart, right, I possibly have a very, very small fraction of that 5 minutes that you spend on Flipkart for me to showcase my brand. But what I'm also helping you do as a brand, and this is something that's not entirely or hugely penetrated in the market yet. I think we're one of the first people to actually bring this out. We're able to actually take that audience and help you find that audience on the open internet and social media, as I mentioned earlier. And the hope is when I do that, they click, they come back to Flipkart, finish the transaction, you get your ROI. Right? So think of it this way. Other than the Google stack, I have access to everything else, right? And my audience can be found on all of this, right? And this is done by a very, very robust, mutually beneficial partnership. We run, yeah. So we run, yeah. No, thank you for that. We should make it interactive. But yeah, so we basically run it for you, right? We charge obviously an audience or a platform fee on top of that. But the ROIs that we calculate are calculated on the total amount, including the fee. And what we've seen is for the last year, we've been running a whole bunch of pilots on this. Interestingly, some of the sponsors here have tried it as well. And we actually find that the ROI is better even when I include the audience fee, because it's all about who the audience is. Right? So we basically run it for you. It'll soon be on self-serve, but for now, yeah. Yeah, perfect. Feel free to ask questions. Yeah, happy to. Perfect. So now, how do we solve for partners, right? These are just a couple of cases that we did. Happilo, I'm sure many of you all have obviously sampled and probably enjoyed their products. They're a very close partner with us. But when you look at what they wanted to do, I think it's very, very difficult for a new brand to disrupt the snacking space. Right? And Happilo effectively is somebody who said, listen, you know what? If I do plain Jane advertising, display video, I'm relevant on search, that's okay, but what more can I really do? right? So what they really did was gamification and AR effectively came into play, right? And believe it or not, people, if I remember this right, I'm sorry, there are no notes here, but I think around 3 to 4 minutes was spent by the average person in actually playing this game. Right? Can you imagine when you do regular advertising or you're trying to reach your audience, somebody spending 3 to 4 minutes on engaging with the brand? This drove obviously the entire full funnel piece, right? And we actually saw record number of sales, right? So going back to what I was saying about even video commerce, right? Gaming can do the same thing, right? Make the experience fun, right? Make the experience relevant, right? But I think it's very important for us to actually understand that there are now solutions that are available where you can collapse the funnel, right? And ensure that people can, go right from awareness to purchase, probably in 1 or 2 sessions. And that'll happen only when you have the relevant audience, right? Which we do. The second bit, very interesting. So Puma, obviously, right? Interesting how that brand really pivoted, right? Going from physical retail to whatever, and then effectively transformed as a D2C. Very important. What they did is they actually asked audiences, what is it that you need, right? This is a very interesting thing, right? When the whole world's talking about, I know what you need because I have data. Great, we can do that also, right? But at the same time, what is it that you need from us? This is all that we have. And effectively, when they took in that input, right, they were able to actually uh, customize the landing page on the basis of what exactly mattered to you, right? I thought this was a little disruptive, given that everything nowadays is fueled by, I know everything you do, I know who you are, I know how you pay, I know where you live because you have put in your address for delivery. I thought this was really, really nice. And it actually drove a lot of, again, time spent in engaging with the brand. This is also a very, very smart way of telling them, rather than just showing, an ad of a sports shoe, right? Saying that, hey, you know what? I exist across sports shoes, sneakers, sandals, floaters, right? Hey, so you know what? I may be in the market for sports shoes, but it's good to know that they also have floaters, right? And I didn't know that till I actually saw this slide, right, sometime back. So that's the second interesting example that we had. Right now, I think coming to Colgate, again, very, very interesting. What we did is, this is the example of what we did off platform, right? And basically what Colgate said is, you know what, we sell reasonably well on Flipkart. E-commerce is growing exponentially for us. But we also want to understand what we can do with our audiences through Flipkart audience intelligence, right? On Meta, which I anyway run, right? And what they effectively did is they used their audience that is on Flipkart, right? Our intelligence then obviously gets pushed into the Meta ecosystem. And we looked at this and we found whether this works better, or does their regular Meta campaign work better. The beauty is Meta is happy because either way, it's on their surface, right? And what we found is that the ROAS that was generated in this was almost 1.5 times better. Right. So I think that's the interesting bit here. It's, so my request to all is just look at how relevant the audience is, right? Put the customer at the center and understand that before you actually decide where to deploy monies, right? Now, what are we doing as Flipkart, right, in shaping 2023, etc.? You saw a lot of stuff that we're doing, which is very forward-looking, right? But what we're seeing as trends, and some of this is, fortunately coming true, and in fact is outstripping some of the stuff on the slide. We didn't put it in yet, but 80% of commerce advertising spends are likely to be new, right? So that growth you're looking at coming in from the 1.2 billion, right, to the 1.8 billion, is not only coming due to expansion of existing clients, it's also coming through inorganic growth of getting new people on board, right? The second interesting thing is, as I said, we've been doing a lot of work with agencies, right? And media agencies like Group M, IPG, a majority of the spends that they do, right, offline or on digital, tend to be upper funnel or brand building, right? 30 to 40% of the budgets that we see coming in fact, a little more, are actually coming to us as a commerce marketplace saying, you know what, ROAS or ROI is not going to be the only calculation I'm going to evaluate this on. Yeah. But the point is, I want to actually do brand lifts on this, right? Now, for Flipkart to do brand lifts through either the off-platform advertising or on our platform, coming in with incremental budgets was a big thing for us, right? We've obviously recalibrated to that. But the beauty is that we're actually seeing on a Meta, on an OTT. Right? We're happy to oblige, right? Obviously, right? I think so. Hence, right, going back to the entire thing I told you at the beginning, which I took away from the past, previous speakers. Look at it this way: if commerce, advertising, retail media, whatever you want to basically call it, is not part of your media outreach now, right? You need to do it now. Right, there is enough action happening. We know that the headroom is effectively there because we're still at a paltry 5%, right, in India, in terms of penetration. We need to make sure that this goes up. Your customers are there, they're actually taking action. I think rather than letting an algorithm tell you that these people are in market or these people are lower funnel, just invest in a platform that actually tells you that people who come here, 200 million, for instance, on Flipkart, are actually buying stuff. They're actually transacting. They're putting money where their mouth is, right? So that's what I had. I think there are bells going off. So any questions, I'm more than happy to take them. I think we have a couple of minutes. Or actually 35 seconds, but yeah. Questions? Oh, yeah. There's a mic in there.
Hi,
Hey.
I am Ishita from Boat. So we have been using video commerce quite prominently.
Sure.
But wanted to ask you, how are we attributing video commerce towards sales?
Sure.
Because right now, though we see that there is a search, but how are we attributing video commerce towards the sales?
Sure. So, see, in a few situations that we took up, we had to obviously go back to the brand and ask them what exactly happened post that. It was a rather crude measure that basically said before and after, right? But I think the way video commerce was conceptualized by us was that it needs to result in some sort of selling, going by the China model, where I believe, if I'm not mistaken, right? I don't know if anyone in the team knows the data point better, but I believe around 20 to 25% of what they sell comes from influencers getting on video and saying, hey, you know what, buy it, click here to go to the page and transact. Right, so I think we need to get to that. But I think in India, for some reason, video is still consumed as a one-way thing. But I think the way we should measure it, I'm not saying we have that capability at the moment, is what happens after, right? And for that, we will at the moment lean on brands to come back to us and tell us what happened. But yeah, but we're building for it.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Sudarshan,
Perfect.
for giving us wonderful
Sure, thank
insights about the innovations in e-commerce advertising. Thank you. That was a
Sure,
wonderful
my
session.
pleasure. Yeah.
I would, please stay back. I would request Priya Sachdeva, Director, Walk India, to kindly come up on stage. We would like to present a token of appreciation to Sudarshan,
Thank you so much.
along with a D2C hamper that we are giving to all the speakers. We would be happy to give them to you outside.
Thank you. We'll sync up. Pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Correct. We'll sync up. Sorry, I left a notepad. Thank you.
And now, before moving on to the next session, quick check. Do we have all our event partners here today? Our presenting partner, Flipkart Ads. Program partners, InMobi Glance, Google, Paytm Ads. Masterclass partner, Double Verify. Media partner, HD1 Audience. Gifting partner, MyGlam. Community partner, D2C Insider. Associate partners, WARC, an essential company, and Indian television. If we have their representatives, I would request you to please come up on stage for a group photograph. You'd love to have our event partners who are here today with us. Quick glance around the room. Are they here? Are they outside? Sure, sure, sure. We'll do it later. Looks like some of our partners are outside and maybe registering for the masterclass. So we'll do this later. Ladies and gentlemen, for that to do that are time. Moving on to the next keynote session on picture perfect transformation, lessons from photography. Q&A will be done in the end if time allows. For this same session, I would like to invite on stage Rajesh Ramakrishnan, MMA India Board Member, Managing Director, Perfetti Van Mille India. In a rapidly changing world, transformation is imperative. Companies must transform to thrive. In this session, Rajesh will be bringing alive his expert from the recently released annual report, Modern Marketing Reckoner. Please welcome on stage and put your hands together for Rajesh Ramakrishnan.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm painfully aware that I stand between you and lunch, so I'll definitely keep this to 20 minutes. Just a disclaimer, I am not going to be talking tech. I think the experts have done it, and that's not really something that I focus on. But what I thought I'll do in the next 20 minutes is bring together two seemingly different areas, topics, but there are some connections. One of them is photography. I'm passionate photography. I've been years now. So I thought I'll draw some lessons from photography. And the other part is transformation. So I work for Perfetti. I'm very happy to see the mentors on all the tables, and I hope you're all consuming them. So what I thought I'll do is, I was lucky to be a part of the transformation that we embarked about 5 years ago for the business. And that really had some very, very good results for us in terms of over the last 5 years, the business has really done well for us, both top line, bottom line, gaining share, and so on. So I thought I'll draw some lessons from photography, which are relevant in any transformation. So all of you might be going through transformation in your own spaces. And I think there are some things that you can borrow from there, which hopefully is of use to you. So that's what I thought I'll do. And what I would also say is that happy to keep it engaging. So if you have any questions at any point of time, feel free to sort of put your hand up and we can take that. Okay, so all of the pictures that you see here have been shot by me. I just wanted to start with saying that, photography is something, this is a passion, and it's actually helped me open up my creative side of me. And my strong belief is that all of us can be photographers. And with the phones and the kind of technology that is there, that sort of makes it even more easier. And it's really how we look at things versus what we see that makes a big difference, right? So this was something that I shot in the Kumbh Mela in Nasik a few years ago. My hand was in my mouth when I gave him my camera because he wanted to take a look at it. But fortunately, no damage done, and he gave it back to me in one piece. So that was good. Okay, so if I were to look at photography, and then the question is, what is common between photography and transformation? I think the first thing about any transformation is, like strategy. Strategy is about making choices, right? What do you want to do? And equally important, what do you not want to do? So if you look at composition, right? What is composition? It's what we see in the frame in a picture, right? It's about what we keep in the picture, but more importantly, what we leave out of the picture. I'm sure you can relate to it. How many times have you taken a picture where you're taking a picture of a friend or a family and there is a telephone pole sticking out of their head? Anyone done that? Yeah. So obviously you can't move the telephone pole anywhere, but you could certainly ask those people to shift a little bit so that it doesn't look bad, right? So it's really about just being, observant of what we do and making those choices. In transformation, and I'll share some examples from what we did in Perfetti, it's really about saying, what are those things that are going well for us, which you'd like to continue? What are some things that you would like to do more of? And what are those things that we would like to eliminate? So one of the things that we did was we created a burning platform and a really sense of urgency. And this does not mean panic, right? The worst thing to do in a transformation is to create panic where everybody wants to jump off the platform. But really just create an inspiring vision and actually make it come alive and articulate it in a manner that people connect to it, right? So making it visible and making it inspiring. So in our case, what did we do? We sort of went around the organization and asked people, what comes to your mind when we say Perfetti? And the interesting thing that came up was the visualization was of a Ferrari which was stuck in first gear. Now, what does that mean? A Ferrari is obviously something which is very, very prestigious, premium, high end, high performance, and so on. So it was a company that was doing well, had a great run for about 18 years. But yeah, there were some niggles, macro, micro, etc., which was sort of slowing it down and making it plateaued a little bit. And that's what we needed to fix. So the visualization was all about Ferrari, but running it first gear. So the whole challenge for the organization was how do we get to run this in top gear, right? And that's something that all of us could connect to in a visual manner. And from there came out the logo and this thing for the transformation. We called it Sparkle because we said, the company was doing really well in the past. We just wanted to reignite that spark and get the company going back into a growth trajectory. So therefore, the logo of Sparkle, a whole bunch of people growing together and taking the company to greater heights. So one of the things is to see how we can find a unifying theme in terms of what do we want to do and sort of making that come alive. I'm not getting into details, but the three strategic pillars for us during that transformation process, one was how do we get the growth back? And to that, there were two aspects. We had a large portfolio of brands from chewing gum, Center Fruit, Center Fresh to Mentos to Chupa Chups and so on. So how do we optimize our portfolio so that we have a strong reason to exist as far as the consumers are concerned? The other piece, just as a matter of interest, we are available in 5 million outlets across the country, and we directly service 1.1 million outlets, right? So staggering numbers in terms of the kind of reach that we have. But interestingly, if you look at the number of outlets where confectionery products are present, that's almost 8 million. So there is still a lot of headroom in terms of opportunity. So the second piece we wanted to do there was, how do we optimize our route to market? And that's something that we worked on. The second big bucket was get the profitability going, which is how do we get efficiency in the manufacturing piece, and also how do we optimize our vast supply chain network, right? So those were the two pieces as far as that is concerned. And last but not the least was investing in enablers, which was all around the right org structure, the right people, right capability, and so on. And also making sure that we are leveraging technology in the right manner, right? So these were the three pieces, and that's how we worked upon the transformation. Before I get into the lesson 2, any guesses on what this is? Bulls in the water, okay? Anybody else? Atika, you had a thought? Yeah. Wow, okay, that's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. And I usually ask this question when I make this presentation. It's actually 4 ducks swimming in the water and their reflection, and I've just shifted the picture 90 degrees. So if you tilt your head a little bit and see, it's actually 4 ducks, right? And I shot this with my iPhone when I was walking in the street in Chennai, and I happened to come across this picture. And the reason I'm showing this picture here is the second lesson in, sorry, has it become too loud suddenly, or is it good? Okay. The second lesson is really about how do we look at things from multiple perspectives. And very often a simple thing that you look at, if only we changed our perspective a little bit, magic can happen, right? And that's something to keep in mind. How do we go wide before we go deep? Very often the thing that happens is if somebody comes to you with a problem, our impulse is to solve for that problem, right? But if only we thought of it and said, okay, here is the problem. What are the 4 or 5 different ways in which I can approach this problem? And then try to figure out a solution for it. The solution will be a much richer and well thought through solution, right? The other piece is around, and I'm a big believer of this, is how do we cross-pollinate across industries? Some of the best solutions that we have got in manufacturing today has come from heavy engineering industries. Because, you might say, what does confectionery have to do with heavy engineering? This is $1, and that's probably running into millions. but you would be surprised to see the kind of cross-pollination of ideas that can happen across industries. And that's something for us to keep an eye out for. And this is one of my favorite ones, which is, are we truly embracing diversity in our teams? And by diversity, I mean not just gender diversity, but going beyond that to see, do we have people who have different points of view, who come from different kind of background, who are able to add to the kind of quality of decision making that we eventually do, right? And this is something which is very, very important as well. And one of the things that we did really well, which helped us to bring down costs a lot, is, as you can imagine, if you're reaching 1.1 million outlets on a daily basis, obviously it's a very, very resource intensive and a cost intensive kind of operation. So the cost to serve, which is how much does it cost me to reach my product to the retailer, becomes super important. And that's where we did a lot of benchmarking with relevant companies within confectionery and more importantly outside, and came to the right kind of optimal structure, which allowed us to optimize on the cost to serve. The second important one was we did a lot of time and motion study in the factories to say, for running a certain line, how many people do we need? Standard manning versus required manning, and are there opportunities to optimize there? And last but not the least is org structure, right? Today, I think the world is changing at a very rapid pace. Gigs are becoming important. If you really look at it, I think employees volunteer their time to us, right? And they stick around with us only if it is worth their while. Otherwise, they just move on to something else. So how am I able to have a larger purpose, which allows me to capture the imagination of those potential employees, not only get them in, but more importantly, retain them as well? Okay, yeah. The third piece I wanted to talk about is how can we be more mindful of the present, right? So I think here there are two aspects to it. Again, this is an interesting picture that I shot in Dhaka when I was there, living there a few years ago. And I was just walking in the street, and to me, what appealed was how the grapes sort of lined up against the faces of the people. And I shot this picture. And one of the interesting trivia of this is that it got featured in National Geographic does a daily shot, which is they pick up one picture from various pictures that are submitted to them. So this came up on one day in 2015. So that was a nice feeling. But the real point here is a lot of time we spend is about thinking of what could have happened in the past and sort of dreaming about the future. And I think it's important to dream about the future, but I think it's also equally important to be mindful of the present in terms of what are we doing to take this transformation forward today. Of course, we need to have a line of sight of where we want to get to, but keeping in mind what do we want to do today is very, very important. The other piece around it is, do we have the right systems and processes? For any transformation, there are two aspects to it. There is a hardware part of it, and there is a software. The hardware bit is really the systems and processes that we have. And the software part is the mindset, cultural shift, and all of that we do. Right? So one of the learnings that came from BCG when we did this work with them was, it was important to have a transformation office to run the whole transformation, right? So actually, interestingly, I was Bangladesh general manager for Perfetti, and I moved to India in the role. Now, it was the first time they were doing this role. Things I asked for, of course, like when you join any new, and my boss told me that you'll have to create your own JD, right? From managing a team of about 400 people in Bangladesh, I moved here and I had a team of 2 people. And one of the asides, which has got nothing to do with this, which I would really urge everybody to look at, is careers and indeed life is mostly non-linear, right? Very often we think that, okay, we have to become brand managers, marketing managers, and so on and so forth. Sometimes the steepest learning curve is when you move laterally or horizontally, right? So just keep that in mind in terms of saying sometimes career shifts, that can go north, south as well. But mostly I think the maximum learning happens when you're taking those opportunities to move sideways. Yeah, but that's just a separate aside. And really the transformation office's role was to embed the transformation in the organization. So again, I'm not going to bore you with the details, but just to say that how do we monitor closely and make sure that the right momentum is there for the transformation in the organization so that we see that succeeding over a period of time. Again, these are just some examples. So this is something that I just spent a minute on. I used to be the most hated person in the organization for this particular chart. And what this was about is that, we had about 24 charters, right, which translated the large vision that we had into specific projects that we needed to take forward. And my job was to make sure that all of those 24 charters had a weekly meeting to understand progress on how it is moving. So the minute I used to approach somebody, they used to make sure that they disappear from there. But this is the kind of rigor that we managed to put in, which really helped us to get the results that we got today. So I think, one of the key things is how do we have that kind of ruthless rigor and discipline behind making it happen? And of course, monitoring and tracking the spends in terms of cost savings or, extra, output that we needed to get from this. And last but not the least, as part of that is also to make sure that we celebrate the small wins and recognize and reward the people who are behind them. The other lesson, the fourth lesson that I want to just talk about is how to be adaptable, right? I think in today's world, one of the most important things is earlier used to be situational adaptability. Actually, I would add an element of speed to it and say situational agility, right? Because things will not go our way, things will be different. How are we able to quickly become agile and make sure that we have a plan B to make the kind of results that we want to achieve? And that's something which is very, very important. We will not have everything right from the day go. In fact, I would strongly encourage, can we actually fly the plane even as we build it? And I think that becomes very, very important in today's age, because as some of the speakers spoke about, especially in technology, things are changing so fast that by the time you get everything right, something new has come up, right? So that's something to keep in mind as well. Just one small example. We all know what auction is, right? Yeah, we bid and the highest bidder wins. There's something called reverse auction. So for example, when we do transport of products from the depots to the distributor point, we do something called reverse auction. We ask bidders, transporters to put in their bids, and the lowest bidder gets it, right? So this we tried once, we tried twice, we failed, and then the third time we got it right. And today we use reverse auction not just for transportation, but across a whole range of anything related to procurement, right? So the point is, we need to learn, adapt, and then move on. And again, one of the best ways of doing it, in my view, is how can we have more and more pilots and prototypes? We can keep intellectualizing about stuff and saying why something will not work, what are the 10 reasons why it will fail. The best way to do is fail fast, learn from there, and move on to something else. And that's something that we did very well with many of the initiatives that we took, which really helped us to take the journey forward. And the last lesson, and I know I'm 2 minutes on time, is about people, right? Without people, nothing happens. So some of these pictures you see here are, so I shoot a calendar every year for the last 7 years to raise money for charity. And these are pictures I've taken over the course of the various calendars. But to me, the reason for putting this up is you have a sort of a vision in mind, you connect with the people, you communicate to them, and most importantly, tell people what's in it for me. Yeah, if I go and tell them I want to grow the company and I want you to do this, versus saying this is the role people up the road shows to say that, look, if I have to get a growth of 10%, what is your role in that 10% growth? I tell them today, not after I've got the whole strategy in place and then go and tell them, right? So just making sure that there is an upstream involvement versus a downstream involvement. And of course, I spoke about it in terms of celebrating small wins as well. We spoke about it. So one of the biggest things there was, the minute you tell somebody transformation, the first thing that comes to mind is job cut. Yeah. So what we wanted to tell people was that, look, it's sparkle. We had a great thing going. We have a Ferrari. We just need to get it to top gear. So it's a growth-oriented strategy and not a cost-cutting strategy. Yeah. Articulate their role very, very clearly. Listen to their concerns. People come back and share stuff, right? So we used to do small group, focus group discussions, road shows, where etc., where people spoke about what they felt. And I think that's a very, very important aspect of any transformation, to truly understand how are people feeling about it, right? And then, of course, allaying their fears and then doing something about it. Again, just some visuals of the various road shows and discussions that we had. I spoke about this, celebrating small wins, and everything doesn't have to be about money. I think it's the acknowledgement and the recognition that really matters. And that's something that we did on an ongoing basis. I mean, the first small win we had within 2 months of having started the initiative. And that's something that we made such a big noise about. And then slowly the wins started pouring in. And that really helped us to achieve what we wanted to. So in summary, I just the lessons from photography, which I think are relevant to transformation. It's about composition. It's about making choices, right? Strategy is all about that. Look at things from multiple perspectives. Be mindful of the present and what we are doing today. Be adaptable. And last but not the least is connect with people. Before I finish, I'll just leave you with one other thought. It's something that I picked up about 20 years ago, but I found it very, very simple and very powerful. Leadership is all about three things, right? It's about setting the agenda, it's about taking others with you, and it's about doing it the right way. Any guesses on which is the most important of all three? Second one. Anybody else? Sorry? The right one. But if you have to pick one, I know all three are important. First? Okay. Cool. We are all entitled to our views, but in my view, the second one is the most important, right? The first one, even if you can't do it, you can outsource it. That's why planners are there. That's why the BCGs and the McKinseys of the world exist, right? The third one, I believe fundamentally we all have a certain ethical, moral structure, which is why we do it the right way. To me, the big difference between a good leader and a great leader is the leader's ability to sort of show the vision, inspire the team of diverse people to sort of take them along in the journey. And for that, what you need is a lot of collaboration, a lot of authenticity, a lot of vulnerability. So that's what I just wanted to leave a last thought with. So go ahead and take the leap. Thank you. I know we are up on time, but if there are any quick questions, happy to take them on. It took me 20 times to get that picture. I had to take 20 shots. I had to ask the boys to jump again and again, but we finally got a nice picture. No questions? Okay. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Check. Thank you very much for that very, very insightful session, sir.
Thank you.
May I please invite Rohit Dadwal, MD, MMA Global APAC, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to Rajesh.
Thank you.
I like that
Thanks.
picture. I would have never felt it by
Thank you.
so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Once again, big thank you for your wonderful session.
Just a small announcement.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know it is lunchtime, but for all those who came in late, should know that we are running 1 hour behind schedule on our agenda. We officially meant to start at 10 o'clock, but we could not start before 11. So we will run a little late on lunch. We need you to bear with us, and we need you to respect the fact that our speakers have really come here specially to share some very important perspectives with all of you. So with due respect, I'd like you to remain seated and stay till we finish our next two sessions as per the agenda, and then we break for lunch. Yeah, appreciate your cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica, for saying that on my behalf. And if we can please switch on the speakers that are in the pre-function area. I would request all the guests who are outside to please come inside. There's just a couple more sessions, and after that, we'll open for lunch. Also, do not miss on the rich opportunities and insights that you can download. Please download your copy of the Modern Marketing Reckoner by scanning the QR code on the screen or by scanning the QR code that is placed on your table. Up next is the session, which is in partnership with Paytm Ads about next generation marketing, harnessing the potential of fintech platform for business growth. To present this session, we have with us Aditya Swaminathan, Vice President, Paytm Ads. We're going to have a lot of wonderful takeaways about the targeting capabilities and the information ad formats.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone. And I hope not to extend this too long. I'll make it very crisp so that we can all break for lunch very soon. So I'm here to actually speak about what is really happening in the space of fintech, right? And why is it important for brands to go beyond the obvious and also tap into the fintech opportunities, which are also driving a lot of consumption today out there for us, right? So let me begin with some evolution of how the fintech has been over the last decade or so. It began with e-recharges and Paytm wallet and what's happening in the sense in the payment gateways that came up in the last 10 years, which moved on to the UPI QR code adoption. That's something that again we piloted and pioneered. Today we do not deal with cash and change, right? So that's something which is fairly big. And this also got accelerated because of demonetization and of course COVID, which brought about contactless payment. Today where we are is essentially four broad pillars where fintech has actually branched out. One is, of course, the payment technology. There is wealth tech, insure tech, and credit tech. So, as brands and agencies who are actually planning to advertise to their potential audiences, this part of it actually makes it very interesting and also complex. So, when we look at Paytm ourselves, we're talking about the kind of reach, and I'm speaking about roughly about 100 million monthly transacting customers. I think Sudarshan made a point, right? There are about 700 million users out there who are consuming content but don't really transact, right? I think we're on the same page. We've got about 100 million monthly transacting customers. The interesting part, though, here is this comprises of customers both on the e-commerce side, which is roughly about 8 to 10% of retail transactions, and also the offline transactions as well, like people going to a shop, a kirana shop, scanning and making a payment, or a contactless payment, and so on and so forth, right? So this is the interesting piece out here, and I'll be speaking about that very soon. The second interesting piece is in terms of the access to credit that is happening because of fintech platforms. You can see in the last 2 months itself, we've almost distributed about 10 million loans. The third piece is in terms of the affordability, which is specific for, again, driving retail transactions. Erstwhile, buy now, pay later, or no cost EMI was limited to e-commerce platforms. Today, we are actually taking Paytm Postpaid and putting it out there at every shop, right? So you might go to a shop where you're spending about 3,000 rupees. You use Paytm Postpaid and you have credit available out there. So we are putting that affordability in the hands of buyers, both online and offline. And finally, we have distributed roughly about 500,000 credit cards from our end as well. And we're growing this overall pie of credit, right? So I think with all these things, plus ONDC, right? So all this while we understand that Paytm fintech platform, deterministic data, transactional signals, cutting across online, offline. But then how do I close the loop? Right? It was a great channel for branding and driving consideration, but how do I close the loop? So I believe with ONDC coming, and we've already got an award, we're amongst the largest buyer side application already on multiple categories, piloted with F&B. We are moving into fashion, electronics. We're doing a lot of work with personal care categories as well. And I think with the ONDC, we see this entire shift happening where a fintech platform cannot be avoided because of the scale of data, the depth of data, and also the entire funnel that we're able to bring on the table. We stand for two things. One is audience insights and innovative solutions. Today, I'm going to speak more of the latter, which is the kind of solution. But before I get into that, a quick recap in terms of what we bring on the table. Deterministic data cutting across 200 plus, offline and online deterministic, capabilities across demographics, purchase pattern, purchasing power, and the lifestyle preferences. And this helps us build predefined cohorts and also customize it. Talking about customization, one such FMCG major wanted us to go and target grocery shoppers, right? The brief was the very linear brief, 25 to 44 females, that kind of a brief. We actually reshaped this entire narrative and said, how about I look at grocery shoppers who are using Paytm across e-grocery and at the Kirana shop? Is that a better way to address your audience, right? And that's a kind of deterministic signals we're talking about here. So, jumping into the innovative solutions, fintech sounds boring, but I think we've tried to make this very interesting for all of us. I'm going to talk about three major solutions that we've actually launched over the last couple of, last 2 quarters. So, I'm sure a lot of you are Paytm consumers. You get a lot of offers on Paytm. You make a payment and you get a scratch card. You scratch the card. The insight behind that, it's a beautiful product to acquire a lot of new customers. However, it's a push-based solution. The customer has not really opted in for that offer, right? So we launched something called as Deal Spot, as the name suggests. The customers spot these deals on different touch points across Paytm, be it the Paytm chat, the post-transaction screen, and the My Vouchers section. And what we saw is that in comparison to the CTR that we see for typical banner ads, a solution like this actually got 3x CTR. Interestingly, it also got 15% engagement rates from, which is essentially customers copying the code or redeeming it now, going to your D2C website, or in the future, going into ONDC itself to actually make the overall transaction go. So I have a quick video for you to show. Yeah. All right. So that is in terms of how we're innovating from just a scratch card, which is currently available on multiple platforms, to actually creating a solution where the consumer is right at the center, and thereby delivering a better ROAS for brands, right? And full flexibility, not confined to our platform. Do whatever you want with the customer, ONDC, your website, e-commerce, as you may see fit. The second thing is around videos, right? And again, I've been around with Paytm for a little more than 3 years. Right in the beginning and inception of Paytm ads. And in this journey, customers come in, they know exactly what they want and with their life. So what we said out there, what is the USP that we can bring on the table? Needless to mention the audience insights and targeting. The second interesting thing is we realized that a lot of video marketing plans are chasing goals like completed views, and that is achieved because it's a non-skippable ad, right? And the customer is actually coming to watch content and not your ad, and not even engage with it, right? But that is like amazing, 90%. We didn't want to be in that rat race. We launched something completely different. We have launched, as the name suggests, play on pay. So you've made a transaction, and while the transaction is going 3, 2, 1, and when the attention of the customer is right on that screen, that is when the ad is getting started, right? And immediately post completion of the payment, the video is on autoplay, right? So your brand gets the attention that it deserves. Now, it is a skippable ad, of course. So, and with the right targeting, don't blame us if the content is not great. But I've given the opportunity to talk to the right customers on the right platform, 100% brand safe, viewable, again, ad unit with the 100% attention. So that is play on pay. I've got a very quick, video for that as well. I've spoken most of these points. I'm running through it. Yeah.
ऑटो लेने टैक्सी लेते हैं अच्छी जगह चलते हैं दिल के अकाउंट से पेटीएम करो
Okay. And finally, a very interesting solution that should get you all excited. You heard Soundbox. Again, QR code was something that we launched for the entire world for payments, right? Soundbox is something, again, we launched for our merchants. 30 million merchants are there in Paytm, the largest spread. Almost 7 to 8 million have Soundbox. And now we got thinking, what can we do with that, right? And which is where it is currently in beta and it's an invite only stuff. It's not commercially launched, it's not officially launched. But I couldn't wait to talk about this at the MMA forum like I did last month in Mumbai, right? So Soundbox is again a very interesting solution where we are piloting with an audio jingle, a digital out of home audio ad after the payment has been made at a shop. So let's say the morning and the evening time bands, most of the shops carry a lot of transactions, right? And when people have made a payment, the shop has also got a lot of customers. And after it says, Paytm paid 100 ruपया प्राप्त हुए, please excuse my Hindi. And then they have a 5-second jingle, which of the brand or an offer, which is actually being played, right? So again, high on attention. The beauty of this is it doesn't matter which app you're making the payment, so long the merchant has the payment, right? Merchant has a sound box. In case a payment is being made through the Paytm app, this sound box, audio can be complemented with a post-transaction banner as well, which can also lead to a lot of CTA, right? So this is in pilot. We are doing brand lift study with some of our brand partners out here who are already live with us in a lot of markets. And we're also doing a merchant study to understand whether that product really had some sell-through. Was that merchant irritated? Did it distract his business? And then we'll take a call to launch it commercially. We've got a recording to show, so I just thought let's play that as well. Okay. Sorry, did I double click it? Yeah. Yeah.
स्प्राइट बॉटल खरीदिए स्कैन करिए जोक सुनिए ठंड रख स्प्राइट
Right. So, as I promised, there are 3 solutions, very new, all of them powered by audience insights, and we're driving a lot of innovative solutions home in a category which is otherwise slightly boring, which is fintech, right? So, I'm just going to talk about the BAU solutions that we've already built. We, of course, have the banner ads. You must have seen a lot of icons on Paytm. That is how customers use the application. We said, let's put brands in the mix of it, and that performs really well, especially for a lot of performance campaigns. There is, of course, a chat inventory that we recently launched. It's a beautiful inventory, extremely native, and gets, again, 1.5% CTR. Is the kind of audience that they want to go after. There is something called as, we're also doing stuff in gamification. We've received a lot of briefs saying that, hey, how can I tap into your rich first party data, right? And of course, I cannot just hand over the data to the brands. So we created a gamification experience for Mondelez, where the customers come in, they do some participation, and to win a contest, they need to fill up a form, share the consent, and that first party data acquisition goes on, right? Apart from that, just to expand more on the offer ads, I've already spoken about Deal Spot, Scratch Cards, you're aware. Hot Deals and Jackpot is essentially our loyalty program where customers on transaction get Paytm cashback points. Here, they're actually paying with their cashback points and buying a deal from you, right? So essentially, again, very high intent in terms of the kind of conversions that we see from some of these kind of distribution. So I spoke about the on-deck solutions. Now let's go to off-deck, right? Very similar to what Flipkart again said in terms of using the data on DSPs to power your campaigns. That's exactly what we are doing. What we are further doing is we are actually partnering with multiple DSPs and giving brands the opportunity to use a bunch of premium inventory cutting across different categories to drive data-driven audience campaigns across multiple platforms on a DSP of your choice, right? From a performance perspective, again, we've tied up with a couple of DSPs to actually leverage the open exchange to drive app install, retargeting, and lead generation campaigns, so to say. All of this is powered by the 350 million odd user data that we've got. And when it comes to the branding campaigns, it's also we have partnered with IAS, and we'll be doing that with a bunch of other brand safety and viewability platforms to ensure the higher IAS metrics are being delivered for your campaigns. I'm going to quickly talk about the client stories here. The first one is on the DSP, which is a campaign that we did for Castrol. And this was run on, if I'm not wrong, DV360, and we were targeting customers who were already car and bike owners based on their transactions on Paytm. By the way, did you know, we are amongst the largest issuers of FASTag, by the way. So with all the kind of data that we have got, I'm able to pinpoint that this user is 100% a car or a bike owner based on his online plus offline spending pattern. And now that layering on a third party DSP, we've run this campaign. Look at the results. I know I spoke about completed views being high, but this actually, some of them is actually running on non-skippable ad units. We're seeing CTRs of 0.9, typically it's about 0.3, 0.4 across a fairly large base of impressions. In terms of a performance campaign, we're working very closely with Swiggy. Now, you know that Swiggy is a fairly distributed app, so incremental is actually a very tough job here. But we got them around 250,000 new app installs, and first-time transactors about 3,500. Again, this uses a lot of data in terms of online and offline consumption. So let's say a person is going to a restaurant and making a payment, quick QSRs, etc. That's how those kind of cohorts are actually helping us deliver performance campaigns for a brand like Swiggy. Yeah, so TVS is our partner on the Play on Pay that I spoke about, the video ad platform, video ad campaign, which is post-transaction, right? And this is a campaign which is already running with us for the last 1 month since we launched it. We've got 60% video completion rate on a skippable ad. That is the power of targeting, and that is what you get when you show the ad when the customer is having very high attention. Relevance and attention is the game changer. I cannot deliver 95% like the OTTs, but I can deliver a better number than what you're seeing on most of the skippable ad units, right? 100% in target impressions, and which is again 50% higher VCR compared to other skippable ad units that you typically see out there in the market. Finally, we've got a beautiful campaign from Flipkart Health Plus. Again, it's an e-pharmacy that Flipkart had launched. And based on the kind of campaigns that we did, cutting across scratch cards, hot deals, and the deal spot that we spoke, because something helps in reach, something helps in repeat transaction. And then that's where our team is here to actually advise and consult. We saw the CAC reduced by 25%, 2x increase in orders, and return rates are like very low. The beauty of all of this is all this inventory is brand safe and viewable and powered by data, audiences, etc., which I'm actually taking for granted here right now, since that's known to all of us. So quickly summarizing, we've got a lot of branding units on Paytm, banner ads, splash screen, the Play on Pay. From an offer ads perspective, we've got scratch card deals and the deal spot banners that we recently launched. Programmatic ad solutions, both premium inventory with third-party measurement across multiple DSPs with the audience insights, and of course the open internet from where we can actually deliver performance campaigns as well. Finally, from a Soundbox, which is in beta and an invite-only kind of solution, and the gamified ad solutions. So with that, I will wrap it up for now. And let me also, we have a team. I request them to just stand up and wave their hands. I'll request you guys just stand up. Yeah, Traptika, yourself too. Yeah, so they are around here for the rest of the day. Feel free to connect with them, talk to them across these solutions in case you're interested. And with that, I'll quickly sign off. I have about 48 seconds left on the clock. So in case there are any questions, happy to take them now. All right, none. I think everybody's hungry, so let's let them go.
Thank you so much for that wonderful session. Can we have a round of applause for Aditya?
Thank you.
Now, may I please invite Rajesh Ramakrishnan. Sir, please stay back on the stage for a moment. Please come back. I would request Rajesh Ramakrishnan, MMA board member, to please come up on stage, as we would like to extend our love and appreciation with a token. Okay, if Rajesh is not here, ma'am, please do the honors. Well, the key takeaways are about the business that can leverage the audience insights provided by Paytm to create highly personalized and targeting messaging and campaigns. Thank you so much, Aditya, for that wonderful session. These are D2C hampers that we'll be giving to you outside. All right, our last session before we break for lunch is in partnership with InMobi Glance. And the session is about seamless content discovery, the key to building brand love. For same, we have with us Devika Sharma, GM India InMobi. To keep today's quick thinking, hyper connected netizens engaged with your brand's content, you have to get new ways of connecting with them. What you need is an innovation, a revolution, and a makeover. The thrill of seamless discovery and the power of an emerging channel. In this session, Devika Sharma shares how your brand can take a fresh approach to cut through the clutter and catch the eye of your customers. Please put your hands together for Devika Sharma.
Hi, everyone. I'm Devika, as I was introduced, and unfortunately today I'm also the person standing between you and lunch. So I will try and be as quick as I can. Um, Over the course of my career, one of the things I've been deeply passionate about is enabling brands to create campaigns, creatives, ideas that enable conversations with consumers. Um, it's no secret that we all create and consume a lot of content today, and that's one of the key tools that we use as marketers to engage with our consumers. But to begin with, what I'd like to do is request all of you to take off your marketer hats and actually just think about content as regular people and consumers. um, I don't think it's any secret to anyone here that there is more than 1,000 hours of content that is uploaded online every minute, right? And most of this content sits on Meta, sits on Google, behind the walled gardens, right? As consumers, on an average, we spend 5 hours a day almost consuming this content, right? And that content serves different purposes for us. We use content to stay informed, we use content for ideas, we use it for entertainment. But have you ever stopped to think about how is it that you are actually landing on this content? Now, this is a journey all of us undertake multiple times during the day. But the journey is not simple. You pick up your device, you unlock it, you then either scroll through your device and look for an app, or you search for an app, right? Then you open the app, and then again, inside the app, you either search for content or you scroll through content to actually consume it, right? So there are multiple steps that are involved for me as a consumer to actually reach the content piece that I want to look at. Now, when I am, yes, and there are ads in the middle, but when I am actually looking at this content, how much time does it actually get? The average piece of content online today gets less attention than the attention span of a goldfish, right? So if we were to think about making this journey simpler for users to discover content easily, how would we actually go about imagining this paradigm? Frankly, in this current construct of apps, it's not possible, right? So to enable seamless discovery of content, we will have to rethink the paradigm in which content is served. Now, if you think about it, your mobile devices are your constant companion during the day, right? On an average, we look at our lock screens, and just our lock screens, at least 70 or 80 times in a day. What do we actually do? Sometimes we look at at our devices just out of sheer habit. It's lying there right next to you as you're listening to me. You're actually scrolling at something or looking at the time, wondering when I'll finish. You might be checking notifications. You might be checking, updates or the weather, and on the odd occasion, you use it to turn on your camera, right? But what if we were to create a construct where the lock screen could actually do more, right? What if you could get updates on your lock screen, um, news information, sports scores, shopping content, the latest sneaker drop, updates on games, and so on and so forth, right? If all of the content that is of relevance and interest to you could actually be found on the lock screen. I think so. The primary difference is that we at Glance are not looking to create an app which houses more content, right? Our role and value in our consumer's life is to be able for him or her to discover this content far more easily, right? So this is not an 8-click journey you go through. This is a simple journey where you pick up your device and the content comes to you, right? But before we go any further, let's actually look at this. So this is a live phone, and every time your screen switches on, there is fresh content that is served to you. Now, if you tap on the call to action, that is where you actually land on the content piece that you want to consume, right? So we're right now on the home screen where you can just sort of keep scrolling through, and there are different content pieces that you can consume, right? So on the home screen, this journey continues. Users can also look at shopping on the lock screen itself, right? So you can go from the lock screen directly into the shop, or alternatively, if you're already on the home shop, of making the purchase is actually finished within the lock screen itself, right? And the shop actually, has detailed features in terms of highlighted collections, sales, price drops, new launches, and so on and so forth. Then we have the live tab, right? Which is content that we produce and host. And this is actually divided into different genres. So you can look at live gaming content, entertainment content, sports-led content, and so on and so forth, right? And this is a live show that is on right now, which had about 12,000 viewers online, right? So you can scroll through and consume whatever content is relevant for you. The next destination that we can see within the lock screen is gaming, right? And it's interesting, our gaming destination is powered by Nostra, which we own. And this is actually the largest gaming platform across APAC with 75 million users, right? It's a unique destination because no other gaming destination can actually allow for users to discover games and play them, participate in tournaments, watch live streams. And all of this is happening without you going into one or multiple apps. All of this is happening on the lock screen itself, right? And then we have a settings widget, which allows for users to discover, personalize the content that they want to consume. So they can select languages, they can select categories of content, and so on and so forth, right? But we also, this is supported with an AI ML program that learns what a user is engaging with and then accordingly defines pieces of content that would be of relevance and, to the user. So what the user is doing is then leveraging the lock screen to be able to discover content, right? Why is this powerful? This makes a huge difference because this is not necessarily intent-based discovery, right? There is a lot of serendipitous discovery that we enable for the user. For instance, I could stumble upon the latest breaking news, which I wasn't actively tracking, but that news might be of interest to me. I can check the latest cause. I can learn about a sale that's going live. I can discover a new movie trailer, right? So the lock screen, therefore, has become a destination that's actually created one-click consumers, right? Because with a single click, you can read an article, watch a video, play a game, shop, so on and so forth, right? And so we have 200 million people in this country who spend 25 minutes a day on the lock screen platform. And just to give you a sense of what they're actually doing with us, this is some data from the past year where news stories alone on Glance got about 3 million likes and 1.7 million shares. Um, Gaming is really, really big for us. And in one gaming tournament, we had 2.7 million users who were participating in it, which is 1.3 million users more than PlayStation's most viewed stream. These numbers are simply staggering. Um, Sports is another huge category for us, right? So we have, through the year, there are more than 100 million people who are engaging with sports-led content. And what's interesting is that 42% of them are not looking at just discovering scores or updates, but are actually spending time on going through expert analysis and going deeper with content that we're publishing. 66 million people tuned into entertainment-led shows, right? Entertainment is an evergreen and always on category for us. So as you know, as we are here today, and we're focusing on rethinking and rebuilding and reimagining our lives, the question for all of us really today is, how can you rethink about becoming a storyteller for your consumers, right? One very obvious sort of benefit that sits in front of you with Glance is that your content is discovered seamlessly and serendipitously, right? And that is a very, very powerful way to actually engage with your consumer. With a single click on the lock screen, you can encourage your brands to discover the latest sale, movie trailer, scores, or whatever else it is, a new launch, as the case may be. And with that single click, your user can actually engage with you, right? With Glance, you're able to take your brand's content to the possible and powerful, and it starts with a glance. Because with a glance, uh, that's all you really need to enable the conversation with your consumers. So that's all for today. I have 6 minutes left, but if it's okay with the group, let's break for lunch, and I'm happy to take questions over lunch. Yes? Okay, good. We have the nod. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Devika, for that wonderful session. And of course, completing it before time. Can we have a round of applause for Devika? I request Vanita Samtani, Director Walk India, to please come up on stage, as we would like to present a token of appreciation to Devika for this very, very insightful session.
Nice to meet you.
We also have D2C hampers that we are giving away to all the speakers as a big thank you. They're pretty big to carry on their own, so we would like to give them to you outside. Thank you so much, ladies. All right, it's time to break for lunch. I'd urge all the attendees and the delegates to take pictures in the pre-function area against our photo op booth. Follow MMA India on our LinkedIn page and stay tuned for the ONDC playbook launch, along with many more interesting, insightful sessions. Also, if you have not registered for the master class by double verify, you can do so till now, and the master class is going to happen at Glass House.
Welcome to MMA Global. MMA Global is a not-for-profit global trade body enabling pioneering marketeers to architect the future of marketing. MMA's mission is to enable marketeers to drive innovation, enduring business value, and stronger consumer engagement in an increasingly dynamic and connected world. Our strategic priorities are inspire and educate, enhance capability, measurement and growth frameworks, and advocacy. MMA is governed by an august and experienced board across markets in North America, LATAM, EMEA, and APAC, and is present in 15 countries. We are a 800 plus members strong community globally. Let's now look at our global think tanks. Now let's take a look at MMA India footprints. MMA India's member network comprises of organizations from across the ecosystem, being true to its philosophy of collaborating with all stakeholders to drive adoption at scale.
All right, now that we are back, let's dive back into the conference with renewed energy and focus. And let's make most of what is remained of the day and finish strong. I believe those who have registered for the masterclass have already proceeded for that. And if you have not, kindly proceed for that. We extend our deepest appreciation to all our esteemed partners who have generously contributed their time, expertise, and resources to make this conference a reality and hopefully a success. I would like to take the opportunity to thank our presenting partner, Flipkart Ads, program partners in MobiGlance, Google and Paytm Ads, masterclass partner Double Verify, media partner HT1 Audience, gifting partner MyGlam, community partner D2C Insider, associate partner Walk, an essential company, and Indian Television. Now, they say that the sessions which are followed by the lunch are the most difficult ones. So, to make sure that I have all your attention, I'm going to quickly come downstairs and go around you. And some of you who are feeling a little sleepy after those amazing jalebis, let me wake you up. So, let's play this little game here. All of us know counting. Yeah, we are very good at it. We are very good at numbers. So what we'll do is we'll take a long breath and we'll start counting. And let's see who amongst you creates the biggest record. Let's start with you. Counting.
1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
16. Okay. We can do faster than that, right? Why don't you give it a try, ma'am?
What do I have to do? Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34.
34. That's how it's done. 34. Okay. Give it a try. You have to beat 34.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 34, 35,
32 के बाद सीधा 35. Just because he had to be 34, he did that. Ma'am, give it a go.
Should I do it in Hindi? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 40, 44, 44, 45.
45. Not bad. That's a new record. 45. We can break that, yeah? Let's try.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 35, 36, 37, 28.
After 25, directly skip to 35. Not bad, yeah. Good try, though. Good try. What about you? Let's try it.
I can give it a try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, I don't know where
Anybody understood any single number? No, we did. Okay, whoever can break the record of 45, raise your hands. I'll come to you. You can try? Let's go. All right, thank you so much. In one breath.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
24. But good try, good try. Anyone here? Why don't you give it a try? Go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27.
27, not bad, not bad, yeah, not bad. Who can break the record of 45? Okay, two people are pointing at you, so I have to come there. You didn't even want to try, but mic खींचने के लिए तैयार हैं.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50.
Woo! So we have a half century. What's your name?
Piyush.
Piyush, congratulations. You're winner of the game. Half century. Piyush is the most backbencher here. And he has set the record. Not bad, guys. So looks like everyone is awake now. Yeah? Yes? No. They went back to sleep. Okay. We want everyone's attention now because the sessions that are coming up are really, really interesting. And we have an amazing set of panelists who are going to come up. So, are you guys ready? Shall we begin? Come on, yeah, we can do better than that. That was a lavish spread of lunch out there. Are we guys ready? All right. Let's begin with our next session. Rethink, relearn, rebuild. The incumbent or insurgent way. Ladies and gentlemen, on the panel we have Astha Almas, co-founder, The New Shop. Let's give her a huge round of applause. May I please invite on stage Deep Bajaj, CEO and co-founder, Sirona Hygiene. Hitesh Dhingra, founder and managing director, The Man Company. Please put your hands together for Rajiv Dubey, Head of Media, Dabur India Limited. May I now invite Rashi Narang, founder, Heads Up for Tails. And finally, the moderator for the session, Sukleen Aneja, MMA India Board Member, Chief Executive Officer of the Good Brand Company and the Good Glam Group. All right, now that we have the stage set up, can we get one more hand mic, please? All right, once again, can we have a huge round of applause for this panel? Let's begin.
Guys, it's never easy to come and host a panel right after lunch. So, and thank you so much for playing that game. But I'm really actually be real heroes who've built insurgent brands And of course, Rajiv, you are at the helm of running a large media empire at Dabur. So super excited to have you all. I think each one of you has built a pioneering business. You've been a founder. You've actually seen the highs and lows, and many times done things but never given up on your own conviction. I think in today's discussion, my only sincere request would be keep it provocative, leave people with a lot of reflection, share your candid anecdotes. I think we are all surrounded with a lot of gyan, but I think what's really important is to really hear your story and get a candid reflection also of the times that were not easy, or what we would in our own books call failures. Do spend time also sharing with the audiences here. How do you actually get yourself out of those moments? Because as we build insurgent brands, I think it's really important to never lose your own motivation and to never give up, because it's never easy to be a challenger. I think with that, I'd love to start with you, Rashi. You're building a very interesting business. For those of you who don't know Rashi, Rashi is a huge pet enthusiast. She gave up her corporate job, she built the brand called Heads Up for Tails. It's an extremely loved brand, and of all of us who are pet lovers, I think know this brand top of mind. So Rashi would love to know, what is the one thing that got you going, and how are you building your business?
The one thing that got me going was my dog, Sarah. I couldn't seem to find anything of quality for her, and I wanted her to live her best life. So I started building really tiny, homegrown, just one man army. And that's really how we started. But I think that during that journey, we connected with so many pet people, and it was their insights, their relationships, their problem areas, just listening to them, hearing what they had to say, empathizing with them, that gave us a huge amount of input for us to build our own products, and innovate, very, very fast. So really following that design thinking approach, which is something that we still do, just by staying really close to our customers, understanding what they need. And the brand is built with a lot of heart, but also science, deep understanding of the space, our dogs and cats, collaborating with many, many experts across the board, whether it was nutritionists, behaviorists, trainers. So I think collaboration also just helps bring so much knowledge onto the table, and then taking those learnings and then putting them out there. So it's been quite a journey, and there's a long way to go. But thank you so much. Thank you for also having me here.
You're most welcome, Rashi. I think for all of us, it's an inspiration to see someone be pioneering in a space which was really underserved. I think the pet market in India has really been underserved. And it's great to see your brand going. I mean, I'm pretty sure you'll go global with this brand. So really good luck with that. Hitesh, now moving on to you. This was a very interesting chat we were having over lunch just now, that if you look at the male grooming category, everyone seems to have painted the category with the same brush. Everything looks black. The guys have absolutely poker straight hair. All the products look very, very similar. So how do you actually build a brand where the entire category right now is sinking in the sea of sameness?
No, I think we have been asked this question, I don't know, a few hundred times, be it the VCs, be it the investors that we have on board, be it the employees. Look, I think when we started out, we knew that the biggest moat for any digitally native brand or a new age brand has to be the brand, right? So the brand story, brand purpose, it is very important to have a differentiated story if you are competing with obviously incumbents, as well as your peers who have raised a lot more capital than you, right? Because anyone can copy a product, but no one can really copy the brand connect that you have with your consumer, right? So as a brand, obviously, we as a company, we started investing on telling our brand story from day one, right? And it started with the packaging, which was slightly more aspirational than whatever was there on the shelves. It started with innovations on the product side. So I think we knew that when we started out in 2015, I mean, there were obviously large incumbents offering one or two products catering to men, right? Be it the face whitening face wash or a deodorant, right? But apart from that, there was no depth in the category as such. So we knew that we'll have to create this category by launching more and more interesting products. So today we have almost 120 SKUs in the grooming category itself, right? Which is a large portfolio, considering there was nothing 5 7 years back. And second, obviously disrupting the channel as well, right? So today, I mean, this year will be 250 crore net revenue business, and 70% of our business is still online, right? So we believe that I think that also differentiates us from wherever our nearest competitors are, right? So yeah, so I think it's basically the you can say founders mentality, founders mindset, disruptive mindset, all across in terms of whatever we do, which has kind of differentiated us from our competitors.
No, I think really well said, Hitesh, and actually a big round of applause for the company, the Man Company. It's not only a differentiated brand, it's also a profitable business. And I think for many of us here, we know how difficult is it to build a business, and that to a profitable business. It's never easy. Now, turning on the left side, Deep, very dear friend, and must say a remarkable social entrepreneur. You would not even guess how passionate he is about the entire intimate hygiene and menstrual care category. They've got a huge mission around ending period poverty. And I think it's such a differentiated space that they've taken and built a business on. Deep, it would be amazing to understand your journey on what led you into getting into a business like this.
Uh, well, without making it sound fancy, I think it was serendipity. The way this category fell into my lap was professionally, I come from events as a background. So I was into events, then I got into handmade carpets, which is a business that my wife runs. And all along, I had seen that when it comes to these intimate and menstrual hygiene issues, women had made their life around finding jugards, that like if you're going on a road trip, the solution to a toilet will be I'll use the toilet at home and maybe not really look for a clean toilet on the way because there are none. Similarly, for menstrual hygiene concerns, there were similar solutions like a hot water bottle or painkillers would be in the bag always. So, but nothing specifically was available for these. So I wanted having water from the fear of not finding the right toilet. And a friend's wife suggested that she had seen someone in Europe use a contraption to stand and pee, like a plastic bottle she had cut into half, made into a funnel. And while everybody laughed it off, I think somewhere I thought it's a very interesting problem to solve. So it started as just an accidental discovery of the category, but once you get deeper, you realize when it comes to this category, there are no solutions. We are still scratching the surface when it comes to hygiene solutions available to women in this country. So that's how it happened.
Madeep, how remarkable is that? That it took a man for him to solve probably one of the problems women have been suffering with for years. So thank you for that and very insightful. Moving on to you, Vasta. You have set a bold vision of creating India's 7-Eleven. So for those of you who don't know the business that Asta runs, she's got 120 convenience stores, all started by her, completely bootstrapped, and with a very, very bold mission of creating India's 7-Eleven. So Asta, would love to understand what led you into starting this? And what are some of the challenges specifically in retail that you're facing now, especially with the pace of discounting that one encounters in online business, which is now probably the biggest drug that the online business is used to? How are you building a business amongst these times?
Fortunately for convenience retail industry, no convenience retailer ever discounted anything. So that's just a beginning of a profitable business right from the ideation stage. So why we thought of convenience retail, and this is a problem that was a personal problem of mine, my friends, anyone who was young, lived away from family, was constantly traveling for work, for education, had no idea around what was around them. Supermarket and grocery stores were too far, and kirana stores were unstandardized. They didn't have round the clock service. They weren't quick, and half the times you won't find whatever you needed at one store. You would have had to make like some 6 7 various kirana store trips to figure out what you want, and it was a pain. And this is actually our own journey. The new shop is my third startup, and my earlier struggling days, we used to live in Mumbai, and we used to take a train, local train from Andheri to Church Gate, and I used to live in Lokhandwala, so it was like a 2-hour journey each side. My office was in BSC building, And every day we had like the most ad hoc working hours. We'd leave like at 10, 11 when the rush hours had subsided. And we would come back at like 11 p.m., midnight, when again the rush hour had subsided. And on the way there, we would look for breakfast options. We'd look for maybe pen drives, stationery, or things that we needed for that day. And on the way back, we needed grocery. We needed, again, a drink or something to come back, and what we needed on the way. Now, from a railway station, what can you find? Those vada paos, drinks. I had typhoid consecutively for 6 months, one after the other, because it was just so unhygienic. And sitting there in that train every day, me and my co-founders used to wonder, why is 7-Eleven not entering India? Why is Circle K not entering India? We're the youngest population in the world. We're upwardly mobile. We're the largest working population. And as data has it, every country which has grown through a massively young, dominant working population, convenience retail sort of explodes in those countries. The recent example was Indonesia. So that day we took a pledge, whenever we sell this business, the next business we're going to do is convenience retail. So 2019 is when we started doing this. And this problem got reminded to me when I used to live in Bangalore. And I got very sick one day at 8 p.m. And guess what? In Bangalore, you can find beer at 8. You can't find a Brufen. So you go to multiple stores. The only place you would find a Brufen is actually in a hospital. So this problem of standardized, quick, round-the-clock access is so grave that we guys, just because the problem is so omnipresent that we don't even realize and acknowledge it. And that's when we realize that the country is going through massive infrastructural development. Your railways are going to get modernized. Your airports are going to get modernized. Our highways are going to be world-class quality. The residential areas that we are living in are getting upgraded. Why would that neighborhood-friendly store not get upgraded with offering the same kind of modern experiences that the world across is used to? So that's how the new shop was born. That's why it's called the new shop. And since then there's been no looking back. Our value proposition was very clear to the customers from day one. We never had to spend a single penny on CAC. No customer acquisition cost, no marketing. This is something that's grown purely through word of mouth. Open the first store, every single person in that catchment realize, oh, there's a 24-hour store within my walking distance. It's providing me home deliveries. I get everything under one roof. And that led to multiple stores, customers talking about, oh, why won't you open the store in our locality? And that led to franchise entrepreneurs coming to us, hey, can we own the new shop store? And there's been no looking back. We're 2.5 years old and hit profitability already, and growing super fast. Our vision is to create 10,000 entrepreneurs in India, and franchise is a path we chose. As failed entrepreneurs, we know how difficult entrepreneurship is in India, especially. There's 83% people in India today, in fact, most of the people in the room here that would mean, want to pursue the path of entrepreneurship. So, this is our, 9 of our employees are now new shop owners. So, given a chance to quit their job, they decided to quit their job and buy the new shop franchise. So that's the vision with which we're growing, and we're making entrepreneurship more accessible and democratized along with the retail option.
More power to you, Asta. I think what I always say is when you come to a room which is filled with entrepreneurs, these are the folks who literally light your fire. So, quite literally. So, now moving on to you, Rajiv. You are coming from the world where, like she mentioned, people would give an arm and a leg to quit and join this world. But would love to hear from you. So, folks, for all of you who don't know Rajiv, Rajiv has had a remarkable 2-decade career at Dabur. Dabur itself has been pioneering. If you look at the categories they have built over the years, whether it's real juices, it's honey, it's Chyawanprash, or even Dabur Lal Tel, I think they have found the niches, owned the niches, and have continued to stay extremely clear about their strategy. The way they've gone chasing rural penetration, I think there are remarkable lessons to be learned from Dabur. Would love to hear your thoughts, Rajiv, if there was one advice you would like to give to insurgent brands on what are some of the things that they could look at learning from your experience.
Thank you so much. I thought मेरा number कब आएगा, but finally.
इस सभा में थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा.
मुश्किल. So we have been pioneers in a lot of categories. Like you mentioned about Chyawanprash, the first ones to make it in the country. Honey, we're the first ones to launch honey in the country. Juices, first companies to launch in the country. Even one category which you missed out was Ayurvedic toothpaste. We're again the first ones to launch, and again the leaders. And so categories which we have launched, and we have retained our consumers over the period. We have been number one. That's what we see. And wherever we have been challenges, it's been very hard to reach to a number two and sustain that position of number two. Becoming number one is like very, very difficult. I think the most difficult part for any marketer is to find new consumers and retain the existing ones, right? So that's a challenge, and that's what we have been over the years been trying to do, trying to retain the consumers, because the categories, all these categories which you mentioned, have very high level of lapsage. For example, Chyawanprash, every year we have to go and tell the same story and acquire new consumers. And lapsage is very, very high. New consumers who come into the category, they don't usually go and start consuming it very quickly. Similarly, brands like red toothpaste, so it's a very difficult category to get into, because when we entered this category, Dabur was zero, Colgate was like 67%. Today, Colgate Dental Cream, the CDC brand per se, stands at some 26% right now, and we have reached about 13%. Dabur as a company has become number two oral care company in the country, number one across the East Coast, which is Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu. We are number one by far, taking lead from Colgate. Very difficult it was, to tell the consumers a new story and get them to use a toothpaste which is red in color and tastes very, very different than a calcium carbonate toothpaste. So so that's been a journey. It's not been easy for any company, but I think the most difficult part is to retain consumers over the period and get the new ones every year. Every time you go and advertise. You talked about Lal Tel. Lal Tel is one brand which is a baby oil. Baby oil, you don't use baby oil all your life. What happens is that when the baby is born, then you start to seek the information about such products. And so for us, every time a baby is born, that's a new opportunity for us. Every time you have to acquire a new consumer. So that way, we are incumbent, but we have to remain insurgent in a way so as to remain in business. And all of you guys are so much of inspiration. We learn from you guys, and one day would like to be like one of you. Like to build something like this within our own. But we have lots of success stories. We want to continue the success stories. Uh, Again, learning from you guys, we launched lots of products in the e-commerce space where we have we don't have very significant shares in those categories, but we have built the categories like that. Like, for example, last year we launched baby diapers, which is just a category with just a digital first category. Then other products like uh, again the baby care range, they're totally very different. Not very Dabur like products, but something which will appeal to the masses, like apple cider vinegar, which is not found anywhere. We launched that. So these are the digital first brands which we got into, and trying to see a success over there. But as a company, we're very, very restrained in a way that we try to experiment first, go into the marketplace, see how the product performs, and then go out. Because we are a listed company, our balance sheet is out in the public. We have to deliver GC&C EBITDA every month, every quarter. And if we don't do that, our stock goes down. So we have to be very, very careful and mindful of such facts, which is a luxury which you guys have. You can go out and spend money and build a category. So that's the difference. But we still try to remain afloat and try to do newer things.
So, Clean, with your permission, these are really inspiring stories. And what's very, very interesting, and I think I speak on behalf of a lot of us, is, all of you are leaders in disruption. So we'd love to get the insurgency factor as well. So if we could get some of those from the panelists, we'd be really interested how we old world incumbents are getting really under pressure from all of you. So that insight would be very useful.
Thank you for that, Amit. I think on that, in fact, that was my next question, Amit. Especially in times like these, right? Remaining insurgent is also a challenge. So many founders begin insurgent, and then as you scale, we all bow down to the pressures of the market. And this is a question that I have for all of you. Feel free for anyone to start. A, what is it that creates insurgence and disruption? And B, how do you sustain it? How do you not succumb to the pressures of scale and lose your fundamental moat that built the business? Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, Hitesh.
Look,
All
so
yours.
I think just because of our business model, being digitally native gives us access to a lot of consumer data, right? So even if we are scaling up, we are still very, very close to our consumer, right? Whereas I think for large incumbents, it gets slightly difficult, right? I mean, every year you have to spend millions of dollars in just getting the research done to understand what your consumer wants, right? For us, I mean, it's like sending one questionnaire or picking up a phone and talking to a few hundred or few thousand customers every month, right? So I believe, I think that's something which is core to our business model and which is a very, very strong moat that a lot of us insurgent brand has, right? And second, I think the agility in doing whatever we do, right? So we know that, let's say, if there's a product that we have launched in the market, we'll launch it on our website. Within 3 months, we have the NPS and we have an ability to kind of make changes and relaunch that product again in the market, right? Which is very difficult for large companies to do. uh, Third, like obviously you also mentioned, I think in terms of marketing, we can afford to take a lot of risk, right? For a large company, I mean, the larger the company you are, the more difficult it gets to kind of experiment or take those risks, right? And I'll give a small example. When we got Ayushman Khurrana on board as a brand ambassador, right? The first launch video that we did was 3 minutes long. He didn't mention about the brand, he didn't talk about the product, and that video got 300 million views without us spending a penny on media, right? And I'm sure, I think most of the people in this room would have seen that video, right? Gentlemen kise kehte hain, and that was nothing but our brand manifesto, right? But for a larger brand, it gets very, very difficult to take those kind of risks. So yeah.
Very well said. I think definitely don't intellectualize, take punts. What would be your formula, guys?
I don't know. I think for us, the formula is fairly simple. Yeah, that we are not scared of taking risks. You know, especially in the category creation game. You know, there is no way in hell that you will do just like a market survey and get a resounding answer to the need of a product. Like if I'd really gone to the drawing board and said how many women will actually stand in pee, or how many women will actually end up using a menstrual cup as an alternate to a pad, the market research would have failed us. So, but today millions and millions of women are using it. So the theory in our room is here, when you're launching a product, there's a 2:1 ratio that we follow. That for every two so-called Me Too products, if you're bringing, one innovation has to be there, and that gets the team to think more and more on what is missing. And and maybe that's the reason why we've been able to stay relevant in our category. That you need to take risks, and that's where the buck stops.
Any other reflections, guys?
We call it internally, we refer to it as the ability to fail fast. So it's really what Deep and Hitesh talked about, but just not being afraid to fail. If you want to launch a new product, how do we get it going in 15, 20, 30 days versus months of process, or, the hierarchies to be followed. And if it doesn't work, move on. Just that ability, I think. And Hitesh touched on agility, which is again so very important. And I also think that one more thing that we focus on is continuous improvement, which again comes from customer insights, but we're not afraid to make 100 changes. So for example, if we put a shampoo bottle and 20 days later we're like, nobody's really reacting to it, I have no inhibitions in changing the packaging entirely and being like, okay, how do I rethink this whole piece, which I think is harder as you grow. And we're already finding it harder than earlier. So I can understand how that may become, a ceiling. But yes, just some few little points.
No, that's super helpful.
Yep. So in our case, a lot of retailers would have thought 1,000 times before deciding to open a store 24 hours. So this, our biggest moat or new way of thinking things was introducing a pan-India movement around opening things 24/7. And by the way, the license is really, really hard to get. And we're the only company in the country right now that has a 24-hour license pan-India. So we're set for the next very few years. we're the only guys with that license. But for a lot of retailers, the science and the unit economics to make 24 hours work is very different from a typical retail. And we figure it out. So even if the large guys now decide to get into the industry, it's a very long way before they figure out the unit economics and the science of running 24 hours. The second thing we did was, because nobody was looking at this space, we went and land grabbed best locations. Now in retail, and I think Rashi would know, uh, getting access to the best locations is the best mode. So in fact, we were very fortunate. Our first partnership happened with Indian Railways. Now, with Indian Railways partnering with the largest gas station company in the country, partnering with the best airports, highway authorities, large builders, we've also raised money from a lot of large real estate guys. We have access to the best 10,000 locations in India sitting today. Now, that's a mode that's very, very hard to beat. And we were thinking on very unconventional lines on, what is it? People, when we were getting into this industry, retail has all the big boys and there's us. In fact, I can proudly say I'm the only woman in FMCG retail in India. So, I used to be thrown a lot of questions around how are you going to beat the Tatas? What if they suddenly decide, Ambani suddenly decides and calls, the railway ministry, and you're out of those 500 railway stations? What are you going to do? So these is really random questions, if you ask me, were thrown at me. But, that's when we decided that let's start looking at locations that are very hard to get. Let's lock them, and then all we have to concentrate for the next 3 years is execution, and everything else is already set. So those were the two things that we really focused on.
Amit, it's such a good question because having crossed over from an incumbent to now being within a startup, I think two things which I can definitely see from my experience as well is number one, failure is not personal, which many times in professionally run organizations, failure tends to become personal. And I think that is a huge shift in mindset because in companies like here, people are absolutely not afraid to fail, acknowledge I didn't do well, move on to the next thing. I think the moment you depersonalize failure, the first hurdle rate is broken. The second one is obsession for speed. And that comes with giving autonomy to the person who's a specialist, may not be the most senior. And that's another very big difference. So someone who may be 28 but maybe a domain expert actually has greater power than someone who may be a CEO, simply because he's a domain expert. And that creates speed. And I think the third thing which becomes very, very important, most of us in multinationals, we're used to looking at GDP, negotiating our plan numbers, and making sure we beat them. The entire entrepreneurial world works without targets, right? Because a target is meaningless. They're only chasing sequential growths. And the whole battle is for survival. And that completely is a different DNA versus chasing a plan number. Because target, by definition, confines you. It is a finite number. So I think that is a big, big difference in the way I think entrepreneurs are inspiring the nation today. And I think more power to all of you because it's also forcing incumbents to bring in some of those values, but very difficult to imbibe because the DNA itself needs to be relooked at. How do you make people each one of you and profitable folks here, I can tell you some of us are not. But having said that, would love to know from you, what's the one thing that's really keeping you up all night as an insurgent? And would be different for each one of us, but would love to hear your one thing that's really a worry or what keeps you up all night, the problem that you're yet to solve.
For us, it's currently the absolute intense competition, which is all discount driven, which is a race to the bottom. And we often wonder, there's so much noise around acquiring customers like that. And you often wonder, are you really missing out? Are you not being able to protect your turf? And I think for a bit, we were like, okay, maybe we should do that too. And very quickly, we realized the cost at which it comes is not sustainable. So just going back to values, beliefs, and business model, and really sticking to your guns.
Awesome.
So, for us, so going back to the last question, uh, there was a time when we used to take about 2 years for a brand to be launched in companies like ours. Now we cut that timeline, cut the time. And now last year we launched a product which was in 13 days, right? From beginning to the time it landed in consumers' laps. So we also learning from you guys, being quicker and everything. The one mantra which we've been told is that strategy is available off the shelf. It's execution which matters in the end, So we focus more on execution rather than strategy because everybody knows strategies rather, and execution is where we excel in and we focus on our execution power.
Awesome. Hitesh?
Yep. So I'll say probably incumbents are catching up fast. So I think that's the thread that we have. But to be honest, I think so. Last year, obviously, considering the environment, and we've always built the brand, the company in a very disciplined way. But still, we figure out that uh, getting top line is probably a lot easier than getting the profitability in place, right? Because and that too while scaling up. So to scale profitability is the biggest challenge, and I think we did a lot of things in last 1 year to get to profitability, right? So we swung from -15 to +10, and I think the biggest learning was that revenue is still a science, but EBITDA is like engineering, right? I mean, there's so many moving parts to it, and you have to kind of keep on. But once we hit that break-even point in profitability, then after that we started seeing the flywheel, right? So the growth which was probably there 2-3 years back, right, 20-25% month-on-month growth, now we don't have fear of investing a lot more on marketing, right? Because we know that we've cracked the code, and now it is just about scaling it up in the right fashion. So I'll say probably I think for last 1 year that's what was keeping us awake. Now obviously I think the next frontier for us is to crack GT, right? So we piloted in GT for last 1 year. Uh, and we're still struggling, right? Because we were not offering credit, so we are not a brand which is focusing on primary. And I think what we've realized that probably we've managed to create that brand pull in the online ecosystem, but offline will probably require a different strategy altogether, right?
That's very
So
true.
still kind of trying to learn that.
So GT is keeping you up all night. Nice.
So for us, it's there's too much demand. We've signed up a lot of things, and we have to now execute and execute super fast. So what's keeping us awake is, we hadn't done any piece of marketing up till March because we had a target that only when the company becomes profitable will we start marketing. And we did another unusual thing. We got a brand ambassador, Rajkumar Rao, to do franchise marketing. Now this has never been done before. So usually celebrities sell, consumer products. They don't sell livelihood. And in this case, it was a crazy bet, and we're all thinking, shit, what's going to happen? But it turned out like really well, and we were oversubscribed for our franchise requests. And now the problem that I'm going around with is I have to hire more people. I have to build faster tech. I have to do everything to meet that demand. So I'm in slightly maybe a different growth journey in life, but it's very challenging to suddenly see that overwhelming demand and to fulfill it.
Asa, that's still a very good problem to keep you up all night.
But it is challenging.
Yeah, indeed.
For us, it's only about how to just continue to stay relevant in our customers' lives and ensure that we keep bringing innovation. That's the only thing that I believe will set us apart in this category creation game. So that's what gives us sleepless night.
That's
Time's
amazing. That's absolutely amazing. And I genuinely feel that I think what you said, Asta, is very true. Maybe it's not even 1 out of 2 in the generation to come. I guess 100% of India would veer towards entrepreneurship. And I think more and more incumbents need to create a world where there's not a CEO factory, but perhaps a founder's factory, because that's what probably the new age requires. Many more people who take much deeper ownership of their businesses. But thank you so much for an amazing panel. And I hope it was insightful for all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please stay back on the stage for a group photograph. That was such a wonderful panel discussion. And let me tell you, I am a customer of all the brands, even the Man Company products I've used. I've stolen them from my brother. I have a pet. So I'm a huge fan of all the people who are standing on the stage. Let's have a huge round of applause for all of them. Please stay back for a moment more. All of you, kindly stay back for a moment, please. I request Amrita Thapar, MMA board member, to please come up on stage. generation fueled by culture of innovation. Well, I've already told you this session is in partnership with HT1 Audience. I would like to invite to dais Aditi Prasad, Head News Video to HTDS from HT Media Company.
Hi, many of you must be wondering what I am doing here. I'm wondering the same because it's like Razia Gundo mein phas gayi. I'm a content person. You guys are all marketers out here. I don't speak the same language as you, but I hope I'll be able to explain some of the stuff that we're doing at Hindustan Times, at HT Media in terms of videos, taking it from a very uh, legacy media, print media to where we are today. And we've really, taken it, we've broken the glass ceiling, so to speak, as far as our innovation with videos is concerned, which you'll see in the presentation that I have, but I don't know how to play it. Can someone just help me with how I'm going to? Thanks, sir. Sorry, I'm not sure how to play this. There it is. Got it. So that's the way to go forward. This is the way. So this is where we are at. We've, May 2018. That's just barely 5 years ago. We were barely scratching the surface as far as videos were concerned. It took us a good 4 years to reach where we are today. The number of videos we started making across our various platforms scaled up from a paltry 600 videos in a month to 3,340 videos a month. These are per month numbers. I didn't have the space to show per month, per year growth. So I took just the month of May that has just gone by as a benchmark, and we've mapped the numbers of the number of videos we did across the years, May 2018, 2019, 2020, and the viewership. See how the number of videos may have gone up by almost 500%, but the kind of monthly views we are getting across all our platforms, which largely remain Hindustan Times, Live Hindustan, and Mint, our business newspaper. This is the video arm of all of that, all these three platforms combined, and we've taken it to almost 350 million views we are doing on a monthly basis today. Overall watch time that we are getting has grown by almost 2,300%. And that kind of watch time, and I understand that I'm just taking over from a YouTube, Google presentation, so they would know that the kind of watch time, especially for news. And this, when I say news, news is not really restricted to just hard news. News is also business news, fashion news, lifestyle news. All of that sort of combines together to make up this pie. So we've gone a long way. These are, I don't want to, you're all marketers, you know your media plans, so you already know that video consumption is growing across the industry. I don't want to dwell a lot on this, but I want to talk about the journey that took us from, sorry, I think I've sort of, okay, the journey that has taken me from here to here. Okay, I'm unable to sort of operate this very well, I see. But having said that, the consumption patterns there, the consumption patterns on all our, now most of our consumption is via YouTube. And we are now looking at, that's the next step, and I'll come to that a little later. That is where our growth is coming from. And on-site views, we are pushing the envelope as far as on-site views is concerned. It's not been an easy journey to go from where we were in 2018 to where we are today, because largely because we are a very legacy print-led organization. I remember when I used to walk across to the print editors and say, okay, why don't we do a video? It's like, what? Why? Why do we need to do video? I mean, we write, we don't do videos. But there is a whole bunch of audiences out there, and that understanding has come from mapping the users, the audience that we have. And how do we map the audience? Because the audiences want to engage with you. I mean, TV news is there, sure, television is there, and sure, that is still the biggest pie as far as marketing money is, as far as the bandwidth is concerned, because they have huge teams, etc. We came up with a digital first approach, completely digital, and very small scale, and we scaled it up very gradually. And we tapped our audiences, the audiences who were coming to us. I remember in May of 2018, we had some 2 lakh subscribers on our YouTube channel. Today, we have about 5.5, almost 5.7 million subscribers on our YouTube channel. So in a span of 5 years, people have grown, people have liked us, people come to us, people subscribe to us, people want to be associated with the kind of videos we are making. And that, for a print-led organization, from a legacy print organization to a video-led organization, is a journey that we've undertaken in the last 5 years. We're obviously taking it to the next level now with a whole host of um, new initiatives, and those new initiatives include the words which are very much in buzz nowadays, which is AI. Of course, Prime Minister Modi went to the US and told their Congress that AI means America, India in this context. But in this context, I'm really referring to artificial intelligence, which is what we've been working on. The journey has been very, very interesting as far as Hindustan Times is concerned. We've had, and now I'm talking purely of Hindustan Times, which is our flagship brand. Hindustan Times, we've seen a 2,290% growth in monthly views. We have a captive audience of almost 150 million viewers per month for the last almost a year. Not many people know this. That's because the normal association of Hindustan Times is as a legacy brand, but this is the kind of uh, viewers that we have. This is largely the gender part we are changing. When we started, we just had 2% female audiences, and that is 5 years ago. Today, we have a 12% female audience, and I'm hoping that we're going to be able to make that even better, make it count, because that's the age group, that's the gender that is watching our videos. Differentiated news, digital first approach, and IPs. That's the strategy that we've been following. Something uh, gets us views, another thing gets us subscribers. We do a mix and match of a whole lot of things to arrive at where we are today. The next step that we are moving to, and that's where we are at. Sorry, this I should have put up right in front, but this is where we are at today in terms of, just if you take the YouTube views, because that's something that I can compare with my audiences, compare with my competition. And every CNN News 18, Mayan, India Today, NDTV, all of them, hardcore television organizations on YouTube with a whole bunch of people working with them, with a whole ecosystem that is trained towards videos, and we beat them hands down. We are at, we almost every month for the last 1 year, we've been doing more in terms of video views, in terms of engagement, in terms of watch time, in terms of click-through rates than most of our competitors who have a wider reach, who have a better brand name as far as videos are concerned. But the strategy that has worked for us, and I go back to that slide, is largely a video first approach. It's a digital first approach as far as we have, because we're not just cutting out whatever we are putting on television and putting them on YouTube. We're making content for our viewers who are coming to watch us on YouTube or coming to watch us on our website. And that is something with the next phase that we are planning is, and of course, there's Hindustan Enlivenment. Again, the same strategy, differentiated news, um, understanding, reading our audiences, reading their comments, getting their feedback, improvising, making things better every time. Understanding the audiences has been key for us in cracking our video strategy, because the digital audience or today's audience wants to engage. They do not want a one-way conversation. And we give them that opportunity to engage through our live shows, through our various platforms, and through all the social media handles that we broadcast these on. So, and we do respond to our audiences also. So that makes it a holistic offering where they can engage with us, interact with us, and we, of course, plan a lot of, so for Mint, as you can see, we do a lot of personal finance related IPs. We did an entire show, actually 5 seasons of that show called Money with Monica. We invited, we did a show with Monica Halan where who's a personal finance expert, a great author, fantastic person on camera, and she would take questions from viewers and answer those questions. Engagement, understanding, and there are people who are actually interested in that kind of content, who are actually coming, engaging with us. The remotest villages and seeing how roads have reached there, how the lives of those people who are living at the India-China border in Arunachal Pradesh, at respective places, how their lives are changing uh, because of roads reaching there, because of infrastructure reaching there, because that's a huge push by the government. So we decided, okay, we'll go and check it out. And we are working on that series now. This is a great series for any brand to be associated with. So I'm saying that politics is not really the new be all and end all of news. There's a whole plethora of work that is there. There are huge things that we're doing. There are a lot, like for instance, we're doing a podcast series now. With this podcast series with is all with former chiefs of Indian Air Force, Navy, uh, the Army, former Army chiefs. They're all coming there. They're talking about their experiences. They're talking about what all they did during their tenure, whatever they can speak out in public. And they are talking about it, and it's very engaging conversation. People want to know, people want to hear, people are engaging with these podcasts. So that's a whole lot of bunch of work that we are doing as far as we're concerned. The whole idea was, and that's the mandate that was given to us, was that we want to transform from a legacy print media to top of the charts, top of the playlist. And I think we're halfway there, even though we're leading the market right now, but there's still so much to do. And oh, we hope we'll be able to get a lot of it done within the next couple of years. So thank you so much for listening to me. I hope that was interesting in some way. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Aditi. Please stay back for a moment. I request Priya Chaudhary, Director, Business Solutions and Insights, Google India, to please come up on stage and hand over a token of appreciation to Aditi Prasad. Once again, thank you for your time and presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is a fireside chat session about solving complex real world problems using AI. All right, the stage is set up. And for this session, may I please invite on stage Amrita Thapar, MMA India Board Member, Chief Marketing Officer, Microsoft India. I would also like to invite Samanyu Garg, Founder and CEO, Rightsonic. Can we have a round of applause for both of them? Please have a seat. I'll just get you the mics. Let's begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. I think it's that time of the day when people have started kind of streaming out for some chai and samosas. So I actually asked, Bing Chat, how do I ask people to come in from a tea break at a conference? So they said, promise them something like a giveaway. So I'm going to ask you, are you going to give away some Right Sonic subscriptions to some of the people who have streamed out?
For sure, yeah.
Okay, so that's an announcement. If you're in the lobby having some chai and samosas, pick it up and come back in because you don't want to miss this session that I'll be doing right now that I'm getting started with. My name is Amrita, and just a little bit of a backstory. We wanted to definitely have a session on generative AI and chat GPT, and we've been discussing this for the last couple of months since we started talking about MMA Impact. And I was a little, went back and forth saying, you have to talk about it in the context that makes sense. And then I met Sam in Bombay 10 days ago. And I said, that's it. That's the story that really marketers need to know. And I immediately messaged Monica and I said, I'll do a session on AI, but I'll do it with Sam. And because you have to look at the entire impact of generative AI and marketing with a specific use case, and Sam's story is the best use case. So with that, I'll actually introduce Sam, and I'll need my notes for that because it's an introduction which is I won't do justice to it if I just kind of introduce him as the founder because he has many things to, such as TLDR, this Zesture, and BhagwadGita.ai. Right Sonic in the last 2 years has today reached 6 million users and 40,000 paying subscribers, which include agencies, enterprises, and freelancers. You go onto their website and you see names from Schneider Electric, Tech Mahindra, Spotify, Twitter, name it, and there's just the who's who of almost every industry that's already on Right Sonic today. So, Sam, welcome to
Amrita,
someone
with
new
your
or Sam?
permission, can I add one more introduction to Sam? Yes, and Sam is also one of our youngest panelists of the day. So I'd like to give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Sam. It's
Thank you
impressive.
very much for the introduction. Really appreciate that.
Yeah. So, welcome to MMA Impact. So, before I get into all the questions, I'm just going to say Right Sonic's own description is best AI writer for creating Twitter tweets, Instagram captions, LinkedIn posts, blogs, SEO content, product descriptions. And it says create SEO optimized and plagiarism free content for your blogs, ads, emails, and website 10 times faster. So Sam, tell us a little bit about, the product itself, not the company, but what was it that you were trying to solve for yourself that made you come up with this?
For sure. So just for background, I'm a software engineer by background. So I didn't have much experience with marketing when I started out, but I had a bunch of side projects which I was working on through college and after graduating as well. So my main motivation was how can I promote my other side projects better without me having to learn all of the marketing. So basically, the initial idea, I basically built Right Sonic to solve my own itch. So one of the biggest things you need for launching anything online is a landing page. Because let's say if you're launching on Product Hunt or Reddit, Twitter, anything, you need a landing page because that shows the core value proposition of your product. So that is when I wondered, why don't I train an AI on the best landing pages from brands like, Stripe and Coca-Cola and all of these and get it to do the work for me. So that was the starting point for Right Sonic. And the whole value proposition was how can you get rid of writer's block and produce more content at a faster pace. And this is not just for writers themselves, but also startups and marketing teams. It saves so much time with brainstorming, with coming up with ideas. And that is how we sort of started out. And currently, two main focus points for us. One is AI powered content creation for brands, which is conversion optimized, SEO optimized, and on brand. So it follows the brand's style guide and guidelines. And second is we also have a no code AI chatbot builder where any company can get their own chatbot, which is very personalized, just like how ChatGPT works. So it's basically a custom ChatGPT, which is trained on your data. And it can be used for customer engagement, for support, for e-commerce like product recommendations and all those kinds of things.
So the unique story is that you actually created this product to help yourself, and then you realized to kind of commercialize it. So tell us about the pitch in the early days. Like, what were the naysayers, or how did you actually manage to even? Because even today there are, I think, in the industry there are naysayers that AI is just hype and it's not really going to go that far beyond things like machine learning, lead generation, and things like that. But you're doing copywriting with it. So tell us a little bit about how do you address that?
So I think like a funny thing is when we launched out, writers themselves were saying that this will never be creative enough to help us out with anything, right? That was the point. And the funny thing was writers themselves were using the product for their own work, but they were not talking about it like professionally in terms of LinkedIn and all of those things. It was basically like a hidden tool they were using to help themselves. But on the outside, their view was that AI will never go big or never help out with something as intricate as marketing. Because when you think of AI, what people used to think, or what even us, we have been thinking since before, that AI will first take away the manual jobs. Like robots would come in, they would take away the jobs of truck drivers and factory people and all of these kinds of things. But the opposite happened. It's sort of going into more creative fields. And of course, it's not taking the job away, it's acting as a co-pilot or as an assistant there, which is where, let's say, the first draft, which is about 80% there, is done by the AI. And that remaining 20% is where the human comes in, adds their own unique touch, their own unique kind of style to it. And that is when it kind of really resonates with their own target audience there.
So how did this, what was the kind of inflection point where people, you think, understand that? And we've been talking about it a lot, I mean, that AI is really a co-pilot because it helps you, it augments your intelligence. So tell us, what was the inflection point that you see with users per se?
I think for us, it was much before ChatGPT actually. So this was back in like end of 2021 or 2022. That is when, in fact, we started seeing a lot of marketers, lots of copywriters, content writers, startup, founders coming in using the tool. They saw the value. We have case studies where companies saved like, thousands of hours. And like let's say if you were to write a blog manually, if it takes you 8 to 10 hours, that same thing can be written along with the help of AI within 1 or 1.5 hours. So there's so much time and also money that you're saving. And for example, one simple example, if you are a freelancer, if you were working with 2 clients in a month, now you can work with 10 clients in a month because your content production volume has increased and your workload has reduced there. So that means you can take on more clients. The clients themselves are getting better quality content and at a much faster pace. So it's kind of like a win-win for both the customer as well as that, the writer or the freelancer there as well.
So you mentioned that you've actually, you started on this before ChatGPT became kind of took the world by storm. How has the interest changed, or what has been the upside of the entire ChatGPT movement?
So when ChatGPT came out, we actually launched our own version, which was called ChatSonic. So if you search online, it is known as the best alternative of ChatGPT. And our focus there has been like, when ChatGPT came out, within 1 week when we were testing it out, first of all, the conversational UX that ChatGPT provides, that is very good because every user knows how to use something like WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger and these kinds of things. So that is the thing that really made ChatGPT accessible to hundreds of millions of users that it is today. For us, we saw some certain limitations there. One was that it had a knowledge cutoff until 2021. So it didn't, it couldn't generate anything after that point onwards. Second thing, one of the very biggest problems with ChatGPT is hallucination. So if you ask it something, for example, if you ask who won the FIFA World Cup 2022, it would give you a wrong answer. It would make up some random answer there. And then a couple of other things we saw were that ChatGPT, the content that it produces, it's quite generic. Like everyone is producing its similar content. There's no unique kind of tone to it or style to it. So that is what we focused on in terms of ChatSonic, where brands could upload their own data. It was connected to the internet. We also we use kind of Bing in the background to fetch the latest information and produce content which is factual, which is on brand, and which kind of it's follows the industry or the target market that you're trying to cater for instead of being generic.
So I think I love the fact that actually Rightsonic allows brands to also upload their own brand voice and brand guidelines so that you're creating content which all sounds the same across different publishers. But I'm sure there's still the elephant in the room when you're doing large enterprise deals, especially, which is how will my content be different, or how will the content that get generated stand out? And while the brand guidelines and brand voice is unique, what are the other selling points or the wow factor that you think people need to be aware of?
So I think one of the main things that we have seen is companies want to use their own data to come up with any new content. So for example, let's say if you think of like we work with one of the big four consulting companies, for example. So they have a ton of data that they've accumulated over the last few years. They have their white papers, reports, all of those things. Now, instead of producing content which provides some generic information, they want to be able to get the relevant information from their own documents, from their own data, and then use that to create new content there. So that is sort of one thing where the content is kind of very, very unique to that brand. It is trained on their own data. That is one thing. Second thing is also the collaboration kind of aspect that we provide there, where different team members can come together, collaborate on that. And we have sort of replicated the entire workflows that a writer or like an editing team takes. So we have replicated that using AI. So we can even speed up those workflows and make those more productive. And I think apart from that, it's mainly a mix of those, again, like brand kind of voice kind of thing. That is the biggest factor for brands right now, where everyone loves ChatGPT. Everyone wants to use it in their own company, but it's not useful for a production or like a proper marketing use case yet. So those are the 2-3 things we are solving for there. Yeah.
So what would you say is next for Rightsonic? If you think about your product and your platform and the evolution of this,
Yeah.
what's the next milestone?
For us, I think a couple of aspects there. So for us, the focus so far has been sort of B2C, SMBs, these kinds of target audience. We have also worked with enterprises, of course, but not to the full B2B extent yet. So that is one thing where we are talking to more and more brands. Of course, after ChatGPT, there's much more interest in the market there. So that is one aspect. Second aspect that we are focusing on is, there's, as I just mentioned before, it's called retrieval augmented generation. Even Microsoft is working on this. So it's basically where everything is sort of connected to your data, and every company will sort of have their own foundation model. So every company will have their own custom ChatGPT kind of thing, not just for content, but for all other forms of things as well, whether that's for finance or whether that's for HR or any of those things. So what we are working on is these custom chatbots that can be used internally and externally. Internally, as in, if you're a big company, it's very hard to find like how many leaves do you have left, or if you want to find certain document or certain internal kind of policy around something, that's a very big pain point right now. So what we are working on there is where all of those data points are collected, and then use generative AI to find the most semantically relevant result there. So that, of course, internally it saves you a lot of time. And then externally, if you've heard of a concept of AI agents, adding AI agents to the mix, so that, for example, if you have a chatbot, of an e-commerce company, then as a user, I can go and say, hey, I want a black t-shirt with white stripes, which is cotton. It will give me a bunch of recommendations for the products. I don't need to filter down, using the UI and all of that. It will give me some recommendations, and then it will have AI agents connected to that. So basically, right from there, it will automatically go make the book, order the product for me, give me status updates from there. Or if it's a travel website, for example, the user can ask, I want to go to New York. Can you make me a 5-day travel itinerary? It will make the travel itinerary. It will go automatically go to the flight website, like the flight booking website, make the booking, then go to the hotel website, make the booking, come back. So it's like that whole AI automation kind of suite we are working on.
So where do you see, what do you think customer experience will become? Because eventually we are going to all expect that in the way we interact with different things. So what do you think is the future of customer experience? Hyper personalization, is that the...
I think, yeah, hyper personalization, I would say for the next maybe 2 years, that would be the biggest thing, where you want any content, any kind of interaction you're having with your consumer, end to end, that needs to be hyper, personalized based on their data points, like based on, what they're searching for or those kinds of aspects. And second is also kind of, going to like multiple different interfaces, so not just limited to an app or maybe like a website, but like a multi kind of interface approach, where I think chat is probably the biggest one, where every kind of platform would be connected to that same chat interface, and everything would be happening through that chat interface itself, because that's like the most kind of interesting user experience that we have seen, I think, so far. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm almost done. Just one last question, because it's always gets asked. If I don't, somebody in the audience will. What are the safeguards or guardrails that we should keep in mind? And this entire concept of responsible AI, how do you apply it in your own product and for your customers?
So I think that's a very interesting aspect for sure. It's an ongoing research problem as well. So how we have done it is, of course, to reduce toxicity, we have certain toxicity filters that act on one level of the AI. Apart from that, any models that we are training, that is trained on sort of inclusive data. So what I mean by that is all the different aspects, like different languages, different countries, different kind of kinds of personas. So all of those different forms of customers we train the data on, so that any kind of content it is generating, it's being inclusive. Of course, it's an ongoing kind of thing. There's no like one size fits all kind of solution there. So it's an ongoing thing. But that is one thing. Apart from that, any content that is being generated goes through multiple rounds of checks to ensure that whatever conditions we have set, like the guardrails you mentioned, those are being met. So for example, if I've asked it to write a blog post of 1,000 words, it sticks to those 1,000 words. It sticks to the target audience that I've mentioned there, and it sticks to the data of that specific brand there. So all of these different aspects is what we are working on to sort of make sure that it's responsible. But of course, it's a hard engineering problem. So maybe in the next few months or years going forward, it would be 100% accurate. But right now, I would say it's about a decent accuracy, I would say, yeah.
Thank you so much, Sam. I'm going to open it up if there are any questions from the audience. Yeah, if somebody can just get a mic. Could you introduce yourself as well?
Hello. Yeah. So this is Devesh. I'm from HT Digital team. We work on the customer data platform and AI initiatives as well. So I think you worked on AI initiatives very, very closely. And some of the real challenges that we are facing are there are plethora of options available. You have, just for example, if you want to talk about image recognition, so you have Vision API, IBM Watson, then you also have Microsoft tools available. Like, so there are so many options available. If you deep dive into any one of them, it takes considerable amount of time. So out of those so many options, how do you decide which one will work for your use case? I mean, without investing significant time, and obviously AI is a black box. In the back end, you don't know today it might work, tomorrow it might not work. Right? The solutions are being trained in the back end automatically. So how do you then decide which options to work?
So are you asking from a consumer standpoint or from
Yeah,
a?
I'm from an industry standpoint because there's so many use cases. Everybody is like gung ho about AI. Everybody wants to go look at more use cases, and we're also experimenting with them.
So I think if your question is about generically about ChatGPT, that's a harder one. I think I'm going to do a plug. Sam will probably say that's why you need a specific subscription and create your profile on something like Writesonic, because it then is more specific to your questions, your persona, your brand.
I think I would agree to that. So I think it really depends on the use case. So if you have something like image generation, we also do image generation, but that's not our main thing. Like, we don't spend too much time on image generation that we perfect it to the level that Adobe Firefly, for example, has done that. So it really comes down to the use case there. Second thing, I think going forward would be sort of very specific fine-tuned models would be needed for different industries and even different companies, where instead of using something which is sort of generalized and has been generally trained, you would have a more specifically trained thing. So for example, whichever industry you are in, and then even your company, if you have your own data, so like a model that is trained on that specific data would perform the best as compared to some generic kind of model there. Yeah.
Right. And there we are free to choose Google, Microsoft, and all the other options. So there it's more like a hit and try. Right?
I think for us, we work with, it's like a combination of all of the models that we sort of work with. That is what makes it really holistic. So it kind of depends on the use case, I would say.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think now it's a
Thanks.
conversation, not a question. So any other question, anyone? Otherwise, we can wrap up. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sam. A pleasure again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both of you, for a very interesting fireside chat.
Can we please give him a big round of applause, guys? Let's encourage the young talent.
Well, the
Chai is all
youngest
over the
panelists.
place. You guys are awake.
All right, please stay back for a moment. I would like to invite Nidhi Mittal, Head of Brand Marketing Geo Saban, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to Amrita and Samanyu. All right, looks like most of the people are in attendance for this very, very special session. Now is the time to launch the report on ONDC Advantage X Toolkit, GTM Guide to Digitize and Democratize for Commerce-Led Growth. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a very eminent personality, a very special guest, our guest of honor today with us, Ms. Ghazal Alag, who's the co-founder and chief innovation officer of Honasa Consumer Limited, who owns Mama Earth, the Derma Co, and Ayuga. Let's have a huge round of applause for Ghazal, a corporate trainer turned artist come entrepreneur. Ghazal Alag, co-founder of Honasa Consumer Private Limited, with Mama Earth as the first brand which was driven by passion for making early parenting stress-free, taking it to a unicorn status in just 5 years and coming at the entrepreneurial forefront with being a shark on Shark Tank India. Ghazal is a woman who has set an example for young and budding entrepreneurs with a passion to create products unique to the Indian market. Please put your hands together and give her a huge round of applause. And we'd like to thank Ghazal from the bottom of our hearts for giving us your precious time and being here with us. I'd like you to come to Dais and share your perspective on ONDC as a platform. Okay.
That introduction did make me a little uncomfortable. Namaste, everybody. I hope all of you guys are doing really well. Thank you so much, MMA, for having me here to talk about ONDC, which is really special, I think, to all of our hearts. We are looking forward to to the opportunities that it opens up. I think um, I truly believe that ONDC is here to democratize the e-commerce space in India. And if I have to give an example, look at how UPI democratized the digital payments infrastructure of India. Um, if I have to quote our Honorable Prime Minister, he talked about a statistic, right? That 46% of the global digital payments are happening in India. That's a really encouraging number. And I truly believe that, ONDC can actually be that platform which helps us leapfrog this e-commerce penetration in India by bringing not just a couple of players who are leading the charge, but a lot of small sellers, SMEs, etc., who come together, who compete, and who thrive and win. Um, uh, Now, while this is a large opportunity, let me not shy away from the fact that it does come with a lot of, not a lot, but a few challenges, or rather than challenges, I would say open questions, which a lot of us have, right? So, for example, um, technologically, it's a complex platform. We are bringing so many people together on the same, platform. How does it work for each one of them in a manner that all of them are able to grow and thrive is a question that I believe will need to be answered. Similarly, when you're executing it, what's the scale? How far can we get? Are a few of the challenges which I believe the toolkit that MMA has put together will help us probably answer. And as we move forward in the journey, execution will also help us learn and answer some of these questions. I also truly want to appreciate the efforts that MMA has put together into ensuring that the entire ecosystem is collaborating in a way where the information that they're presenting is actually very rich. It's a holistic 360 perspective from a lens where experts across different sectors, people leading different scale of businesses have actually come together, worked on it, and presented something which is not just text, but an actionable toolkit, which you can refer to as a guide and move forward in this journey. And I truly believe that this is going to help a lot of the companies who are, who want to embark on this journey of getting onto the ONDC platform and seeing the opportunities that open up for them. Not taking much of your time, I would request the team to please come on the stage. Let's do the task that we are here for, the big evening that all of us have gathered here for, unveiling the ONDC Advantage X toolkit, where I've been told that X stands for limitless opportunities that the toolkit will help us unlock. Over to the team, please.
Thank you so much, Ghazal, for sharing your perspective with all of us. I would request you to please stay back. And now I would like to, you can come here, please. Now I would like to invite on stage Shirish Joshi, Chief Business Officer, Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC. Ritika Taneja, Head of E-Commerce Group M. Rohit Dadwal, MMA Board Member and Managing Director, MMA Global APAC. Monica Khurana, Country Head and Board Member, MMA Global India. Sonali Malvia, Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer, Essence Mediacom South Asia. Naveen Khemka, CEO South Asia, Essence Mediacom. And Rutashish Nag, Director, Membership and Business Development, MMA Global India. So half of you can be on the left side and half of you can be on the right side. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are ready, we are ready to launch the ONDC Playbook, an initiative by MMA and Group M. I would request Ghazal to kindly do the honors. There we have it. The launch of ONDC Advantage Toolkit, GTM Guide to Digitize and Democratize for Commerce-Led Growth. Now I would request, are we done with the photograph? Yes. I request Monica to kindly come to dais to share more about what the report has to offer.
Team to please stay on, because after this we will hand over a copy of the playbook to all of you, which you all will also sort of showcase with us and take a group picture. But I'd like to just quickly set some context before we do that. So first of all, I want to say a big thank you to Gaza for making this launch extra special by participating and by absolutely being spot on with what you said about ONDC and about the playbook, which we've just launched. So thank you so much. Truly appreciate it. Okay, so having said that, good evening, Delhi. This is the moment, all right? I'm so thrilled all of you have joined us today as we embark on an exciting journey into the world of digital commerce. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you to unveil a game-changing resource that will revolutionize the way we navigate the ONDC landscape, a GTM guide to digitize and democratize for commerce-led growth. Now, you may be wondering, what exactly does Advantage X have to say? I mean, why are we calling it Advantage X? Why DX? So, X is not just a variable. It signifies the limitless possibilities that await us within the ONDC ecosystem and the disruptive opportunity that's making several never imagined categories, niche products available digitally through the ONDC infrastructure. Hence, it's a guide to help with discovery, adoption, and commerce-led growth. We recognize that ONDC has the potential to be a game changer for businesses, brands, and sellers in, as we call it, the e-retail industry. But remember, and this is very important, remember, Advantage X is not just a name, but a call to action to all of you to explore its limitless possibilities and to see ONDC in its entirety. Why? Because it's one basket where one can check out multiple D2C brands and do a checkout in a single click, right? So see it in its entirety, right? The toolkit does compile a collective wisdom of experts who have paved the way into digital commerce and have explored the space considerably. This is also going to be an opportunity for you to connect with diverse stakeholders who have contributed in the playbook and who are also with us for the panel discussion that follows. And like Ghazal said, true to MMA's philosophy, we believe in bringing to you resources which are collaborative and which bring the ecosystem together to make the point of view complete. So don't take my word for it. Download it, check it out for yourself. You're going to have a QR code out there which you can use to scan. And before I hand it over to our partner Group M, I do want to do a big shout out to Group M for helping us put this together and make this playbook available to all of you as an industry to explore galore. So may I please now call Ritika on stage to quickly walk us through a little more about ONDC?
Thank you, Monica, and thank you, everyone. I would like to extend, my sincere gratitude to Ghazal, to Shirish, to Sonali, to everybody from MMA team and from ONDC who made this moment happen. As Monica rightly mentioned, this playbook represents more than just a concept. It's a call to action and a GTM guide to explore the unlimited possibilities on ONDC. The genesis of the playbook lies in the fact that the businesses are widely acknowledging ONDC as a transformative force, but lack access to a comprehensive toolkit for making important decisions. Advantage X is a one-stop solution to solve this problem. So basically, we all know, I mean, ONDC is the game changer. But what we've seen is that how do I even get there? How do I even start? What does it means? What does it entails is something which is a black box right now. That's where we thought we would step in and create a difference. So this playbook can assist businesses of all types, including startups, established brands, D2C, B2C, and B2B in understanding what it takes to be successful on ONDC. The playbook helps in determining the viability of OND as an option based on the specific type of business and provides guidance on selecting the optimal ONDC node, considering factors such as budget, marketing goals, assortment size, and business model. It facilitates understanding the time, effort, and technological expertise required to launch on the network. Additionally, it also explains how ONDC transforms vital aspects of commerce operations like catalog management, seller management, order and logistics management, etc. Advantage X also explore how ONDC will unlock commerce opportunities for different categories, be it fashion, FMCG, consumer electronics, home decor, pharmacy, etc. We've all covered it. I invite all of you to download the playbook and explore the X. I express my gratitude once again to everyone who made this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritika and Monica. Now let's have the report. We'll be handing over the report to all the eminent guests on the stage. And let's have a group photograph along with the real report in hands. Thank you, everyone. I would request Ghazal to please stay back and rest of you can please be seated. May I now request Amit Jain, MMA India Board Chair and Chairman L'Oreal India to please come up on stage. We would like to present a token of appreciation to Ghazal Alak. Please accept this small token of appreciation and love on behalf of MMA and all our partners. Thank you so much, Amit. And thank you very much, Ghazal, for giving us your precious time and being with us today. Once again, can we have a huge round of applause for Ghazal? Now, while we set up the stage for our next session, you all can download the report by scanning the QR code that have been placed on your table already. Also, in the meanwhile, if you have not followed our LinkedIn page, please do so right now. The LinkedIn handle is MMA Global India. If you've clicked any pictures here while the sessions were going on, your picture along any backdrop or your picture just sitting here, you can post them on MMA Global India by tagging them and use hashtag Shape the Future, hashtag MMA Impact India, and hashtag MMA Global India. We'll quickly set up the stage for our next session. In this interesting session, our panelists will help decode the highlights from the playbook on how brands and sellers can leverage the ONDC network to enhance their businesses. Okay, the stage is set for the next session. We have an eminent set of panelists for this discussion. That's on helping to decode the highlights from the playbook on how brands and sellers can leverage the ONDC network to enhance their businesses. I would like to invite the panelists, Monica Khurana, Country Head and Board Member, MMA Global India. Naman Mavandia, Co-Founder, Magic Pin. Ritika Taneja, Head of Commerce, Group M. Shirish Joshi, Chief Business Officer, Open Network for Digital Commerce, that is ONDC. And Varadarajan Raghunathan, Head Monetization, Partnerships and Customer Engagement, Big Basket. Also, I'd like to invite a moderator for the session, Ruhel Amin.
Was really disruptive. Congratulations. But let me begin my session, though I have, I think, 35 to 40 minutes, and I have a lot of questions to get answered. Let me start with you, Monica. We read about how this report is disruptive, how it changes the face of e-commerce. Give me a sense of the findings, what all went into putting this report together. How do you see it? What is the disruptive big part in this report according to you?
Sure. So let me qualify it as a black swan phenomena, right? That's what I would call ONDC. And I think Ghazal made a very interesting analogy when she said it is what UPI was to payments, right? That's what ONDC is going to be to commerce.
Right.
Absolutely the path it's going, right? Having said that, obviously they're early days. There is a lot of experimentation and there is a lot of speculation as well, right? Some have joined the bandwagon, some are evaluating, some see some challenges and so on and so forth. So what we did is we did a massive primary study
across the industry to really understand what is it that they see as a challenge, what is it that they see as an opportunity, and what is, what is really moving the needle. And what really came out very categorically is that 90% of those who took the survey said they would want to explore ONDC. So that's a very healthy number. So clearly there's a lot of interest. 73% of them said that they clearly see it as a level playing field between large brands and SMEs. And it does open up a lot of opportunity. It's like saying that earlier, one product was a flagship product which went national. Now it's like you can have flagship products in every state, every city, every town, right? So that's the depth it can offer, right? And it is clearly transforming the e-retail industry. So that was that. And the third very interesting data point was that 41% of them said that it is going to disrupt the payment, the digital payments category also in a very, very big way. And the categories which are really dominating ONDC right now, as per the survey, is fashion, electronics, and FMCG. So those are really some of the top highlights. And we've had a lot of contributors. In fact, Naman is one of the contributors. Varda is one of the contributors who had some very interesting perspectives, which you sure will hear about as well. But the playbook, like we've already communicated, is an ecosystem effort. It is to accelerate the journey of adoption, and it is to bring very quality, cutting edge, collaborative, sort of understanding about ONDC.
Of course, the numbers that you shared, like, 90% have interest and 70% find it as a level playing field. Of course, I mean, these are conversations that always needed to be addressed. And I think here is the solution. To you, Ritika, if we look at the dominant e-commerce platforms, you know, and the ONDC's offering that is there, what makes it a preferred platform according to you? And what are the probable challenges that the brands may experience? Because Ms. Alag also touched upon that there may be some challenges because it's still a vast area to be addressed. Your thoughts on this?
That's a good question, Ruhel. Thank you. See, clearly, and Monica did speak about it, that the industry sentiment on ONDC is extremely strong. ONDC promises to unlock exponential opportunity for growth for brands, businesses, sellers alike. From the standpoint of wider reach, from the standpoint of better control on consumer insights and data points, from the standpoint of lesser reliance on a few e-commerce platforms, and of course, an opportunity for businesses to create an independent sales channel wherein they can also empower their distributors, their retailers, and a whole lot of their distribution nodes to be there. So clearly the opportunity is standing out very strongly. But of course, with any opportunity, there comes a few challenges also. So I'll classify the challenges into two buckets. Uh, uh, it's a brand new phenomena, of course, not even like a couple of years old now. So the brands who are still not on ONDC, uh, they're finding it little difficult to decode what it means. Do they have it in them to kind of comply with the norms? Do they have the technological expertise? What does it means to be there? What is that GTM strategy? So that's an area of struggle, and therefore this playbook that we've come up with solves for that. And the second challenge is about brands that are already there on ONDC. So their challenges are more to do with, regular e-commerce challenges that they would anyways face with e-commerce platforms, let's say brand safety issues or maybe payments, reconciliation, settlement issues. Those are regular, your day-to-day operational challenges. And they would stay. So, but ONDC comes with its own regulations and architecture, and this playbook also covers a lot of that as to what are those best practices, what does it take to be successful, what are your do's and don'ts. So I think this is where we are at the moment.
Absolutely. I think it's also a behavioral shift somewhere, which will take time because people and businesses are used to a certain platform. Of course, it's a shift. It's a matter of time as well. Let me go to Shirish here, Uh, toolkit, and of course, we have seen what all it has, to offer. But tell me, when it comes to making businesses who are not on it right now or using these services, how do we make this toolkit available, simplified, understandable to them? What is happening on that front? Because these are rich insights.
Sure. So even before this came out, in the initial stages, initial months, we were seeing how businesses needed to adapt, and especially ones which had not been digital before. And so out of that, we created a handbook of practices, which we've now converted into a set of videos that we're now calling the ONDC Academy. And we are co-opting somebody to put it on a proper learning platform and make it like a certification course. Over time, we will keep taking insights from the market and keep kind of bringing out later versions of it. So we've already begun that task. Now we have this playbook, so there will be insights from here. Also, many large business houses or brands have also agreed to share their experiences,
Local,
both from existing e-commerce, from their other digitization of businesses, because businesses have been going digital, as well as their viewpoint on ONDC. So I believe it's really democratic. It's networked by the businesses, for the businesses, of the businesses. And so they will collectively pull in and build the knowledge. And that's really encouraging. What MMA has done is a wonderful start.
Absolutely, absolutely. Naman, as a business owner, how do you see the impact of ONDC? I mean, from that standpoint.
So overall, ONDC is a huge opportunity. I think there are two things that ONDC is set out to achieve. One, it will grow the entire digitization of commerce and hence increase the overall size of businesses and opportunity for businesses in India. Second, it will bring down the cost of doing business. I think if both of these things happen, it will lead to success or digitization of commerce in India. Now, this will happen on both fronts. So if you look at the consumer side opportunity, it's massive. So there are almost 80 crore Indians who have access to the internet, of which only 45 to 50 crore today browse content. What is very exciting is that even of that, only 15 to 16 crores of them today transact or do e-commerce online, and of which only 1 to 2 crore is power users. Right? So if you look at the overall numbers, the percentage of users who are browsing content online to percentage who are finally transacting is only 25%. So 75% of that base is not even to that changes. Imagine if that 5% of commerce that's happening digital, 25% of that moves to digital. That creates like $300 billion of incremental GDP that should come out of it. So huge opportunity. Now, so the other part of that is cost. Why will cost come down? Right? Because there'll be a lot of specialization that will happen due to ONDC. Today, there are marketplaces who own both demand, supply, logistics, payments. Everything is owned by one entity. That will get unbundled and efficiencies will come out. So, for example, today Paytm is a buyer app, right? And MagicPin, let's say, is a seller app. And then there is Dunzo, who's a logistics provider. And then there are other payment providers. Now, transaction will get originated on Paytm as a buyer app, who doesn't need to worry about anything else in the cost chain. That transaction will get moved to MagicPin, who's a seller. MagicPin will send it to McDonald's, let's say, because that's the seller. And then Dunzo would go and pick up the order and bring it back to the customer. So all of this is unbundled. What that leads to is massive efficiency in the value chain, because a player needs to focus or specialize in only one part of the value chain. They don't need to work on the entire structure, hence bringing down efficiency, improving or bringing cost efficiencies should bring down cost structures of doing business in the country.
Absolutely. I think you have really, really kind of explained it so well. And the numbers are mind-boggling. The possibilities, the opportunity is definitely mind-boggling. Let me come to you, Vardarajan. You've been part of this journey already. What transformative kind of impact have you really seen in the business? What are the new possibilities that you have seen that you couldn't do otherwise?
Yeah, as far as the impact goes, we're still sort of learning. But the way I sort of thought about this was ONDC essentially unbundles, right, your value chain unintentionally. makes parts of your value chain into a product, right? Let me try and give you an example, right? I'd like to believe, for example, Big Basket, or for that matter, Blinkit, we probably have the lowest cost of hyper-local delivery of any player in the country, right? Like what Naman said, unfortunately, at this point of time, we probably have to be like an all-rounder, right? We play cricket like maybe a Hardik Pandya. We probably are 30 on batting, 25 on bowling, and we also take a couple of catches. I'd like certainly for our dark store nearby, right, which operates at, let's say, 65% utilization, to pick up some slack from ONDC, right? What it does is two things, right? The cost of, let's say, Mama Earth, right, could potentially go down, because I can pretty much assure you, we would love to come and talk to you and say, hey, we want to take care of your D2C deliveries as well. But at this point of time, there's no trust, right? You'd probably be worried about, I know what, signing an NDA or all kinds of legalese. This just makes this, this just does what a Uber did to you and the driver, right? It builds trust. You have a review mechanism. You have a check and balance. There's transparency of prices, etc., etc. So that's the one part of it. What I'd like to call sort of unbundled productization, right? The corollary to that, right? And think of it like a mirror image. So far, all of these platforms had this sort of monolithic business model where I had to do all of the grunt work of bringing on a customer to, let's say, a Big Basket or an Amazon or what have you, right? If, let's say, I could actually work with a Paytm, who probably at that point of time has a bigger incentive to give, let's say, a 10% cash back and induce you into buying something on Big Basket, right? Hold my beer, right? Why would I not do it, right? I think, to me, ONDC will probably answer this big asymptote that we have in India. I think all of us in this room have this piece, but we probably don't talk enough about it, that we can't quite get past this 2-3 crore English speaking urban customers, right? Because customer acquisition costs spiral. Every time we go to, let's say, just outside of Gurgaon, our customer acquisition costs become 2x. We just don't get the same volumes, etc., etc., right? If I can't go to, let's say, Manasar, right, and get a customer of my own, could this be an on the fly cooperation that I could do with, I know what, potentially a phone pay or a Paytm, to defray my acquisition costs and that get that customer to start transacting, right? So I think these are the sort of two ways in which I think about this.
Absolutely, absolutely. In the interest of time, because I want to get in some questions from the audience as well, let me come to you, Monica. Though you touched upon it in your speech briefly, but let me ask you, how has MMA's e-commerce council enabled the narrative of ONDC Advantage X, and why is it called Advantage X? Once more, this question for you.
All right. Okay, I'll keep this short. So the first part, we do have a very active and engaged, e-commerce council, which is a part of something called an AMP community, which stands for Accelerating Modern Marketing Practices. So e-commerce is a very active council, which has been driving commerce-led initiatives for over the last 2 to 3 years. We've ensured we are agile. We've ensured we keep the narrative refreshed. This year, the focus has been ONDC in a big way, and omni-channel, as two areas. And we've tried to do a bunch of things right from the beginning of the year. Even the board has a very strong view of the need to evangelize it as a body. So what we've also done is we've launched something called Digital Commerce Dialogues, which we keep having regularly in forums like these, which bring alive a lot of rich thinking from experts. We also have a study which we did, which we've already spoken about, and of course the report, creating resources which can enable and empower the community to really adopt and accelerate at speed, is some of the ways we're trying to enable the journey. And of course, Advantage X, I think by now we've reinstated enough and more. It really stands for limitless opportunities, untapped potential, and it's an X factor which not only applies to what the book offers, but it's an X factor which applies to what you could do with it. So it's that one.
X stands for a lot of things, possibilities and empowering and so much. Being a journalist, Ritika, sorry, I sometimes have to ask some uncomfortable questions. Let me attempt one. You work with established e-commerce marketplaces and brands And when we talk about ONDC, do you think it as an opportunity for the e-commerce marketplace or a threat too?
I understand the need of the hour to be very spontaneous. It's a very good question again, Ruhail. Uh, what are we even discussing? The e-commerce penetration in India is just about 5 to 8%, depending upon the source. Far lower than the potential that exists. Mature economies, US, China, etc., they are way ahead, 3x, 4x more. So I think at this stage, to really say ONDC could be a potential or could be an opportunity or threat to anyone is really too early to say anything. The pie is so small, you know. ONDC aims to democratize commerce. ONDC aims to provide level playing field to sellers, businesses, e-commerce platforms, and consumers alike, and envisions to take the commerce penetration to about 25% and to increase the India's GDP, as Naman also said, by 300. How much was that? 300 billion. You know. So with this, with the vision ONDC has, I think it's too early to say anything. But as I see things evolving, um, whether the established e-commerce platforms that choose to be with ONDC or not, they are set to gain because the market will increase, the number of consumers will increase, the shopper base will increase, and therefore everybody is set to gain. But they choose to be with the platform, maybe they gain more, but that will require a lot of reconfiguration, restructuring, and all of that. A different level of design thinking altogether. But even if they don't, they're set to gain.
It's a win-win in any case. So, I mean, it's actually an enabler for the entire ecosystem. Shirish, also, we talk about unlocking the possibilities and what it has in store in terms of opportunities, but of course, it's not an easy task. I mean, it's a mammoth task. So, what are the possible challenges from right from tech to the legislature? I mean, what all do you foresee? How soon do we see realistic numbers, people getting on to using ONDCs and getting enriched from it?
What's a realistic number?
I would say in some millions.
Look, it's hard to predict, right? And in many ways, the growth of ONDC is going to be like putting together a giant jigsaw puzzle. And so what do you do when you put together jigsaw puzzle? You start with the piece and you attach a few things and that grows, and then something else grows somewhere else. And eventually you connect it all up and in some ways, ONDC growth is some companies will start around that, a few partners will join, and that will become one kind of point of growth. Same thing will happen somewhere else. So today we're not it's not as if you've taken the entire landscape of the country's economy. You've done a strategy of saying where you start and then bringing that, because the contribution will come from many people, many organizations, each having their own priorities. So the path to growth is unpredictable. But what we are already seeing is, first, it seems to be doing the democratization. So we have large companies like Unilever, ITC, P&G, both already live on the network, and more are coming. We have e-commerce players, Snapdeal, for example, is live on the network. Meesho had joined as well. So you have that. You have large players with user bases like Paytm and PhonePe also being part of the network. And you're having small players who never would have thought of doing digital. We have weavers in Kanchipuram. We have a restaurant in Jammu. We have Argonaut leaf makers who make traditional utensils that are disposable and sustainable. And those are also available on the network. So you have original saffron from Pulwana, and you'll have natural honey from Jharkhand. All of that is on the network today. And so length and breadth of the country, we are beginning to see right before our eyes, small scale. So it'll take time for every word to spread. But I think there will be a point in time where it won't be ONDC having to do it. It won't be MMA having to do it. It won't be anybody sitting in the chairs here, not Naman and his team. It'll be people getting people. And that's when it'll really take off. So we're still some way from that. We're still somewhere from the tech becoming simple enough. We obviously have language challenges in this country. So every ONDC can't be explained by any one analogy. If the think about that Muhammad Ali song, floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee, takes two. Right? Or you talk about Narasimha, half lion, half man. So ONDC, I think, requires 5, 6 analogies. UPI explains the interoperability part. But UPI is simple because how much of a user interface do you need to send money? Right? You have a number to pick and you have a phone number to put or a QR code to scan. That does not require too much of a variation. But commerce is very, very complex. And so look at this hotel. Now, Taj itself has what, 5, 6 brands of hotel, each one offering a different experience. And then that's just Taj alone, right? So if you now look at the entire world of hotels, you will realize there are many different kinds of experiences. So there is no one experience that will explain everything. And all of that will take time to build. As with most new things, I think there's a lot of energy amongst people who have not been part of the big game so far. And we're seeing some of that. I have one sitting next to me, and there are more that are on their way.
Of course, somewhere it's a journey that will explain and kind of unveil, the next chapters gradually. And it's not comparable directly to the UPI story, of course, because of the complexity of every 5 kilometer, your audience changes. I mean, it's a different ballgame altogether. Naman, interesting conversation. I heard somebody ask me, and I'm using this as a question that, businesses are used to a certain interface of existing platforms, and it's also a habit that has to be broken apart from the opportunities that you present. Is that a real problem? Oh, I mean, anyway, okay.
No,
Then
it's not.
after that,
Businesses adapt, right? And there used to be only traditional trade. When along came modern trade, businesses adapted. Along came e-commerce, they've adapted. So businesses adapt. Consumers also adapt, right? And a lot of times you get the question of in an ONDC kind of setup, an application that was known for something, how can it be accepted for something else? Actually, most of that doubt tends to be in the business. Consumers have no problem. So when you're in a flight and they start rolling out perfumes, you don't recoil in horror. In the rural villages, a Kirana store becomes an ATM machine because it's a business correspondent. Consumers don't recoil in horror. So consumers are very accepting of somebody who's doing one thing, does something completely different. Right? Businesses tend to have that question: should we be in there or not? So I do think that that will play a role in how this evolves and what possibilities emerge.
Naman, you take.
Yeah, and I think I'll just add to what Shirish said, and I agree with what Shirish is saying. We've already seen that happen, and on ONDC, if you just look at the numbers as well, it's mind-boggling. And I don't know what the current count of sellers would be, but it's just increasing many-fold every day. In fact, order volumes, if you go back, right, in March we were at 100 orders a day. And April we did 10,000, May we did 20,000. We've now starting to hit 40,000 orders a day, which is pretty massive volume. It's happening because consumers are adapting, sellers are adapting, businesses are and I think what ONDC has been able to do is also make it easy and simple to operate, right? And the easier you're making it for businesses to adopt to it, the more you'll see adoption with traction coming in. And traction is leading to more of that flywheel actually working out now.
Vadrajan, quickly to you, then I open up this forum to some questions. The complexity of, e-commerce, even the audience, the customers, for example, it's a very complex game. Every few kilometers, the linguistic diversity and the purchase disparity. How do you see that being addressed by a platform like ONDC?
Yeah, this in some sense sort of builds on my earlier answer, right? As you know, as a monolithic platform, we often sort of, let's say, for example, right, lots of customers ask for Karachi biscuit. Right? I mean, all of us know, what that is, right? But it just from an economic standpoint, it's just impossible for me to sort of store Karachi biscuit in a dark store in Udyog Vihar because maybe you'll sell one, right? Again, what this does is I could potentially have that demand get serviced by maybe a potential reseller or a distributor of Karachi biscuit who's based in Udyog Vihar, who's willing to work with us, right? And guess what? I could potentially use another last mile logistics as well, right? So I think it goes back to what Naman was saying. I think what you would see first is utilization of businesses, especially on their own, on their respective strongholds, will increase first, and then the other reverse factor, which is customers would start to buy a lot more uh, quantities, or rather their baskets would become less constrained. They probably won't be used to this thing that you won't get this on Big Basket or you won't get this on Amazon or whatever. Right now, they know they probably work together and make this happen. To me, that is maybe at least 18 months, 24 months away. I think this piece of businesses sort of improving their own sort of strongholds, offering microservices that otherwise would have never gotten sort of
becomes possible.
Uh, would have never gotten offered to a third party is really the immediate sort of
Right,
kicker.
right. Great. I think there's one more panelist, which is the audience here. So it's open. Anyone has questions, please. Yeah, please introduce yourself and ask. Anyone can reply. We can have multiple replies. If we could give him a mic, or we can just shoot your question. Yes. No, you can please take a mic. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Arvind. I represent a company called Infiltrate. We essentially work on the traffic validation side. My question is for the entire panel, probably. I think there's a lot of talk about how the empowerment can come in for multiple sellers, getting on to ONDC. But I just want to understand one simple challenge or a question that that's generally is faced by most e-commerce sellers who are either selling on D2C or on marketplaces. So scenarios where there's a return on a product, right? Typically, right now, the entire logistics is controlled by one single company. So it's a very easy interface from when the order gets picked up, how it gets coordinated, when do you have the next shipment and gets replaced. Typically high in terms of fashion, right? Now, what will happen in case of an ONDC? If you have one seller, there's another logistics partner, there's somebody else who's actually sourcing the product, right? How does this really shape up? Are you going to give the customer cost elements that, okay, if you ship it back, this is what you pay or what gets deducted? Just trying to understand more from a consumer standpoint.
So actually, it's very simple. Consumers always deal with one party, and they always have, right? So on this network, consumers are dealing with the buyer application. It's through the buyer application they place the order, and if they have a question regarding the product or something to address, they will raise it back with the buyer application. Buyer applications, seller applications have signed an agreement with us. So that effectively becomes an agreement between them for all interactions. For every transaction, there are details about that transaction. What was the product? What were the terms? What are the commercial understanding between the two applications? All of that is burnt in, including whether a product is returnable or not, if returnable, under what conditions. Now, ONDC is starting not before e-commerce has begun. E-commerce has been around for many years. And so sellers now have an understanding of what checks they want to put in place. Some will want the customer to send a picture and they might say, okay, on that basis, I will approve it. Some will say, when my delivery company goes, I will validate whether that's the right product and then I will okay it. Some might say, have it reach back to my location. I will examine it and then I will confirm it. And some, as in the case of food, will make a call. You don't return food, but you might just make a call on whether you accept that. So first of all, there is nothing changes in the sense that businesses have to make a call and make it available at the time of placing an order. What are the conditions of refund or returnability? The actual process is very simple. Moment that validation takes place, then the seller initiates the return logistics and the refund follows as soon as the verification, whatever the verification step is done.
All right. That's it. All right. You can have offline conversation with all the panelists. I want to thank Monica, Naman, Ritika, Shirish, Vardarajan for joining me here on the panel. And thanks for sharing the toolkit details and the possibilities that it unlocks. Thank you for this wonderful conversation.
Thank you very much, everyone, for a wonderful session. Let's have a group photograph. And I would like to invite Hitesh Dhingra, founder and MD, The Man Company. Looks like he's not here. Please stay back for a moment. May I please invite Rajesh on stage to present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. We'd like to thank Monica Khurana, Naman, Ritika Taneja, Shirish, Vardharajan, and Ruhail for joining us for this wonderful conversation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last session, but the much, much awaited one. So I'm super excited to announce this fireside chat about selecting the right mix of sniper and bazooka technologies for your business. The key takeaways would be marketing principles, Mama Earth deployed in its 0 to 1 journey and beyond, sniper trends to look out for, tips and advice on striking the right balance between sniper and bazooka technologies. The stage is set, so let me invite Monica Khurana, country head and board member, MMA Global India. And we have yet another very, very special guest with us, ladies and gentlemen. Varun Alag, co-founder and CEO, Hunasa Consumer Limited. With over 15 years of leadership experience in sales and marketing roles with world-renowned FMCG brands, Varun has mastered the art of building a brand and making it profitable. While all of us know that Varun to be a vanguard of the digital first beauty and personal care sector, what many of us not know is about his passion for mentoring fellow youth and an even greater passion for fitness. Let's put a loudest round of applause for Varun Alag. Thank you so much for joining us today for this session.
Thank you, Ushma. Yes, I know this is the last session, but it is the most exciting one. Rather, it's the most insightful in terms of really taking away some practical learnings. And I couldn't have chatted with a better person than Varun. And I really was thinking hard about what is it that we should be talking to him about, and what is it that he would really be able to sort of help us really, he would really influence thinking for us. And what, after reading a lot, what I did conclude that Varun is the man to tell us about how does one select the right mix of sniper and bazooka techniques in our business, right? So Varun, you and I have been speaking about this. I do know you feel very passionately about this approach. And, the way I want to go about it, uh, I know that Mama Earth as a flagship brand has now crossed 1,000 crores, ready for an IPO. And there is a journey you've traveled with Mama Earth, which is your flagship brand. Of course, you have 200 other brands as well. So the point here is that through that journey, what I want to first do is really break it down and see how you dealt with your decision making, with your approach in each stage when you went from, say, 0 to 1, then when you crossed 100 crores, and now when you're ready for an IPO. And then we'll talk more about what are the kind of new trends that you're trying to experiment with, what are the challenges you're facing, and leave then some tips for our audience out here, right? So let's dive straight in. So tell me that when you began the journey with Mama Earth, it is a very competitive space. Personal care is a very competitive category. We have big daddies already here with us, and there is definitely more research available, more deep pockets, and a stronger distribution network, right? So you chose to enter the category. and that was the 0 to 1 phase. How did you really go about it? What was the approach? What were your marketing principles at that stage? Can someone please help, Varun? Or maybe swap the mic?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay.
Super. So yeah, I mean, let me start by thanking you for having me here and talking about this. And I think for me, it's been a personal journey as well because 10 years in the FMCG world, I have been what you can call a bazooka marketer, and moving from there to becoming a sniper marketer, and then
Fantastic.
over time again, finding ways to use the right mix of these two, and as the brands built up, right, has been very a very close journey that I've watched, right, us shaping up. And I don't think we looked as much at the competition when we were entering into starting this. It was a very close personal passion. We wanted to solve this problem for parents around us that we ourselves came across. And we were not looking at building 100, 500,000 crore brand. I know a lot of people talk about long-term visions, right, and having certain structured, objective visions around what you wanted to do. But I think our vision was far more linked to our personal purpose, and hence it was more about, even if we are able to make a difference to 10,000 parents in this country, right? And they are happy that they have got something which they were looking for, and that would be delightful for us. Of course, the results were better than that, right? But I think that is why we never looked at competition, but focused on consumer, and that is what our first lesson, and I think a driver which even today drives us to do well, is that you focus on consumer, don't focus on competition, because that's the ball which is moving much faster, and competition is far slower to respond, and consumer is far quicker to evolve, and if you focus on them, you will probably find better answers, right? But I think from a 0 to 1 journey, if there are 2 or 3 points that I'll make, is I think the first experience for us was the change in mindset from outbound to inbound marketing. And when I was starting on this journey, and we were looking at how do we shape our marketing, we were also not just have we didn't have we not only had a strategy around, okay, we need to find targeted consumers, right? But we were also sort of we also had limited funds, right, and limited budgets, and now 10 years ago, and I know a lot of marketers in this room, right? 10 years ago, when you would launch a brand, right, the standard operating procedure would be choose a pilot market, and which in India would usually be one of the south states, because you can do regional media there. And you go to one state, you launch your mix, you put in regional media, you see the response, and if it is great, right, then you roll out nationally, right? And the cost of some of this, right, be it from a perspective of the amount of media that is required to um, to to support that kind of distribution, as well as the cost of failure, right, in case something doesn't work out, right, both were fairly high, and because of which we have seen decades of very slow innovation, and because the biggest strength for the industry, which was deep distribution, and was also becoming our biggest weakness, because everything was being seen from a lens of 1 million stores, right? Can we put this in 1 million stores? Can we market it to applying the right kind of principles around this funnel, right, on being able to find the right consumers and convert them into our buyers, and I think the second big piece for us was, very early on, we came across this communication insight that moms trust other moms, right? And that happened when we were conversing with our consumers, right? And based on that insight, we said, hey, if we had to use this insight to build our communication plans, right, how would we go about it, right? Word of mouth, again, marketers who have seen media mix modeling for decades, right, it always features almost on top, right, as the biggest driver of brand purchase. And but there were no real channels through which you could drive it, right? It was basically creating a good product and then praying, right, that people will talk about that product, right? I think the big change that was available for us was social media, and where everyone had a voice, and they could share experiences around your brands, right? And hence, for us, that moms trust other moms, we could genuinely convert it into a strategy through which we could drive word of mouth, right? And which is how we discovered this whole space of influencers. At that time, actually, they were bloggers, right? And then over time, we discovered vloggers, and sort of continued scaling. Today, it's a buzzword, which is influence marketing. But it was finally on an insight, which is moms trust other moms, that we built that journey on. So I think those two were very critical in our 0 to 1 journey.
Wow, that was enlightening for sure. And tell me, after you crossed 100 crores, I know it's a flashback for you, but it's very valuable to those listening here. After you crossed 100 crores, what changed? How did decision making change? How did leadership thinking change? Did anything drastically change in terms of the way you thought product, the way you thought marketing? What was it like?
So I would say 2, 3 things. One, when we were starting, and almost every investor that we met told us that when you hit 100 crores, and it'll be 80% offline and 20% online business. And we were like, okay, we will see what happens, right? But let's just double down on what we are seeing the consumers do rather than what has historically happened. And we were pleasantly surprised that when we did hit 100 crores, and it was a 99% online business, right? And which is where we got the confidence that even as we move forward, right, we are still scratching the surface, right? And hence the first thing that we did was double down on technology, data, creating our own shopping stack, creating a very strong data science team internally, and building a very strong D2C play, and after we hit that mark. And so investment in that part of the organization, so that in future, as consumers evolve and as the space evolves, we are able to make the most of it. And was the first double down that we did. And I think the second double down for us was how do we evaluate newer channels of distribution. And hence from online, we started looking at modern trade, for example, and, as an area where we could engage with our consumers and see if they like our mix in that space as well, right? So testing that out and building foundation of that in geographically focused sort of spaces, because we already knew which pin codes, which areas were responding the best to our brands, right? So building that foundation, and doubling down on the marketing levers which were already working, and, but going up the funnel, right? And I think till that journey, we were very product focused. And in the journey beyond 100, we became a lot more purpose focused, right? Because we genuinely believe that brands need to build emotional connections with their consumers, and emotional connections are built when you stand for something bigger than just the products that you sell, right? You stand for why you exist rather than what you sell.
Let me just quickly dig
Yeah.
there a little more. I think you're making a very interesting point. You're absolutely right. Millennials do value sustainability, purpose, experience over the fluff, right? And Mama Earth has done that beautifully, right? You are very eco-conscious, you are very sustainable. So tell me, like, how have you gone about, addressing the piece on sustainability for your brand?
So I think the big difference between how we have approached the whole area of not just sustainability, because different brands in our portfolio actually have different purposes, right? I mean, Aqualogica stands for providing clean water to villages which don't have that. A Dermaco stands for providing education to children. A B Blunt stands for providing vocational training to women. And a lot of companies have been talking about this as a part of their CSR initiatives. And I think the big difference in how we have approached it, and is that we have made it a part of our business as usual rather than treating it as CSR. And how we have made that is that, we said, it is not enough that we just talk about it. And we need to show the consumer the impact that they're making and when they're transacting or dealing with a company like us, or when they're buying our brands. Right? And hence we worked on a technological backend, and through which, for example, whenever you place an order on Mamaearth's website, and we actually send you an email, right, which has a picture, geolocation, the name of the plant that we have planted and connected back to your order. And that experience when the consumer sees that, hi Monica, we've planted a lemon tree for you, and this is the location of that lemon tree. You click and actually Google Maps will show you the location at which the tree is planted. And just brings that experience of that purpose to life for the consumer. And I think that was the biggest thing that was missing, and on how you bring this whole purpose and sustainability piece to life for consumers. Because otherwise, till it doesn't become visually meaningful, right? Till this can't see the difference that they're making, it is just a statement that you're making, right, as a company. And it sort of becomes more of a PR value than actually brand value, right? And when you make it a part of your brand journey, then as the brand scales, right, the more we do of it, because we have committed to linking it back to your transactions, right? So the more transactions you do, right, the more water plants that we will install, the more kids we will teach, the more plants we will sort of plant, right? And hence, the more we grow, right, the more community benefits. So I think that's how we've kind of seen this.
That's really, really an interesting way to have learned about how sustainability is integrated into your portfolio, and that's definitely very useful. Now, tell me, I'm going to, before I move to the next set of kind of conversation, let me close this piece about your journey with the last bit, where now you're ready for an IPO, right? You spoke very, very descriptively about how it was different, 0 to 1, after 100 crores. How is it now different? You're a large corporate, you were a startup, and now you're an established brand, an established company. How is it now different? How differently do you now look at your choices in business, your investments in business?
Um, I think three large differences that I would talk about is one, the thinking has moved from a single brand to a corporate entity now.
Okay.
And, earlier, it was all about Mamaearth. And of course, we have done phenomenally there. That's the base of everything that we have learned and built as an organization, and all the skills that we have built as an organization. But as we look forward 10 years down the line, and it is more about what we want to achieve as an organization and what we want to become. And because of that, there is all kind of impacts that has, right? It has impact on your strategy, right? It has impact on how you look at organic and inorganic growth. It has impact on your geographical strategies, and a lot of impact just because you've chosen to define the purpose a little at a higher level. And I think the second large difference for us has been we've been very strongly focused for the last 2 years on building a very strong leadership team. And because great people build great companies. And as founders, we were very clear that we have to keep adjusting and redefining our roles and our views on how we build the organization as we scale. So I think it's been about getting the right people into the right roles and creating that right top management, the top 40 leaders in the organization, which we believe can take this to the next level and achieve that vision which is set out for the organization. And the third thing has been about processes. And I think even in the second stage that we talked about, there's still hustle and passion which can sort of overpower processes and sustainable sort of growth. I think now in this stage, especially last couple of years, it's been a journey where everything that we know and learn, everything that we know will be useful for us as we move forward. Right? We've tried to build and deploy processes around it, right? So that the learnings that we have developed over this time, we can actually convert them into processes that anyone who joins into the organization can learn and deploy and use. So I think those three have been the biggest sort of areas of focus.
Wow, that totally felt like a crash course in learning how Mama grew from a startup to an organization. And thank you so much for sharing it so completely. Now, let me get to the next part. So, this event, for example, is all about winning marketing organization, where we are trying to rethink, relearn, rebuild, right? And we're all at that stage, whether you're a new age marketer or you're an incumbent. Now, the point is that there's a lot of emerging tech, there's a lot of new media, and there are choices to be made, right? So, what would you say are those few trends which are influencing your choices at Honasa? And what is it that, I mean, how are you prioritizing those choices for now?
So I think the first one that I would still talk about um, is using data and social listening for trend spotting. And I think that is one core trend that we have actually converted into an internal technology and product, and we use very extensively to define our innovation funnels, to define what kind of concepts and brands do we want to serve to Indian millennials as we go forward. And that's built on top of a lot of data that we collect around behaviors, searches, and crawling the web, and feed it into the product that we have built. So I think that's the first thing, which is already making a lot of difference to how we run our business. Um, the second that I would talk about is we continue to be very strong believers of how digital and e-commerce are disrupting the way consumer brands have interacted with consumers, and we are still scratching the surface. This is going to be a much bigger phenomenon over the next decade, right? And especially for categories like ours, which are high level of involvement or medium level of involvement categories. So I think building even better shopping stacks, experiences which also bring our brand purposes to life, right? Is the second area in terms of technology that we have been focusing on. And the third piece that I would say is working with platforms like Facebook and Google on figuring out the right attribution modeling, and how to use their advertisement ecosystems even better, right? Because they're also evolving very quickly. And the fourth, which is the new buzzword, but we genuinely believe it'll have a lot of both application and implication to how consumer brands operate, is AI, and especially generative AI. And we are still sort of seeing it evolve, but we are very excited about what the future holds for it.
Interesting. That's also coincidentally the priorities which MMA has for this year. So we're happy to know that those are the trends that you're looking at closely. But tell me one thing, I'm sure because there's no learning curve to some of this and it's pretty relatively new. What are the kind of key challenges you typically face when you're trying to deploy some of these new stacks?
Like I said, I think one continuous challenge, and we've been working actively on it, and we've sort of come a long way, but we still believe there is a long way to it, is the whole space of attribution. Right now, in the space of digital marketing and media, there are so many platforms that you use. Right now, but what is the platform that is really driving impact at different points in the funnel? And is something which is still a bit complex, in different attribution modelings and mechanisms, as well as platforms, right? And, are biased towards attributing it more towards them. So for a brand or for the company which is building this business, I think attribution, so that you can deploy your investment into the right media channel, is a continued complexity. And the second complexity, I would say, is control and funnels. Most of the marketing is moving to smart and machine learning based marketing now, and where a Google product or a Facebook product is actually self-defining, and where who are the consumers that you should show your communications to. And if you're trying to introduce your own targeting measures, it actually is uh, relatively less rewarding and more penalizing, sort of in terms of the way their technology sort of works. So in that whole scheme of things, how do you run a funnel, which is an awareness, consideration, conversion funnel, right? Because it might be showing a conversion creative to an awareness audience, etc. Right? Is another complexity that I think we deal with it day-to-day basis.
Wow, I think all our practitioners here do learn and understand that these are the challenges, brands like them face. And maybe if you have solutions, you should be thinking about it and helping them address it. Now, I'm going to ask you one more question. I totally do want, if anyone really would want to ask Varun something, I'm going to leave a couple of minutes. Just one last question before we open it for audience Q&A. Okay, Varun, the thing is, you're a business leader. You're very, I mean, your journey has been pretty, marketer led to business, and you've kind of really sort of nurtured the startup like a baby and come a long way, and obviously there's a lot to look up to, there's a lot to learn. Right now, here in the room we have primarily, we have practitioners who are helping brands like you and large brands, and there are practitioners and there are marketers who are really, like we were talking in the afternoon, you weren't in then, we were talking in the afternoon, the need to think like an insurgent all the time, the need to be agile, the need to really enable reverse mentoring, right? So the point being that if you had to give some tips and some advice to our audience here today in terms of what should they look out for, what is it that really could count in terms of making an impact with their customers, what is it that you would like to share?
I think the two pieces of advice would be one, measure what matters, right? And I would say, firstly, define what matters, right? Because that's where a lot of us are going wrong and chasing certain vanity metrics which are not as important and they don't matter as much when you're building a brand or a business, right? So define what matters, right? And then make sure that you're measuring it. And marketing continues to be a science, right? More than an art, at least in my view, right? And hence, that's the first step, which is measure what matters. And secondly, I would say focus on the consumer, not on competition. Right? The more you will focus on consumer, the more you will talk to them, listen to them, understand where they're moving, and the more successfully you'll be able to serve them. Right? So I think those two would be my pieces of advice.
Fantastic. I think you just were spot on, like the 2 points which matter the most. Well done. So before I let you go, I do want to ask our audience and our delegates here, our practitioners, if they'd like to ask Varun any questions, the mic can be sent across. And I think here's a question from Rohit, who's also our managing director at MMA APAC. And we'll take his question first.
Thank you. That was very, very insightful. Both of you. It was a very good session and very eloquently put your journey.
Yes.
And I wish there were a lot more startups in the room to listen to your journey and be part of it.
We'll
So
circulate.
that they can, you should
It'll
definitely
go
circulate.
a lot further.
I have a question which I don't know many people would ask. It's not a business question. What does Honsa mean and what does that logo mean? And what does that logo mean? You've spoken about sustainability purpose.
Yeah.
What does that mean in all of this?
So Honasa stands for honest, natural, safe. Ho-na-sa. And so that's the heart of this company. And that's what we started this company for. And those 3 words actually define the spirit that we stand
Very
for.
nice.
Right. So I think.
What does that logo decipher?
So the logo is Tree of Life. Right?
Wow.
Because for us, again, this was a journey which started with parenthood. Right? And at least on this earth, if there is one thing that decides or defines life, right, is giving birth to new life. Right? So I think Tree of Life for us defined that journey of the world moving forward and, us starting on a new journey.
Great. I was intrigued because I went online to look for Honasa. I didn't get a single answer. And that's why I asked you.
That's
Thank you.
some content for you to take forward.
Hey, it's not a secret anymore now, you know.
Anyone else would like to ask a question? Maybe we have time for just 1 or 2. So if you can raise your hand and we'll get the mic to you. Anyone else for any questions? Else I'll conclude with one because I do have one. Anyone? Okay, I get the chance. Okay, Varun, this whole conversation was about balancing sniper and bazooka techniques in your business, right? So, you know, whilst you gave some great tips, I wanted to leave maybe just one or two tips, right, on how do you think the sniper way and when do you not think the sniper way? Would you like to throw some light on that?
I think horses for courses. So different life stages of your brand's journey require you to deploy a different kind of media inputs. When you're very young and you're just testing PMF, and you need to be um, as sniper orientation as possible. And you need to think very sharply, you need to target very sharply, you need to read into very, very small cohorts and see what is working and what's not. To a zone where, for example, Mama Earth is today, then you need to look for where is the next set of consumers going to come from, who you want to recruit. What is it that they're consuming in terms of content? Which kind of media has the highest level of affinity for that? And which is your go-to-market or distribution medium, or which they're buying in? And a combination of that should define your new sort of media and marketing strategy, which probably would have some variance and some combination of both the bazooka and the sniper mix that you will need to deploy. So I think as the life stage changes, right, and as your as we used to refer to them as jobs to be done for the brand changes, right, I think your media mix and your sniper and bazooka mix kind of change.
Wow, that was a great way to end this chat. And I really, really want to thank you for doing this. What was most interesting is you stuck to the theme and you really addressed what we genuinely were looking to take to our audience today. And it is going to probably also benefit a larger community quite a bit. So thank you so much. It was very, very nice chatting with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having
Thank
me.
you so much, Varun, for your time and this one. Thank you very much, Varun, once again. Thank you, Monica. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end of this remarkable conference. As we wrap up this enlightening day of learning, it's now time to reflect on the invaluable insights we have gained and continue to rethink, relearn, and rebuild. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our esteemed speakers, panelists whose expertise and knowledge have enriched our understanding and challenged our perspectives. Your valuable contributions have elevated this conference to new heights. Special thank you to Ghazal and Varun Alak for sparing their time and giving us their very, very important insights. I also want to extend our deepest appreciation to our sponsors, partners, whose support and collaboration made this conference possible and a success. I would like to thank our presenting partner, Flipkart Ads, program partners InMobi Glance, Google, Paytm Ads, Masterclass partner Double Verify, media partner HT1 Audience, gifting partner MyGlam, community partner D2C Insider, associate partner Walk, an essential company, and Indian television. Most importantly, I want to thank each and every participant here today. Your engagement, your enthusiasm, and active participation have been the heart and soul of this conference. Your collective passion and dedication has made this evening an absolute success. The impact of this conference extends far beyond these walls. It's the application of the insights gained, the collaborations formed, and the relationships nurtured that will truly make a difference. So, once again, a big thank you to all of you for being a part of this day with all of us. Do not forget to follow MMA India LinkedIn channel. Our handle is MMA Global India. Please share your feedback. Download the recently launched ONDC playbook and our reports. Share your pictures on social media and tag us while using the hashtag ShapeTheFuture. Thank you so much once again.